I saved this world and the lives of every single one of these guys, even the girl I loved and thought loved me back. But they all betrayed me, down to the last one. It all started a few years ago. I'm not from this world. One day, the tyrant king of Turanur summoned me by accident while trying to call a god-level monster. Since I wasn't that monster, he sold me as a slave. I spent years training, and one day, I became the hero of this world, managing to confront the tyrant king to save the kingdom. That bastard used summoning magic and brought a demon from somewhere. But with a single slash, I defeated it. And then I did the same to the king. I didn't do this alone. With Athena and the others, we were the 7 heroes who saved the kingdom. We were a tight-knit group for years, so I considered them my family. And I believed Athena would be the mother of my children. I wasn't going back to Earth. But these guys betrayed me. They used the dead king's heart to open another summoning portal. But this one wasn't for calling a monster. They said I had become too famous and beloved in the kingdom, and that the people would make me the new king of the continent. I looked to Athena for support, but she said she felt the same way. She didn't want to be the new king's wife. She wanted to be a queen who gave the orders. They threw me out of Turanur back to the normal world. When the 6 heroes returned, they announced that the hero, son Sahan, had completed his journey and returned to Earth on his own. The 6 heroes proclaimed themselves the new rulers of the continent. Turanur would now be divided into 6 kingdoms. 10 years later, in a house in the middle of the forest, this girl was working in the field when she noticed a fish fall from the sky. How strange. But something even weirder happened. A pig also fell from the sky. Wondering, what else could possibly fall, she realized a naked man was falling too. This was too absurd to believe, but the girl went to help the stranger. You guys should already know who this guy is. When Sahan woke up, the girl brought him food and asked who he was. However, she didn't understand the language he was speaking. She explained that in the kingdom of Lilstein, people don't speak that language. The protagonist smirked maliciously. So that means that guy is the king now. Before he could strike a villainous pose, the girl advised Son to put on some clothes first. He ate like a man starved and said the food was pretty bad because it lacked seasoning. Still, he was grateful for her good looks and attitude. The girl thought he might be a noble. He asked for her name, a perfectly normal question. She replied that it was Alida, but the guy's next words completely shocked her. He asked about her relationship with the Mad King Lesden. The dinner table flew at his face in the blink of an eye. It was the girl. She pulled out a dagger and jumped over the table to attack. But she missed. Alida tried more attacks. But even as a skilled swordswoman, she couldn't land a single hit on this guy. She tried again and again, but with fluid, ninja-like movements. The guy dodged every attack. He blocked her final strike with a wooden spoon and defeated her. Sung said, "I've got this, and I'm not afraid to use it." He explained that his name is Sung Sahan, and he came from Earth. She was speechless. Could he be the hero who saved the world 10 years ago? The girl then revealed her full name, Vela Lesden Lusklan of Alatar. She's the daughter of the former king. Lesden, when he was defeated, the people hunted down everyone with royal blood to prevent a new king from rising. Alida's mother asked a trusted knight to flee with her only daughter. If the queen died, no one would know she had a child. The knight raised her far from the kingdom and taught her how to fight. But years later, he was ambushed in a city while getting supplies. Since he never returned, Alida began living alone on this forest mountain. The protagonist says he was the one who killed her father. He asks if she sees him as an enemy. Alida says she doesn't consider that man her father and that it doesn't matter to her. Sahan was annoyed to learn that one of his former companions is now king. Then the girl asks, "Why the hell did you show up naked?" Sahan drops his cup and gets furious, saying it's not his fault. When he was sent back to Earth before, he appeared naked in the middle of the city. Only the person goes through the portal, not the clothes. The protagonist then realized something suspicious. He tells Alida that he summoned himself and that portals can be detected by mages. If she'd been hiding for so long, he might have just blown her cover. The girl looks out the window, and her cabin is being surrounded. The kingdom soldiers are shouting that they know a summoning took place right here. An old man with a grim face reported to his superior, Xenon, the traces of powerful conjuration magic are undeniable here. It's emanating directly from that dwelling. He acknowledged their efforts with a brief nod, then barked, "Prepare for battle." Inside, Seonsuan watched, got stunned, as Altair put on her battle attire. She moved with a supernatural grace, beautiful and unervingly calm. He couldn't help but ask, "Have you always trained for moments like this?" A wave of panic began to envelop him, a crushing guilt for the chaos he had unwittingly unleashed. Beneath her serene exterior, he imagined her seething with silent fury. "If you have something to say to Al, Here, don't hold back, he urged. His frankness seemed to genuinely surprise her, making her pause. A faint smile touched her lips as she replied, "Thank you, Sung-Soo Han, for the advance notice of their surprise attack." Her unexpected gratitude left the protagonist completely bewildered. A wave of awkward surprise washed over him. Outside, the thundering roar of a guard broke the tense silence. "Sinner, show yourself, or we'll blow this house to pieces." Xenon, with a flash of impatience in his eyes, gestured to the mage. "Start with a minor assault," with a guttural chant. But the mage's hands flared a fiery crimson. He unleashed a gigantic spear of fire that tore through the air, crashing against the house with blunt force. Sinan recoiled, startled by the power. "Isn't that excessive?" he demanded, his voice tinged with alarm. "Our orders are to capture her alive." The mage simply scoffed. "This blast is merely superficial. It won't kill her." Although, he added with a cruel glint in his eyes, "She might get singed if she's particularly clumsy." Before the flames could fully recede, the girl burst out, a blur of motion, her blade flashing as she cut a path through several approaching soldiers. Each guard advanced, a wave of steel, intent on capturing her. But she moved with astonishing speed, her weapon an extension of her will, tearing through their ranks and felling many with effortless grace. The sheer skill left the remaining guards stunned. A murmur spread among them. Is this peasant girl a swordmaster? As he watched her escape, a formidable attack lunged toward her. The assailant, an imposing figure, growled, "How dare a wretch with the king's cursed blood strike a royal soldier?" He advanced, declaring, "From this moment on, the Knight of Lilstein, Sinan, will be your executioner." She instinctively felt the raw combat energy radiating from his armored form. He was undeniably stronger. Sinan moved quickly, aiming a powerful blow, but she evaded it. She dodged. His next attack, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she murmured, "There's a chance." Seizing an opening, she lunged, only to be repelled by an invisible magical barrier. Sinan chuckled, a dark, appreciative sound. "You're strong, but my defense is far more resilient. Those tricks won't work on me." The next instant, a brutal impact sent searing agony through her. He had landed a devastating blow, and a spray of crimson misted her face. Sinan winced, wiping the warm moisture away with a look of repulsion. "If you're a true swordswoman, you know you don't stand a chance. Lower your weapon." Her arm hung limp, undeniably broken. A deep, crushing realization settled over her. This was her fate. With a sigh of defeat, she surrendered to his overwhelming strength. Sinan's smile was triumphant. "Indeed," he declared, "the only sensible decision." Before the words left his lips, a voice directly behind him called out. Sinan turned, finding the protagonist there with an unreadable expression. "Weren't you seething with rage just a moment ago?" The protagonist asked calmly. "And now you're placid because you feel sorry for her?" Sinan was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend who this man was or how he had gotten so close. No hint of his presence had registered. He was simply there. "Who the hell are you?" Sinan roared, finally finding his voice. The protagonist only offered a placid apology. "I have nothing against you personally, but I must take responsibility for this model." Before Xenon could even process the words, a blur of motion, then a thunderous impact sent him reeling. Struck by a devastating punch from the protagonist, his mind was still grappling with the situation. Xenon was sent flying backward, crashing into the earth a good distance away. The sheer force of the fall partially buried him in the ground. Panic erupted, but among the surrounding guards as they witnessed their commander's sudden and brutal defeat. The injured woman, still reeling from her own encounter, watched in disbelief. Why would he oppose the soldiers? He was the former hero. Why strike down his own allies? The mage, his eyes wide with fear and malice, shrieked, "He's a remnant of the evil army. Kill him. Kill him at once." As the frantic soldiers charged, the protagonist sighed. "Really? They won't retreat, even with their leader incapacitated?" He asked, a weariness in his tone. "It seems I have no choice." Then, with a resigned shrug, but he began to move. His fist became a blur, sending guards flying. Those he couldn't reach with a punch, that he took down with precise, bone-jarring stomps, systematically wiping out the entire contingent, all while offering silent, almost regretful apologies with each blow. Xenon, finally struggling out of the earthen crater, stared ahead in utter disbelief. His elite guards, that were already scattered and unconscious, many half buried in the churned-up earth. He couldn't comprehend it. An unarmed man, using only one hand, had completely decimated his entire force. As he processed the scene, a horrifying clarity dawned. This was precisely what had happened to him just moments before. Then, a memory surfaced, sharp and vivid. He had seen this man before. Years ago, in the hallowed halls of the royal castle, he'd had the fortune to witness him in person. The great savior of humanity, the one who had. The protagonist turned, his gaze dripping with contempt. "Ah, so you're finally awake?" He paused, a cruel tone in his voice, "but it looks like you'll need a little more sleep." The challenger pleaded for a moment. Truce, but the protagonist was already on him, the air crackling with a new, inevitable explosion. The guard captain once again found himself driven into the earth. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the protagonist's voice cut through the chaos. "There's no reason to continue this fight. However, if the mage truly wishes to challenge me, I'll be ready." The mage, witnessing the absolute futility of his elite warriors and sorcerers, felt a chill of dread. As he pondered the origin of such a monster, the protagonist, noticing the stunned guards, turned to the woman. "What do you plan to do now?" Shortly after, as the protagonist and the woman began to walk away, the mage, his face etched with the bitter regret of his utter powerlessness, declared the mission a failure. He ordered his shaken forces to retrieve the fallen and return to report the calamitous events. One of the guards, stammering in disbelief, ventured to explain that despite the intense combat, not a single person had perished, nor did any of the injured have a single broken bone. The mage stared, a wave of absolute panic washing over him. How is this possible? When the world happened here today? As night descended, cloaking their escape, the protagonist remarked that the soldiers wouldn't be able to track them in this terrain. He was grateful for that. Any pursuit would prove highly irritating, especially given the immense strain of his recent transfer back to this world. He was barely operating at 10% of his true power. It was then that he noticed the woman wincing in pain. He turned to her, concern in his voice. "How are you? I thought your right arm was broken." The woman, however, let out a sigh of genuine relief, thankful to her fortune that things hadn't escalated further. Her strange gratitude seemed peculiar to the protagonist. Shortly after, he bandaged her arm, meticulously offering a simple, "I hope this helps." As was her custom, she offered a soft, "Thank you." With a sudden, almost forced cheerfulness, she announced, "It's time for me to go. I'm leaving." Her words, clearly, a desperate plea for independence, took the protagonist completely by surprise. He immediately bellowed, "Where are you going?" Scolding her, he stated, "Your arm is broken. We should travel together. You can't just make decisions like that out of the blue." Taking a moment to compose himself, he then firmly declared that he would help her. He felt partially responsible for her being hunted today and refused to abandon an injured person. She was stunned for a moment, processing his words before finally nodding. "Very well. I'll be in your care today." The protagonist simply requested, "Stop calling me sir. Just my name." She instantly obeyed. He then asked about her plans now that her identity was compromised. Her initial idea was the nearest town, but the risk of a search party was too high. Instead, they agreed to cross the mountains and head to the bustling trade city of Kagan. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of the palace of the kingdom of Lilting, a man was engrossed in a book, surrounded by towering bookshelves. His quiet study was interrupted by a call. Moments later, a subordinate appeared, bringing news from the search party sent to Phila Mountain. The man, now identified as King Lilting, listened intently to the reports. Someone matching the description of the former hero had been sighted near traces of powerful conjuration magic. Behind one of the palace's many book-filled shelves was a hidden, shadowy door. It led to what could only be a terrifying underground chamber. A figure descended a spiral staircase, his steps echoing in the gloom, and began to perform a dark ritual. The figure turned out to be King Lilstein, who then passed through what appeared to be a glowing portal or a protective field. Upon emerging, on the other side, a flash of apprehension crossed his face as he entered a chilling room filled with arcane artifacts, another library, and a rudimentary laboratory. From the shadows, a voice laden with pure hatred spat, "Lilstein, the speaker, imprisoned within a pulsating green magic circle with his arms bound by heavy chains, sneered, 'It's quite ironic, isn't it, that the king calls himself a hero while keeping me captive?' Lilstein, in a tone dripping with similar irony, only observed, 'You've improved quite a bit in a month and a half.' The king's words revealed that the prisoner was a young man, a direct descendant of the Luz clan. The king then asked if the prisoner understood why the magic circle beneath him had changed from a furious red to a vibrant green. Lilstein explained to the young man that the greenish glow signified that his mana transformation was complete. Enraged, the prisoner roared that he felt pity for those who worshipped the king. Lilstein, however, calmly replied that there was only one person worthy of pity in that grim chamber. He then uttered a chilling phrase, You are about to have your heart torn out. The young man's surprise quickly transformed into pure terror as the king's true, horrific intentions became clear. Without a moment's hesitation, King Lilstein moved with chilling speed toward the prisoner and performed a devastating arcane act. In an instant, Lilstein held aloft a pulsating, ethereal form, the very essence of the young man's life force. His eyes narrowed. It's not enough. After meticulously squeezing and condensing the mana from the extracted essence, the king determined it would still be insufficient to break the dimensional walls. Lilstein concluded with grim certainty that he required more pure blood from the Luz clan. Just then, his expression shifted to one of profound astonishment as a bowing subordinate entered. Bringing news. The young man reported that the search party tasked with hunting another descendant of the Us clan had failed in their mission. The messenger continued, detailing how the group not only failed to apprehend the target, but couldn't even identify the Us clan descendant. Instead, they reported finding an unknown individual, a dark-haired, dark-eyed figure with a striking resemblance to the Galena race. Lilstein's mind raced, piecing together fragments of information. A flash of recognition, a comparison made, then a disturbing thought. Could this unknown person be important? It wasn't impossible. Even if by some miracle it was the same person who disappeared years ago, how could they have crossed dimensions without him detecting it? The king's disbelief mounted as he wrestled with a nagging suspicion. Far from the royal chambers, Sijin and Alida arrived in Kagan. The city's vibrant beauty caught Sijin's eye. Kagan was once the main base of what was called the Southern Clan, Sijin explained to Alida. Her eyes widened, impressed by the bustling metropolis's ancient history. It's easy to hide here, he added. So many races pass through, a perfect mix. Sijin's thoughts turned to the Galena, a people much like the Northern Asians Alida remembered. She gasped, a sudden understanding dawning in her eyes. Are these the people I heard rumors about? She asked, intrigued. The ones connected to the Bandit Queen's thousand-faced energy? Alida then remembered the technique, a unique application of battle energy, manipulating the surrounding air to alter one's appearance. It was the signature fighting style of Bina, the queen of the bandits. Sahan confirmed her suspicions. Yes, he admitted. I developed it and taught it to her. He offered to teach it to Alida as well, but she shook her head. It's not necessary, she said, leaving Sahan momentarily bewildered. After a brief, awkward silence, Sahan suggested they find lodging, playfully using a subtle touch of the thousand faces technique. He momentarily shifted his expression, causing Alida to see him with a baby face as Sahan looked for a place to spend the night. He wondered aloud if they'd be able to get in anywhere. Then, he froze, his eyes fixed on a large mansion. Noticing his sudden stillness, Alida asked if he recognized the inn. Her eyes widened in disbelief as Sahan revealed the grim truth. That building had never been an inn. This was once the site of public executions, a place marked only by gallows in his memory. Sahan seemed almost euphoric at how much the city, which he now confirmed was Tyranner, had transformed. Since we're here, shall we go in? He asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He left Alida completely perplexed. Any ghosts inside? She joked sarcastically. Maybe I'll run into some spirits I miss. Inside, a man with a perpetually stern face directed newcomers to collect their room keys. As Sahan walked away from the counter, he staggered in indignation upon hearing the receptionist grumble. Being a receptionist is so boring. Why was he so angry? Sahan asked Alida, who tried to explain. Sahan's disbelief was palpable as the truth dawned on him. He had been speaking to everyone informally. Alida gently informed him that speaking so casually to strangers was, to say the least, peculiar. Sahan then promptly apologized, understanding that he had been quite rude to the receptionist. Alita, sensing his unease, reassured him. It's absolutely fine, she said with a gentle smile. You can carry on just as you were. He offered another apology for the inconvenience. Alida then reminded him they were in Kagan. What's your next move? She asked Sahan. He replied that he needed to adapt to the new environment and asked if he could stay with her. Her reaction was immediate and surprising. Leave, she ordered, leaving him completely stunned. His astonishment deepened as she explained, I'm not the only one living here. Being wanted will only bring you more trouble. Sahan felt a surge of indignation, but conceded her point. He quickly tried a more direct approach, realizing she hadn't grasped the gravity of his situation. Without me, you'd be captured in an instant, he asserted. The bluntness of his words chilled Alida to the bone. He went on to explain that since no summoning magic had been used to bring him here, his presence should be unknown. However, he added there was a catch. Every time they moved, a subtle dimensional vibration spread outwards. Alida, the descendant of Lu's clan, instantly grasped the terrifying implication. No matter how far they ran, they would always be tracked. Despair began to wash over her. Sahan quickly moved to calm her. "You were unconscious yesterday," he explained, "but now I'm blocking those vibrations with magic." However, he warned her, the block isn't permanent. It needs reactivation every 2 or 3 days. Alita understood. She had to stay close to Sahan. But a new question gnawed at her. Why did Sahan need her? Wouldn't staying with her put him in even greater danger? Meanwhile, in Adelstra, the capital of the Kingdom of Luz, inside the palace office, the knight Xenon knelt. "Mercy," he pleaded, his voice unwavering. "Grant me a chance to redeem my honor by capturing the fugitives." His superior, seated behind a large desk, looked at him in surprise. "You will not be punished for this failure," the authority figure stated. "Not even the king has taken such measures against those who fail their mission." Still resolute, Xenon pressed his case. "The responsibility is mine," he insisted. "I must resolve this alone." His superior looked at him, a flash of admiration in his gaze. Perplexed by such unwavering commitment to the kingdom, "You are the very definition of a knight," he conceded, granting Xenon permission to restore his honor. His superior's words of trust still echoing. Xenon quickly left the chamber. Without a moment's delay, the young knight immersed himself in studying the fugitives, meticulously analyzing potential hiding spots and postulating their identities as skilled mercenaries to capture Sahan and Alita. Xenon decided to begin his search in the city of Kagan, the only known hub for mercenary job requests. However, Xenon's true quest went beyond mere apprehension. He harbored a growing fascination with the young man accompanying the descendant of Lu's clan. Xenon found himself intensely curious about Sahan's true identity, making strange comparisons between Alita's enigmatic companion and a savior from another world. This growing doubt sparked an even fiercer determination to find Sahan, to see the man with her own eyes. Back at the inn where the fugitives were staying, the butler offered a polite greeting to the newcomer, Lord Ted. "Are you perhaps referring to Sahan and Alita?" Ted inquired, acknowledging the butler with a nod. We then learned that warriors capable of wielding battle energy, like swordsmen, are categorized into 6 distinct ranks. The journey begins at the seed stage, where individuals learn to channel battle energy to enhance their physical prowess. The second rank, warrior, allows practitioners to imbue their metal weapons with this energy, forging a blade of pure force. Those who ascend to the knight and master stages gain the ability to infuse power into armor and weapons not forged for metal. Beyond these lies the transcendental rank, where one can channel energy from the air to materialize a formidable blade. Historically, only a select few across all of Terraner have achieved all the stages of battle energy, culminating in the legendary divinity rank. Sahan recalled reaching this pinnacle in his past, but a current lack of energy had returned him to the fighter rank. Lord Ted, however, was visibly impressed to find someone so young already at this elevated stage. "It's truly great to have you both present," the Lord declared. He then informed Sahan and Alita that the subjugation squad would depart at dawn, urging them to rest. Apparently exhausted, Sahan sank onto a bed, lamenting the arduous struggle to earn money for travel and complaining that it felt no different from mercenary work. He recalled a time when he would simply pick a random noble house and make off with their valuables for easy money. So the legendary hero, that was actually a common thief, Alita commented with a tone of sarcasm. "The girl I was in love with was also a thief," Sahan retorted. Our protagonist believed his past actions transcended simple theft. They were a form of justice, targeting only the empire's nobles who plundered the common people. He acknowledged the difficulty of such feats now, adding that nothing was more thrilling than eliminating others. His grim reflections left Alita visibly unsettled. However, the savior from another world suddenly experienced a revelation. Sahan mused that this current task would undoubtedly help him recover his lost battle energy, and that his opponents should prove worthy of the effort. Alita, however, questioned his current abilities. "You defeated me with just a spoon and easily overpowered those knights. What makes you think you're so weak now?" she challenged. Seemingly oblivious to the implication, Sahan explained, "I was so weak that I actually needed the spoon to fight you." His sincere statement only frustrated her further. He then recalled that due to his vast experience, a professional player in a Hoda-Zoda match wouldn't lose to someone who was just one level below them. A bewildered Alita asked for clarification. "What do you mean by level and Hoda-Zoda match?" she asked, reminding him that she knew nothing of those concepts from his world. The next day, Ted confidently declared that any monster bold enough to invade their territory would pay with its life. Raising his sword high, the Lord proclaimed, I, personally knighted by King Jacksingard, will eliminate all of these beasts. A short distance away, Sahan watched as Ted's inspiring speech unfolded. Though impressed by the Lord's fervor, our protagonist noted inwardly that the sword's immense weight would prove impractical in battle. Sahan was intrigued, realizing that despite the passage of many years, the knights of this region seemed to have stagnated, showing no signs of evolution. His thoughts then turned to Alita's injured arm. "Are you feeling better?" he asked. "I'm fine," she confirmed, "healed by your energy." "Then you should start preparing," he instructed, leaving her uncertain of his meaning. "We need to be alert," he informed her. "I smell something strong like burning." Moments latte, a terrifying creature pounced near the group, startling them all. "Everyone halt. Prepare to attack." Lord Ted bellowed. A fierce pack of fire wolves emerged from the shadows, charging toward the group. Ted, ever confident, raised his sword. "Let them attack me. Their flames wouldn't dare impede a knight's sword," he shouted. But something unusual happened. One of the wolves, breaking away from the pack, attacked and gravely wounded the brave lord. "That's why you should have taken off your armor," observed Sahan coldly, his comment piquing Ted's intrigue. The pack then scattered, surrounding the group on all sides, effectively cornering them. "Hold the formation. We can defeat them," one of the soldiers urged, his voice ringing with forced confidence. Their resolve shattered. However, when a truly terrifying sight approached them, the enormous Alpha Firewolf, the leader of the pack, emerged from the fray. Our protagonist, far from being scared, seemed thrilled at the sight of the beast, preparing for something surprising. At that moment, the savior from another world stepped forward, ready to face the massive Alpha and its menacing pack as the others scattered in pure terror. Sahan stood his ground, an unshakable pillar of confidence against the colossal Alpha. Lord Ted, meanwhile, rallied his faltering soldiers. "Don't panic. This is our chance to eliminate the pack leader." With a desperate voice, he declared his intention to protect the ranks, entrusting the Alpha to Sahan and Alita. "So, we do all the dangerous work," Sahan drawled, a smirk on his lips. "Tough being a part-timer." Alita, the young Chinese swordswoman, flinched as Sahan laid out the plan. She would confront the Alpha while he held the rest of the pack at bay with his gaze. Unflinching, she proclaimed her refusal to run, her resolve burning bright to face the challenge head-on. "Alita now, the Alpha!" Sahan's shout cut through the din. With a courageous leap, Alita lunged, her sword arcing towards the monstrous beast. But then, an ominous shift. The Alpha Firewolf opened its jaws, not to bite, but to unleash a wave of crackling blue energy, a spell flame rushing towards the Chinese swordswoman. Fearless, Alita held her ground, executing her strategy with unwavering courage, her blade biting into the Alpha's hide. However, Alita's initial strike failed to wound the great wolf. It only ignited a deeper fury within it. Undeterred, the young swordswoman continued her assault, aiming a precise and powerful blow directly at the Alpha's head. Sahan, watching, smiled, convinced of their imminent victory. "She's incredible," he marveled, believing his intervention might not even be necessary. But the unexpected happened. Alita's attack had only enraged the Alpha further. Even with the sword now lodged in its forehead, the massive wolf surged with a renewed, terrifying power. Despair washed over Alita, as she realized her perfectly aimed strike had been ineffective. The Alpha counterattacked, a torrent of intensified force striking her, hit by a surge of the wolf's blue lightning. Alita collapsed, falling unconscious. The Alpha seized her, lifting her, limp form in its jaws, a chilling prize claimed from the battle. Sahan's horror was absolute. Disbelief warred with the raw reality of his friend's impending defeat. "Alita!" he screamed, a guttural plea torn from his throat. In that heart-stopping moment, Sahan's mind flashed back to a conversation at the inn, a confession made to Alita about his past in Tyrannur. Before his previous disappearance, he had recounted the story of his summoning by King Lusanath, a ritual fueled by the sacrificed hearts of royalty that had bound him to Tyrannur, regardless of the Emperor's will. This time, however, his current method was closer to a true summoning ritual than a blood contract. His very existence in Tyrannur, he now understood, was maintained through his bond with Alita, his summoner. If the Alpha took her, if she disappeared, he would be forcibly torn back to Earth. He saw the unconscious swordswoman, distant and vulnerable. A wave of desperation seized Sahan, but his body screamed in protest. His battle energy depleted, his vital energy from 1,000 dangerous exchanges perilously low. He couldn't run any faster. A chill of dread ran through him. He had waited 10 long years to return, and he would not allow this humiliating end. A decision crystallized. Despite his meager reserves, Sahan would unleash a magical attack on the colossal wolf. The alpha stood its ground, Alita, still in its jaws, her sword protruding from its forehead like a macabre trophy. A brilliant beam of luminous energy erupted. With unexpected agility and formidable power, Sahan launched his assault. The fierce beast fell, seemingly without much effort, and Sahan, catching his breath, felt a wave of profound relief wash over him. After retrieving his friend, Sahan took a moment to celebrate their survival. He then tried to push away the thought of his near return to Earth, trying to compose himself. Later, in the quiet of a forest clearing, by a crackling campfire, Sahan asked Alita how she felt after the beast bite. Now awake, she replied, pain everywhere. The young swordswoman guessed the alpha hadn't intended to kill her, recalling the custom of fire wolves offering humans to their leader. The alpha's lightning ability sparked a new thought. Could be a mutation? Alita's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Sahan. Sahan remained still, sensing the impending question. When exactly did we become allies? Alita finally asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. And why are you hiding your true identity? She recalled that the 6 once separate kingdoms now comprised the same countries forged by his former allies. Reason enough for Sahan to be revered as a royal guest. An honored guest? Sahan scoffed, a dry laugh escaping him. I'd be lucky not to be executed. He revealed that shortly after their victory over the Emperor, his allies had betrayed him, forcibly exiling him back to Earth. The young man confessed his lingering inability to understand their betrayal. None of his friends had hesitated. Their treachery was a cold, calculated move, not an impulsive whim. The realization gnawed at Sahan, a bitter residue of self-reproach. It was then he noticed something unexpected. Alita, usually so stoic, remained rigid, her face colorless, a clear sign his raw revelations had shaken her deeply. He understood that the weight of a conflict spanning all the countries of Tyranner had finally fallen upon her, chilling her to the bone. The young swordswoman's gaze sharpened. You've returned to Tyranner for revenge, then? Is that why you're hiding your identity? Sahan, the savior from another world, stared. Did you really understand what I just told you? He asked, a furrow forming between his brows. Yes, Alita affirmed. Then why are you so calm? I just declared war on the 6 kingdoms of Tyranner. Sahan insisted in disbelief. Alita offered a smile. I'm already an enemy of the 6 kingdoms. I've been fighting them for 10 years. Sahan looked completely stunned. You're incorrigibly optimistic, he murmured. It's a trait I inherited from my father, she replied. Your father was the emperor? Sahan blurted out, a genuine question that instantly ignited a furious spark in Alita's eyes. My real father's name was Karen, she snapped. A subtle, sudden change in the air, a faint rustle among the distant trees, caught Sahan's sharp senses. Stay. That alert, he warned Alita in a low voice. Something's coming this way. Alita, still, but recovering from the great alpha's brutal attack, flinched visibly. Is someone really coming? She whispered, her fear palpable. Could it be an enemy? Sahan shook his head. Unlikely. More likely a lone soldier. Nonetheless, they both prepared themselves, ready to defend. Moments later, a young man emerged from the dense bushes. He approached Sahan and Alita cautiously. Excuse me, he began, his voice hesitant. Could you spare a moment for directions? The innocuous question only heightened their anxiety. But it was the next revelation that truly astonished the newly formed allies. Disbelief seized both Sahan and Alita. The young man was none other than the captain, that of King Lilstein's infamous investigation team. The captain, in turn, recognized the 2 figures before him, the very individuals who had defeated him and his soldiers just a few days ago. His surprise gave way to terror when Alita, with her rage boiling over, lunged with her sword, giving him no time to react. With no chance to defend himself, the young swordswoman's blade narrowly missed. Got a fatal blow, and the captain scrambled back, pure terror etched on his face at the depth of her hatred. Yet against all expectation, he shouted, Please, don't attack me. I'm not here to fight. Caution overcoming his curiosity, Sahan decided to incapacitate the intruder. Without any apparent effort, the otherworlder launched an attack designed simply to knock the young man unconscious. But as the blow landed, a flash of recognition across the captain's face. His eyes widened, a silent affirmation that his own prediction had proven correct. Incredibly, the captain parried the savior's magic, deflecting the attack with unexpected finesse. Sahan's astonishment was clear. The young man had not only evaded his ability, but had landed gracefully on his feet. Now facing them both, Sahan was completely bewildered. How had this young man broken free from an ability that not even his closest allies understood? A new curiosity sparked within him. Who are you, really? Sahan demanded. At that very moment, the captain's expression changed, indignation replacing surprise as he realized he recognized the man who had just attacked him. Sahan watched, intrigued, as the young man rummaged through his backpack. What are you planning? Sahan asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. As the bag opened, what followed? That was so completely unexpected it left Sahan speechless. For a moment, the captain's posture seemed threatening, as if he were about to pull a dangerous weapon from his pack. Instead, he pulled out a pair of used underwear. Tell me, is this intimate garment really yours? He asked Sahan, holding it high. Both. Sahan and Alita stared in complete disbelief. The captain, clutching the underwear like a trophy, seemed less like a soldier and more like a maniac. Sahan, convinced he was dealing with nothing more than an unhinged pervert, growled at Alita. Finish him. Now. The sharp, final command visibly startled the captain. Wait. He stammered, raising his hands. I didn't express myself correctly. Please, both of you, calm down. Terrified by the otherworlder's killing intent, the captain declared, I surrender. Then he did the unthinkable. He held the underwear even higher, waving it like a flag of truce. Sahan, completely outraged by the gesture, was about to lash out when his eyes caught something unusual on the intimate garment. Disbelief washed over him as he saw his own name. Clearly inscribed on the fabric. Is that really mine? He wondered aloud. A smile of relief spread across the young man's face. Then I was right. You're the otherworlder, he exclaimed. Sahan, noticing his thousand-faced aura was inactive, narrowed his eyes. So you remember my face? The young man, now visibly emotional, exclaimed, my name is Enon. You saved me in a town called Baron 12 years ago. Sahan's blank stare confirmed Enon's suspicion. The savior had no memory of him. Undeterred, Enon continued, trying to jog Sahan's memory. You defeated all those royal soldiers with the same ability you just used on me. He recounted, his voice filled with awe. Later, I pieced it together. The hero who saved me was the famous otherworlder. He continued, his explanation flowing freely. After I learned to use aura and became a swordsman, I finally understood something else. You never had any real intention of killing your enemies. It was as if the interpretation was better than the dream itself. Sahan mused, a faint smile playing on his lips as he remembered that fateful day. However, he was stunned. He looked at the young captain, a disorienting question echoing in his mind. Could this really be the same boy he had saved 12 years ago? When Xenon clarified his age, only 22 now, Sahan couldn't help but comment on his prematurely mature appearance. Unfazed, Xenon offered a surprising platitude. That appearance was merely a shell, and the true essence resided within. Sahan's brow furrowed. Where'd you pick up such a strange phrase? He inquired curiously. A knowing glint appeared in Xenon's eyes. You, my hero, said it yourself when you saved me. That inspiring phrase stuck with me. A blush spread across Sahan's cheeks, a rare moment of embarrassment. As their conversation deepened, Sahan raised an eyebrow. I appreciate your admiration, Captain, but it's rather peculiar that you have my underwear. Xenon grinned, a conspiratorial glint in his eye. Oh, that's not all I have. Xenon then recited a list to his idol, a statue in miniature, books chronicling his legendary feats, and various other relics meticulously collected over the years. He even owned important drawings where Sahan was the undeniable protagonist. Xenon claimed that for the entire decade his hero had been missing, he had tirelessly collected every item related to his savior. Sahan could only gape, completely dumbfounded by his fans' proud display of eccentric trophies. Among these treasures, Xenon declared the underwear was paramount. It's what you wore when you defeated the mad tyrant, he explained, a reverence in his voice that went beyond mere sentimentality. And it cost a fortune to acquire. Mortified, Sahan nodded in understanding. All right, I get it now. Please, put the underwear away. The young captain then swore his unwavering loyalty to King Lilstein, not for a political alliance, but because the monarch had been a staunch devotee of his savior. Allow me to be your sword, my hero, Xenon offered, his voice ringing with conviction. Sahan posed a hypothetical. If your savior became an enemy of the king you serve? Without a hint of hesitation, Xenon replied, his conviction unshakable. I would accept your sword without defending myself, as a final act of gratitude. Xenon was practically vibrating with excitement, thrilled. Beyond all, measured to be in the presence of his lifelong idol. I will not disappoint you, the young captain declared, his voice ringing with determination. I will defeat these firewolves. Sahan, calm and composed, simply waved his hand. My ally, and I have already taken care of that. Didn't you notice the alpha's body nearby? However, a peculiar look on Xenon's face suggested he had a surprise of his own. Xenon informed his hero that firewolves typically travel with their mates. Weren't you using the male's body to lure out the female? He inquired. Understanding dawned. The otherworldly savior had been completely oblivious to this crucial detail. Sahan tensed a cold, dread washing over him as Xenon's words sank in. They could be in grave danger. Moments later, a colossal she-wolf materialized near the fallen alpha, her gaze radiating a terrifying intensity. Before the forest intruders could even formulate a defense, the massive, fierce female pounced, consumed by a primal urge for revenge. Sahan's mind raced. How could I have overlooked the possibility of two leaders in the pack? He wondered, a rare flicker of self-reproach crossing his features. A veteran like you, forgetting such basics? Alita teased, her voice tinged with a familiar, mocking tone that invariably grated on Sahan's nerves. He retorted with references to Earth, concepts completely alien to her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just then, Xenon exclaimed, his voice cutting through the tense air. Confident and eager, the captain pleaded with his idol. Allow me to finish this ferocious beast. Let me show you my skills, my hero. Sahan, placing implicit trust in his ardent fan, nodded. Go ahead, he granted, a faint smile playing on his lips. Xenon was filled with euphoria, finally standing before the man he had idolized his entire life, with a chance to prove his worth. However, the fierce beast had no intention of making things easy. It was hell-bent on avenging its fallen mate. Without a moment's hesitation, Xenon unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks against the colossal she-wolf. He summoned his aura, amplifying his strength. Then he moved with astonishing agility, raining blow after blow upon the raging creature. Alita watched, genuinely impressed by the sheer power the young captain displayed. He certainly held back against me before, she mused. Sahan also admired the effortless combat talent of Xenon. After Sahan praised the captain's prowess, Alita asked, what exactly is a genius, anyway? The young man shrugged. I've known many geniuses in my time. Sahan then clarified his own position. I'm not a genius. I'm just special because I'm an earthling. The real genius was my beloved, Lavena. Alita stood motionless, absorbing his words. In that suspended moment, the fierce beast coiled, preparing its next attack on the captain. Enraged, the she-wolf unleashed a torrent of flames at Xenon. Confident in his immunity to the inferno, Xenon advanced, sword in hand, directly toward the pack leader. Then, with a resolute, unwavering drive to prove his potential, the young captain charged headfirst at the raging beast, leaving Alita terrified. Sahan, however, noticed the giant she-wolf's familiar stance, a knowing glint in his eyes suggesting that Xenon was in for a surprise. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of light erupted from the beast, striking the captain and sending a jolt of pure electricity through him. The allies watched intrigued and slightly horrified as Xenon crumpled to the ground. Déjà vu? Right? Alita drawled, her tone laced with sarcasm. Sahan bristled. He'd been defeated in the exact same, unfortunate way. Devastated by the brutal attack, Xenon felt a surge of indignation as he witnessed a firewolf wield such a potent lightning bolt. Eager to prove her own potential, Alita declared her intention to face the beast. Sahan, however, calmly intervened. I'll handle this myself. The wolf's magic won't affect me. At Sahan's declaration, Alita understood. Since her friend was also an otherworlder, the Alpha's magic would be useless against him. This was the reason why the Mad Tyrant's monster army had become so formidable. Their otherworldly origins made them impervious to magic. No matter how powerful the mage, their spells were useless against these creatures. The same principle Sahan knew applied to him. The Alpha Wolf, sensing the young man approaching, unleashed a torrent of flames. Sahan advanced, unperturbed, a smirk playing on his lips. Your magic is useless, he declared, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. Before I only feigned evasion to keep up appearances for the crowd. But now, with only my companions as witnesses, I won't hold back against this ferocious beast. Suddenly, an arc of searing lightning erupted from the Alpha, striking Sahan. The otherworlder hero convulsed, his body racked by the potent discharge. Alita simply watched, an expression of familiar resignation on her face. But Captain Xenon gasped, his eyes wide with horror as his idol was struck down. Déjà vu? Right? Alita drawled, her tone laced with sarcasm. Sahan bristled. Don't imitate me, he snapped, his composure shattered, disbelief warring with indignation within him. How could this wolf's magic have pierced his defenses? He'd never been hit before. A flush of mortified anger colored Sahan's cheeks. Enraged by the public humiliation, Sahan lunged at the wolf, unleashing an attack powerful enough to shatter mountains. The beast crumpled under his power, finally defeated. Yet, as the giant creature fell, Sahan's mind was reeling. He'd shrugged off the flames with no issue, but the lightning had struck true. What had just happened? Once the massive beast lay still, Alita addressed him with an overly formal, "Sir." Sahan bristled. "Just call me by my name." Alita's sarcastic reply hung in the air. I wouldn't dare, Sahan. He, however, was oblivious to her banter, his gaze fixed on the fallen alpha, deep disbelief etched on his face. He still couldn't comprehend how he'd been hit. Even in defeat, a formidable aura of power still emanated from the fallen creature. Sahan, the otherworlder's savior, was visibly perplexed. The fact that the lightning had managed to strike him completely defied his understanding, leaving him deep in confusion. Back at the fortress, Lord Edson greeted them with palpable relief. He expressed gratitude for their survival and for repelling the entire wolf pack from his lands. As agreed, Lord Ed handed Sahan and Alita their payment, a pouch clinking with 600 silver coins. Sahan weighed the coins in his palm. Hardly enough for our grand ambitions, he mused, but a fair sum for a single quest, I suppose. Sahan, brimming with enthusiasm, informed Alita of his plan. They would tackle 5 or 6 quests daily. Alita, however, retorted dryly, "There aren't that many jobs, and we were lucky to find this one." Just then, Xenon approached, clutching a pouch that jingled with the unmistakable weight of gold. 100. The friend stared, dumbfounded by the massive amount, demanding to know how he'd acquired such a fortune. With an embarrassed and apologetic sigh, the captain confessed his deed. He had sold a piece from Sahan's prize collection. A mortified blush spread across Sahan's face. He instantly regretted asking, wishing he could swallow the question whole. Xenon, meanwhile, was beaming with pride, genuinely pleased to have contributed in some way. Alita, facing Sahan, then observed with a teasing smirk, "Seems your underwear is quite valuable, young man." Sahan's embarrassment intensified, and he could only mutter defensively, "It's a limited edition." Xenon, thrilled to have helped his idol, eagerly asked about Sahan's next move. With this much gold, he announced, "You won't need to work as a mercenary anymore." Sahan considered. "From Kagan, we could venture into 3 neighboring countries," he mused, "though I haven't decided on one yet." He paused, then added, "But the most likely destination is wherever the weakest adversary resides." A sudden memory crossed Sahan's mind. "I never imagined I'd encounter the faces of old friends under such circumstances," he murmured to his companions. He looked at the gold coin in his palm, a glimmer of certainty hardening his resolve. "To the north," he declared. "We'll go there first." Meanwhile, a scene, an unsettling one, was unfolding inside Lil Stein's laboratory. The murky surface of a water barrel shimmered, revealing the ghostly reflection of the mage, Tran. His tense, urgent voice echoed, "Your Majesty." Startled by the unexpected call, Lil Stein demanded, "Why are you contacting me?" "I wasn't expecting a report today." Tran delivered his news. "We won't need to hire hunters for subjects 11 and 12. It seems the kingdom of Barcelum has already taken care of them." Lil Stein scoffed. "That makes sense. They were merely weak subjects." A Tran's spectral image flickered with additional, more pressing news. "Subject 1 has disappeared," Tran continued, his voice barely a whisper, a stark alarm echoing through the virtual space. The composure of Lil Stein's composure shattered. A crimson fury stained his face as he roared. "You're completely insane, Tram. How dare you call yourself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower with such staggering incompetence?" "The 4 magic towers have existed for millennia," Lilith snarled, her voice a venomous hiss. "The red, white, blue, and black ivory towers. The first king of Lu's clan, the most potent mage history has ever known, gathered all the magic and wisdom scattered across Tyranner, then organized this knowledge meticulously into disciplines, distributing it among these 4 bastions so that practitioners could cultivate their skills according to their specific aptitudes. And your floor in that tower directly reflects your ability." Lil Stein seethed with rage. The scene shifted to the opulent yet tense 9th floor of his own red ivory tower. His gaze, even through the reflection, was scorching. "You only lead the blue tower because your predecessors were executed, Tram," he roared. "And there are countless others like you, languishing on the 8th floor, eager for your demise." Lil Stein's voice, now dangerously calm, delivered his final ultimatum. "You have one last chance to eliminate Subject 1. Tram's spectral image trembled, the implied threat of failure painting absolute terror on his face. With a dismissive wave from Lil Stein, the secret communication link was severed. Back in his own laboratory, Tram visibly slumped, a ragged sigh of relief escaping his lips. Tram, the esteemed head of the blue ivory tower, felt a surge of satisfaction, his position secured, his worth reaffirmed. With this renewed confidence, far from his machinations, the scene shifted to Redensel, capital of the kingdom of Jexinghard, nestled between towering mountains and dense forests. Inside its grand palace, a figure paced with palpable anxiety. Approaching a specific chamber, the king's subordinate then entered, his voice reverberating in the opulent space. Your Majesty. A wide grin spread across the face of King Rodenburg. Ah, my good magistrate, come in. What brings you to disturb my revelry? Join me for a toast, a moment of respite from our duties. The magistrate's gaze swept over the scene of lavish indulgence. Wine flowing, women laughing, another boisterous celebration unfolding within the palace walls. A knot of frustration tightened in his stomach. My king, he began, his voice taut with barely concealed outrage. Jexinghard's smile widened, unfazed. And why not? The days of being hunted by the Empire are behind us. I have never known such joy. But your Majesty, the magistrate insisted, his concern palpable. These constant festivities are a distraction from the kingdom's pressing political affairs. Jexinghard made a dismissive gesture with his hand. Not to worry, my dear servant. These expenses come from my own coffers. The magistrate's jaw nearly unhinged. Your coffers, your Majesty? This wealth, as you know, is extracted from the sweat and toil of our people. The previous monarch extracted 60%. Jexinghard replied, his tone unbothered. And you, your Majesty, demand 50%, the magistrate retorted, his voice rising with indignation. A mere 10% difference is hardly a mercy. I haven't razed hundreds of villages, nor have I enslaved tens of thousands, Rodenburg declared, his voice firm. But you have committed acts of similar brutality, the magistrate countered, the memory of their recent past lingering heavily. A mocking laugh escaped the lips of Jexinghard. All this splendor is merely the spoils of war, the reward for overthrowing the tyrant who once held court here. A beggar, my friend, has no right to dictate terms. The magistrate, a storm of concern clouding his face, opened his mouth to appeal further, but the king's gaze sharpened, cutting him off. His patience worn thin by the incessant demands of royalty, Jexinghard simply stated, it is time for you to retire. Stunned by the abrupt dismissal, the magistrate could only gape, a fresh wave of outrage igniting at Rodenburg's power-drunk blindness. However, the king's will was absolute. With a defeated bow, the servant departed, leaving the magistrate alone in his pensive reflection. How far his king had fallen from the path of duty. He remembered Jexinghard as an indomitable force on the battlefield, a lion in wartime. But governance, that was a different beast entirely. Perhaps, the magistrate mused, if the right person could influence him, the king might still reclaim his better self. Unbeknownst to the magistrate, Rodenburg was simultaneously considering a different kind of retirement for his outspoken subordinate. Just then, to the king's mild surprise, another figure entered, his voice booming. Your Majesty. The newcomer strode forward, praising Rodenburg effusively. A genuine, though rare, smile touched the king's lips as he recognized his old friend, Lord Keltaron. Keltaron, clearly on good terms with Jexinghard, offered a quick apology for interrupting the king's leisure. Your Majesty, I bring matters of great importance that demand your immediate attention. He extended a sheaf of documents toward Rodenburg. These fall under your direct purview, my king. Rodenburg accepted the papers with a visible scowl, his face a mask of indignation and patent disinterest, without even a glance at their contents. Jexinghard scoffed, you deal with them. Keltaron tossed the documents into the air, scattering them like confetti. A wide, carefree grin adorned his face as he added, my duty is to protect the helpless. I have no time for such trivialities. The scene then shifted, revealing the western outskirts of Redensel, the capital of the Jexinghard kingdom, before a seemingly ancient and dilapidated mansion. Alida stared, her eyes wide with surprise. This will be our base of operations, the young man announced. Suddenly, Xenon burst out in a fit of agitation. This place is cursed. We can't stay in this cursed house. His friends exchanged intrigued glances as Xenon declared them distractions to the purification he intended to perform before they could even set foot inside. For a good while, only the frantic shouts of Xenon and the sounds of vigorous scrubbing echoed from inside the old house. Alida, unsettled by the sheer intensity, whispered to Sahan, is that normal for someone who's cleaning? Finally, Xenon emerged, looking completely exhausted but triumphant. You can come in now, he announced, his voice hoarse. It was still a shabby house, but it was sparkling clean. As Sahan crossed the threshold, his jaw dropped. The young knight had completely transformed the decrepit mansion. Every surface was gleaming. Why the obsession with cleaning? Sahan inquired, genuinely bewildered. Meanwhile, he privately mused that if he ever had to fight Xenon, all he'd need to do was spit on the floor. He then clapped him on the shoulder, a proud smile on his face. Excellent work. Young knight, a truly grand start. Sahan, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to his companions. Now that we have a base, we must prepare to confront King Jexengard. Xenon, already deep in thought, began to outline his strategy to his idol. The 6 kingdoms of Terraner are categorized into 3 tiers: 2 strong, average, and 2 weak. Lilthane and the Empire. Anathea's stand as the strong ones. Saffron and Fios occupy the average tier. Jexengard and the Kingdom of Anti, however, are considered weak, having stagnated for the last decade with a reasonable but uninspired government. This imbalance of power, Xenon elaborated, had fueled numerous conflicts, the most significant being the recent Kargan War. Lilthane and the Anathea's empire had clashed over the right to rule Kargan, which led the other kingdoms to intervene forcefully to quell the escalating violence. Jexengard, for its part, had already aligned its forces with the side opposing those who sought control of the city. After Rodenberg's declarations, the conflict finally ceased, and the 2 kingdoms eventually reached a détente, dividing the right to rule Kargan. Upon learning of Lilthane and Anathea's mutual contention, Sahan recognized this as a strategic advantage. As they left the house, our hero informed Xenon that such conflicts were inevitable, a natural consequence of kingdoms competing for greater power. Xenon, visibly distressed, blamed himself for swearing loyalty to a villain without understanding the full truth behind his hero's disappearance. It was then that Sahan found something unusual. He found Alida, training, and asked about her progress. The young swordwoman, however, seemed to have bad news. As Alida tried to replicate Sahan's technique, she transformed into a distorted figure, leaving the young man in complete disbelief. I can't maintain the technique, Alida confessed to her coach. Seeing Sahan laugh, she insisted, why do you find it that funny? Sahan, striving to impart his knowledge, advised her to remain calm and imagine an invisible hand caressing her face. Continuing the lesson, he instructed her to visualize, capturing an aura and applying makeup. Still, the young swordswoman remained perplexed, by her inability to perform the 1,000 faces technique. I've tried 3 times. With these same explanations, Alida told Sahan, disheartened. Do you have another, simple way to explain it? Trying to guide his friend, Sahan admitted that even he didn't fully understand how he managed the technique, only that he had learned it from Haba. When Alida asked him to teach her exactly how he had learned it, Sahan's answer was surprising. It would be impossible, simply because I'm from Earth. He explained that although people from Earth and Terraner possessed similar physical properties, a crucial difference lay in how their bodies processed magic and combat energy. He explained that he wasn't born with combat energy. So controlling it required developing a high level of internal sense. However, for a Terran like her, the process was simplified. Confident in his unique constitution, Sahan revealed that he had naturally mastered both combat and magic energy, reaching the pinnacle of mastery in just 3 years. Deeply intrigued by the world savior's explanation, Alida accused him of using hacker techniques. Sahan reminded her that he'd already said he wasn't a prodigy. He then informed his friends that according to Lilthane's research, his unique abilities came from being from another world, though not specifically identified as Earth. Alida bristled at the idea, outraged that someone could gain such incredible talent just by crossing dimensions, declaring that it seemed like a scam. After failing to teach her his techniques properly, Sahan told her she would have to learn on her own. It was then that Alida posed a question that captured the world savior's full attention. If someone were sent out of Terraner and then brought back, the young swordswoman asked Sahan, would that person gain the same abilities that you have? Sahan found himself intensely intrigued by his ally's question. Reflecting on Alida's words, he conceded that it might indeed be possible. Then, the ground beneath the trio began to tremble violently, startling them. As they tried to figure out the cause, they struggled to understand what was happening. Xenon wondered if it was an earthquake. No, Sahan replied, sensing the pure energy. I think I know what's causing this tremor. Suddenly, the ground split open, forming craters, and everything around them began to collapse. Local residents emerged from the rubble, fallen and gravely injured by the seismic shocks. They finally saw the source. Ferocious monsters were attacking the city. Panic erupted, and the population fled in terror, screaming for help. Beasts with enormous, jagged teeth materialized. Looking like giant lions, and besieged the capital of King Rodenberg's kingdom. Leo kings, the locals screamed, and a collective cry to flee echoed through the streets. In that instant, when the colossal beasts lunged, about to crush a helpless little girl, the monster advanced with claws as sharp as blades toward the terrified girl lying on the ground. But Sahan was resolute, determined to save everyone from this sudden assault. After rescuing the girl, the world's savior, his youthful face marked with concern, asked, "Are you okay?" Zenon, intrigued, noticed at least 30 of the beasts. As Sahan questioned the abysmal security that allowed such monsters, which normally inhabit the deep mountains, to infiltrate the capital, he tried to understand how these creatures had ended up in the city. He wanted to avoid drawing attention. Sahan told his friends, "But above all, we must save the people." In line with his urgent declaration, Zenon charged into the fray, attacking the beasts. Alida similarly joined her allies, lashing out at the monstrous invaders. But then, something unexpected happened. The capital's army appeared, issuing a direct order, "Stop attacking the beasts." Alida recoiled, visibly startled by the command. "They are knights of Jacksonhard," the young swordswoman stated. Sahan was intrigued, believing they had finally arrived to protect the people. He declared, "They're here to prevent more damage. We can deal with the monsters now." However, something truly strange was about to happen. Without warning, the soldiers who seemed like allies just minutes before suddenly surrounded Sahan, their swords gleaming menacingly at his throat. A soldier's voice cut through the tension. "You must cease your attack. This territory falls under the jurisdiction of the Black Lion Knights. Leave immediately." Alida bristled with fury. "How can you prioritize kicking us out when people are being attacked by beasts right before your eyes?" "Silence, girl." The knight barked in a sharp voice. "Withdraw at once. This is a royal decree. Do you dare defy the crown?" Zenon's mind was reeling, trying to decipher the true nature of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Sahan, ever the observer, remained silent, a spark of intrigue in his gaze. A subtle shift in the air, a tingle on the skin, announced an unexpected development. A tremor of immense power vibrated through the air, capturing the protagonist's senses. Behind a rigid line of soldiers, a palpable aura manifested, coalescing into the distinct shadow of an approaching figure. Sahan's eyes narrowed. The sensation was undeniably familiar. His intrigue deepened with each measured step the mysterious individual took, drawing ever closer. As the figure approached, Sahan's certainty solidified. This potent energy belonged to someone he knew. The shadow resolved into the unmistakable form of King Rodenberg himself, his voice echoing across the square. "How dare these beasts harm my people?" A perpetual smile adorned his lips. Jacksonhard exuded effortless confidence. "There is no need to worry. I am here to deliver you." With an air of supreme confidence, the king ordered his Black Lion Knights to defend the populace while he would personally vanquish every single beast. By order of Jacksonhard, the soldiers moved at once, forming an impenetrable barrier before the terrified citizens. Sahan, however, watched the king's grand entrance with a palpable sense of apprehension. Rodenberg declared, "My body has shown remarkable resilience these past few days." Without a moment's hesitation, the king advanced with two colossal axes gripped firmly in his hands, a roar erupting from his throat. "I will defeat every last one of you." The gathered crowd gasped, completely stunned by Rodenberg's raw strength as he wielded two monstrous weapons with apparent ease. Jacksonhard, a blur of motion and steel, dispatched the attacking beasts with chilling efficiency, his power undeniable. A smile played on the king's lips, an air of absolute superiority in his voice as he commented disdainfully, "These creatures are absurd for imagining they could stand against me." But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, the beasts, overwhelmed by the king's sheer force, began to scatter and flee. Jacksonhard's triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a scowl of intense rage as he witnessed their retreat. "I will not allow this." With a resolute stomp, the king planted his feet. Rodenberg then decided to unleash his full power, and a brilliant magic circle erupted beneath his colossal axes. Zenon's eyes widened in profound awe. It was the first time he had ever witnessed a battle seal. Alida, her curiosity piqued, asked, "What technique is this?" The young knight clarified that only transcendent-rank swordsmen possessed the ability to wield such power. He further elaborated that it was a unique magic seal, fueled by concentrated combat energy. In a blinding flash, the king unleashed his devastating attack on the fleeing beasts. Rodenberg's distinctive technique, the giant's hand battle seal, annihilated them instantly. A wave of cheers, Jubilation erupted among the populace as the king single-handedly vanquished each monster. The young descendant of the Light clan watched, impressed by Rodenberg's sheer strength, while Xenon pondered if this truly represented the pinnacle of a transcendent ranked swordsman's power. Sahan, however, found himself captivated not by the power, but by the subtle artifice he perceived in the king's performance. It dawned on our protagonist. Jackson Guard had orchestrated this entire spectacle, not just to protect his people, but to cleverly win their absolute trust. Outrage flared within the world's savior. It was all a meticulously crafted setup, a deception he would have never attributed to Rodenberg. Sahan's disbelief grew, horrified at how his former friend had so shamelessly debased himself in pursuit of fleeting popularity. Then, a detail about the king caught the young man's discerning eye. The sight of Rodenberg's seemingly genuine expression struck Sahan. He remembered that same masterful act, the flawless facade from the day of his betrayal. Jackson Guard smiled, basking in the fervent praise of his people, who hailed him as a revolutionary hero for saving hundreds of lives. However, Sahan's gaze sharpened, discerning something far more peculiar. The king, despite his charisma, was nothing more than a fool. The protagonist's thoughts clicked into place. This elaborate charade was a calculated performance designed to inflate the king's ego. It was likely orchestrated by a subordinate, a cunning stratagem to keep Jackson Guard distracted while they handled the real affairs of state. Suddenly, Jackson Guard's perpetual smile faltered. His head tilted almost imperceptibly as he sensed a strange, unseen presence. A wave of fear shot through Sahan. He feared his cover had been blown. Rodenberg's sharp, appraising gaze locked onto the world's savior. He was certain he had never encountered this man before, and a potent intuition whispered that this was no ordinary individual. The king fell silent, his eyes scanning meticulously over the faces in the celebrating crowd, seeking to identify the mysterious presence. A soldier's voice broke the king's concentration. "We are returning to the castle, Your Majesty." Rodenberg snapped back to attention. Yes, pleased with his latest triumph. Jackson Guard dismissed the fleeting anomaly, deciding it was of no consequence as the crowd's adulation swelled, proclaiming him a truly great king. Our protagonist found himself deeply intrigued. Rodenberg might be a fool, but Sahan couldn't help but admire that even after a decade, the king's physique remained an unwavering, walking fortress. Sahan concluded that the time for his revelation had not yet come. He needed to proceed with utmost caution, meticulously preparing every detail to ensure the flawless execution of his grand plan. 10 days later, the world's savior and his companions had established their presence in the bustling capital of Rapunzel. During this time, Alida had dedicated herself to mastering the intricate energy of the Thousand Faces technique, reaching a proficiency where she could subtly manipulate her physical appearance. Xenon, meanwhile, delved into the art of the mountain breaker, absorbing the wisdom of its legendary creator. And Sahan devoted himself to honing his magical and combat energies, pushing his capacity to 3 times what it had been upon his return to Draenor. Individually, they sharpened their skills, yet together, the 3 allies waited patiently for the opportune moment. That moment seemed to arrive. From a region of Brazil came reports of malevolent cultists, pagans, manipulating demons to unleash chaos across the land. In response, the wise king issued a stern decree. These disturbances would be met with swift punishment. The kingdom put out a call, inviting heroes from near and far to join an honorable expedition, promising renown to all who would participate. From a distance, Sahan narrowed his eyes at the public notice. "Are these really pagans?" Xenon asked, moving closer. "It's confirmed. It's the Dimension Clan." The young knight frowned, a memory stirring. He recalled a group, prominent during the Mad King's reign, cultists who had worshipped IRAs in various regions of Draenor. Xenon remembered whispers of their eradication by the Empire. However, the notice indicated they had adopted a new doctrine, attracting new followers. The former pagans now call themselves the Second Coming of Sahan, the knight captain announced, leaving the young man utterly incredulous. Sahan reeled from the revelation. Xenon elaborated. They believe the world's savior is the son of IRAs, sent to punish Draenor. The knight continued, explaining the cult's twisted belief that Sahan had once tried to transport the world's inhabitants to a realm called Earth, only to be thwarted by 6 malevolent revolutionary heroes. A crucial piece of understanding clicked into place for Sahan. This was an excellent opportunity to confront the pagans who were terrorizing civilians. Sahan predicted that Rodenberg would eagerly lead the expedition. His spirits lifted, and he began to strategize. With Rodenberg away, the royal guard would be diminished, creating an opening to approach Jacksonguard. He made his decision. They would join the hunt. Suddenly, a voice rang out, ordering everyone present to form a line. Sahan's gaze shot to the front. To his astonishment, Kelturin Terran stepped forward, announcing that he would be leading the expedition on Jacksonguard's orders. Rewards would be distributed according to achievements, from slight. Alida asked, "Who will be leading personally?" Sahan's heart sank as Kelturin reiterated his position as the expedition's leader. The king would not be participating. Sahan's mind raced. He had been certain Jacksonguard would lead, making the task of subduing the pagans much more difficult without the king's presence. He wondered what could have prevented the monarch from joining personally. Meanwhile, Kelturin reflected internally, recalling the immense effort it had taken to convince Jacksonguard to sit this hunt out. He savored the opportunity to lead this time. The loyal servant found himself wondering how he had ended up in this mess. Kelturin Terran's participation in the hunt was no accident. He had been sent on a clandestine mission by the servant of Ilstein. Confident it would be an easy task, Jacksonguard's servant had readily accepted the mage's request, especially since it carried the weight of longtime sponsors, Tran and Azul. To ensure success, the mage. He promised 10 6th-level mages and 5 Black Lion Knights, but the Terran also had the task of recruiting more competent troops. "It'll be a bit of work, but necessary," Tran affirmed. "If it settles my debt with the Blue Ivory Tower, it'll be nothing," replied Kelthurin, the Count's voice tinged with a flash of ambition. Moments later, Kelthurin gave the order, "Follow him." The expedition to hunt the pagans was underway. Far away, in a hidden enclave, a pagan meeting began. Their leader, a charismatic young man named Lochran, delivered a fervent speech. "Sons and daughters of IRAs," he proclaimed, "the believers have finally taken up the swords of sin. The kingdom seeks to steal our faithful with their military." Lochran's voice rose, echoing through the cavern. "Death is liberation, the path to freedom. You need not fear anything." A smile of satisfaction touched the young man's lips as he watched the faithful hang on his every word. He continued, "According to the teachings of IRAs, death is the only way to be freed from this false world. Not selfishly. The death of others is the joy we bring to our God." He bellowed, then instructed, "Those chosen for the tribulation, step forward." 3 figures separated from the assembly. Lochran looked at a young woman among them. "You must not fear, little one. You are blessed with the love of IRAs." "I am not afraid," she affirmed, addressing him by name, Lochran. The pagan leader's smile widened, pleased by her unwavering courage. Then, with a dramatic gesture, Lochran summoned the dragon of IRAs to receive the devotion of the faithful. From the depths of the cave, a sinister aura began to pulse, growing stronger with each passing moment. Despite her earlier declaration, the young woman trembled, her eyes wide with terror at the sight emerging from the hole. Finally, an immense dark dragon rose into view before the chosen offerings. Its aura was terrifying, and a palpable hunger emanated from the monstrous beast. Awestruck, everyone present gazed upon the dragon of IRAs. With a heart-wrenching surge of emotion, the young woman cried out, "Monster, accept my devotion." In a horrifying flash, the dragon moved with terrifying speed, its massive form enveloping the girl. The 2 remaining offerings recoiled, their faces contorted in pure terror. As the dragon retreated, satisfied, back into the cave, Lochran declared, "The offering has been accepted. Grant us the fire of truth for the unbelievers, noble beast." A wave of relief washed over the pagan leader. He had succeeded this time. But then, a flicker of worry crossed Lochran's face. He looked at the small bag he was holding. The powder was running out too quickly. "As long as I possess the ashes of the Luz clan family's hearts and continue to provide offerings, the dragon will follow my will," Lochran murmured, though a dark thought simmered beneath his words. He knew he couldn't keep the beast under his control for much longer. If they found out, he would simply deny everything. Lochran's eyes gleamed with malevolence. He vowed to exploit his control over the dragon to the fullest before his deceptions were inevitably unveiled. Meanwhile, back in the dense forest, one of the Black Lion Knights halted the expedition. "Make camp here," the commander ordered. As instructed, the group began to relax, though no one showed any concern for the knight who was approaching. Shinon was seething with rage, horrified by the group's disorganization. "If we can't even manage our supplies properly," he snapped, "how can we possibly fight as a unified force?" Alida, ever serene, simply shrugged. Such chaos is typical of a mercenary expedition. But then, what would an almighty knight like you know of such matters? Her veiled sarcasm ignited a flash of irritation in Xenon's eyes. "Funny, hearing someone of noble blood call me that," he retorted. Their furious glares locked until Sahan, with a sharp comment, broke the tension. Watch your words, Shinon, he drawled sarcastically. You'll be the one facing trouble if word of this argument gets out. The young man muttered an apology. Smoothly changing the subject, the savior from another world declared he was hungry. Could someone prepare something to eat? He requested. Xenon's face lit up. Eager to please his idol, he promised to prepare a delicious dinner immediately, earning a rare glint of admiration from Sahan. Stew again? The protagonist asked Xenon, a hint of weariness in his voice. The young man nodded. Alida interjected, explaining the dish's undeniable usefulness, its vital nutrients for their journey, its quick preparation. Her practical explanation intrigued even Sahan. I understand the importance of stew, our protagonist conceded to Alida, but it loses its appeal after the 5th consecutive meal. The young woman's response was blunt. We eat to survive, not for pleasure. Then, Xenon's voice cut through the air, brimming with pride. Dinner is served. Despite Xenon's palpable enthusiasm, Sahan and Alida cast unimpressed glances at the familiar steaming pot. But Xenon, cooking for his hero, had prepared something special. He presented a stew so unexpectedly different. Its rich aroma and exquisite taste instantly drew praise from his idol. The young knight blushed. It's just a simple vegetable stew, he objected. Cooking is just a hobby of mine. Sahan looked on, completely astonished by Xenon's hidden culinary prowess. I wouldn't be surprised if he claimed to be a palace cook, the protagonist mused, turning to Xenon. Are you by any chance a chef? Alida, having already devoured her first bowl, pushed it forward. More, please, she requested. Xenon smiled, urging her to eat her fill. Sahan, for his part, remained silent, observing, a newfound respect for his devoted fan's skills blooming within him. Then, a single cold drop fell on the head of the savior from another world. Soon, a downpour began. The rain, pouring down in sheets through the forest canopy. Not all the tents had been completely pitched. Count Caltrant was, exploding with frustration. Unprotected, still unprotected, he bellowed, convinced the situation couldn't possibly get any worse. As the rain intensified, Sahan murmured to Xenon, it's hard to sense anything in this downpour. Xenon nodded. The veil of water makes distinguishing anything almost impossible. Alida, however, recalled a crucial detail. The central power of the Sahan cult's 2nd Avenue came from demons, so we don't need to worry about an attack in this rain, she concluded. Xenon retorted, his voice sharp with unease. Even if the beasts avoid the rain, someone controls them. They could be forced to attack. Sahan, however, was resolute. That's impossible. Not even the most powerful mind controller can completely override a demon's primal instincts. He offered his friends a confident smile. I'm sure of it. His ally visibly relaxed. Then a sudden, piercing scream tore through the downpour. Enemies. We're under attack. A massive shadow materialized over the mercenaries, who scattered in disorganized panic. Contrary to Sahan's confident pronouncements, colossal demons, their forms grotesque against the stormy sky, descended upon the expedition's camp, oblivious to the torrential rain. Our mortified protagonist muttered, things have certainly changed in Tyranner these last 10 years. Peeking from the relative shelter of a tent, Alida watched in horror. Even through the storm, demons have appeared? Who could command such creatures? One of the leaders, his voice cutting through the din, barked orders. It doesn't matter who controls them. Form an attack formation. Close ranks. Prepare for battle. A brave mercenary roared at a massive demon. You're just an animal that learned how to fight. The young man with the eye patch, determination hardening. His features, lunged forward with his gleaming sword. We've been through hell. We know no fear, he declared before assaulting. The lizard-like demon alongside a comrade. He smiled, satisfied, convinced they had dispatched the beast with ease. But then, a disturbing anomaly occurred. The defeated demon lashed out, landing a brutal blow directly to the young man's face. A collective gasp of outrage swept through the mercenaries. Despite the brutal damage inflicted, the beasts simply endured, refusing to back down. Sahan, his voice grim, broke the stupor. They're being controlled, he announced. They won't stop until they're completely defeated. Our protagonist quickly asserted a new strategy. Focus on them one by one, not all at once, he advised. Heeding Sahan's implicit confirmation and their own tactical insight, the mercenaries renewed their assault. From a vantage point, the Black Lion Knights observed a flicker of admiration in their eyes for Sahan's command in the chaotic skirmish. He's quite useful for handling a mess, one noted. Jabran mused aloud. If Sahan possesses such leadership, he could be of service to us. Meanwhile, our young hero, brimming with confidence, unleashed his full power. Sahan, a beacon of courage and power, fought with astonishing efficiency, quickly vanquishing the monstrous beasts with effortless grace. as Sahan effortlessly dispatched the last of the creatures, the mercenaries watched, first with awe, then with a surge of relief. A roar of triumph erupted from the expedition group, their celebration echoing through the rain-soaked clearing as they rejoiced in the hard-won victory. However, amidst the joyful uproar, Sahan's brow furrowed. The sheer number, 44 beasts, and their unyielding refusal to retreat even when overwhelmed gnawed at him. Sahan's mind raced, scrutinizing how such a horde could have materialized even in the middle of the deluge. A chilling conviction was forming that a potent enchantment was at play. A sudden insight struck him, and his gaze shifted to a nearby tent. Its canvas billowed subtly with the quiet, urgent discussion unfolding within. The figures in the tent, visible only as silhouettes, were palpably uneasy, their concern amplified by the sight of the vanquished horde. A cold certainty gripped Sahan. Something was deeply wrong, and the true purpose of this expedition extended far beyond the mere subjugation of cultists. Then, unexpectedly, Count Caltrin's voice cut through the air, barking orders for heightened vigilance and a stern warning that anyone who failed in their duty would face harsh retribution. The Count's imperious command sparked a wave of indignation among the mercenaries, who grumbled resentfully that their leader had not only stood by, but had actively sought shelter during the savage battle. Xenon's frustration mirrored theirs, and Alita, his ally, openly condemned the Count as selfish. Sensing the rising tension, Sahan intervened, urging his companions to temper their frustrations. He's always been like this, Sahan offered, a clear implication of a deeper, more intimate understanding. Curiosity was piqued. Xenon asked Sahan if he actually knew the Count. Not personally, Sahan replied, but tales of Caltrant are widely whispered. He's known to have the constitution of a sage, but possessed the cunning and savagery of a beast's mind. A flash of confusion crossed Xenon's face, quickly replaced by a spark of admiration. Maybe he's not so useless after all, he mused, a hint of wonder in his voice. A wry smile played on Sahan's lips. You've misunderstood me. My friend, he clarified, his tone tinged with sarcasm. What I meant is that Count Caltrant is a complete imbecile. His voice still dripping with contempt, Sahan continued, he possesses no martial prowess, yet strangely, he manages to escape every dangerous situation. A true survivor, by sheer luck. Alita's brow furrowed thoughtfully at Xenon's observation that the world was indeed an interesting place. The young swordswoman reasoned that perhaps Count Caltarantin couldn't be entirely incompetent, having clung to his title as Count of Zard against all odds. With the first skirmish concluded, the Count finally emerged to praise the weary mercenaries and ask them to get some rest, as the real hunt would begin at dawn. To Sahan's silent disbelief, the same mercenaries who had so recently denounced Caltarantin's cowardice were now praising his beneficence, their earlier complaints forgotten. Witnessing this abrupt change in the expedition ally sentiment, Sahan commented drily, it seems human malleability isn't a phenomenon exclusive to my home world. With the day's strange events concluded, the friends opted to get some rest themselves, conserving their strength for the morning. Their rest, however, was short-lived. A voice from outside the tent suddenly called out, looking for a Mr. Schonstein, piquing Sahan's curiosity. A young woman then pushed aside the tent flap of the mercenaries' quarters, her gaze scanning the tired faces as she asked if a Schonstein was present. Adopting his alias, Sahan. Dot responded, affecting a slightly higher pitch. That would be me. Schonstein. Identifying herself as Dina Crumble, an apprentice of the formidable Black Lion Knights, she extended an unexpected summons for the trio to accompany her to meet the mage Heiberg and Yeldrin. A shared look passed between Xenon, Sahan, and Alita, intrigued by this sudden and mysterious invitation. They soon arrived at their designated meeting point. Explaining that the ensuing discussion was confidential, Dina took a brief leave, informing them that the Black Lion Knights and the mages were already gathered inside. As she turned to leave, a flash of surprise crossed Dina's features upon sensing something unusual. Her gaze sharpened, locking on that intensely to the young swordswoman. A widened Dina's eyes crumble upon seeing such youth among the ranks of fighters. A true prodigy, she reflected, leaving Alita intrigued by her assessment. Entering the chamber, Sahan, still using his alias, offered a polite Schonstein, his true aura subtly masked by the energy of 1,000 changes, a deliberate effort to evade recognition. Inside, Sahan found himself before a solemn gathering of knights and mages. Yeldrin stepped forward to introduce himself to the young man, followed by Heiberg. Their host then gestured for the friends, thought to examine a detailed map spread across the central table. Yeldrin, that revealed that the ominous markings on the map pinpointed the precise stronghold of the pagan cultists, just half a day's journey away. The mage Heiberg then turned to Sahan, informing him that the cult of Sahan's second coming possessed a potent beast control spell, and asked if he had observed such manipulation during the recent battle. Xenon interrupted. It was the first time any of us saw demons attack with such coordinated ferocity, even in a storm like that. At the observation of Xenon, Heiberg's gaze sharpened, a dawning realization that the mercenaries were indeed piecing together the anomaly. Unexpectedly, he then posed a direct question to the trio. Can the three of you be trusted with a secret? Leaving them intrigued. Sahan's reply was laced with his characteristic sarcasm. That always depends on the offer, doesn't it? A faint smile touched Heiberg's lips, appreciating the young man's frankness. I like the attitude of this otherworldly savior, he declared. He then produced a heavy pouch and poured out a cascade of gold coins onto the table surface. Will this be enough? He asked, his gaze sweeping over the friends. The eyes of Xenon widened with undisguised astonishment at the opulent sum. Sahan, meanwhile, briefly recalled the miserable sum of 100 gold coins that had once been the price of his own underwear. More than enough, Sahan affirmed confidently. Heiberg's expression turned solemn. It would be wise for you to maintain that attitude, he warned, then unveiled the chilling truth. The cult of Sahan's second coming possessed no inherent beast control magic. Instead, they wielded dark sorcery fueled by the grotesque sacrifice of human lives. Heiberg elaborated, drawing a stark contrast between structured, academic magic and unstructured, unestablished sorcery rooted in human sacrifice. Processing this, Sahan pressed the mage. Are you saying that sorcery was controlling these beasts? Heiberg uncharacteristically dismissed the notion with a tight-lipped reply. They don't have a sorcerer of that caliber. It's, he admitted, an embarrassing story. Instead, Heiberg revealed a secret spell from the blue ivory tower. A revelation that immediately piqued Sahan's intrigue. Heiberg then began a tale. Once, a respected sixth-floor mage named Raking, renowned for his talent, participated in highly classified experiments, driven by an insatiable ambition. Raking had carelessly lost several experimental beasts. The consequence was severe. He was stripped of all his titles and rights, then condemned to the punishment of the four elements. Xenon interrupted, demanding clarity. The mage explained, an execution ritual that harnesses earth, water, fire, and wind, a grim finality employed by the Blue Tower. Sahan frowned, struggling to comprehend what kind of experimental oversight could warrant such an extreme sentence. But before he could voice his thoughts, Heiberg's gaze sharpened, cutting off Xenon's question with a chilling one of his own. Do you understand the gravity of your words, mercenary? Xenon flinched, recognizing the veiled threat. His face paling, he quickly stammered an apology. I spoke out of turn. Heiberg, resuming his narrative, urged him to concentrate. Only the essentials matter now. Raking, however, had managed to escape his cell, taking a beast from the subjugation trial with him, an act that escalated the crisis to a much greater degree. This was no ordinary creature. It possessed the unique ability to command other beasts in its vicinity. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for Sahan, revealing how the wild beast had been controlled. Even against his primal instincts, the mage revealed that Raking's father had been a high-ranking member of the very cult they were now hunting, and this beast was his amplification tool. Uterin then concluded by declaring the true objective of their subjugation, to eliminate the beast and, with Sahan's help, erase any trace of the Blue Tower's involvement in this catastrophic accident. A blush rising to his cheeks, the young hero stammered, stating that it was an honor and that with such formidable mages and knights, they could surely conquer even a dragon. The following words from Harvey stunned Sahan even more. You're correct in your assumption, young man. The mage confirmed their target. The great earth dragon itself. A tremor of alarm finally ran through our protagonist. By the stream, Sahan turned to his companions, the pieces finally clicking into place. Now I get why they paid us 10 gold coins. This won't be easy. Not in our current state. Sanan grumbled, perplexed. I still don't see why they needed swordsmen and mages for a few heretics. Sahan's brow furrowed. We should have refused. Sahan replied grimly. To refuse would be to seal our own doom. We know too many secrets of the blue ivory tower now. They're probably already plotting our disappearance. Sinan and Alida exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the true gravity of Sahan's words. Sahan sighed to himself. In this era of peace, such ruthless schemes probably never even crossed their naive minds. Then, Alida unexpectedly voiced the same thought Sahan feared they wouldn't. I don't think they mean to harm us. The statement piqued Sahan's intrigue. If they wanted to silence us, she reasoned, they wouldn't have divulged the Blue Tower secrets. With innocent conviction, Alida pointed out they didn't have to tell us anything. They could have just given us orders. Yet they chose to share every detail of the incident, all of it, up front. Sahan felt a pang of disbelief, realizing just how deeply rooted his friend's innocence was. Sinan then posed the crucial question to their hero. So, will you carry out the task they gave us? A spark of enthusiasm lit up Sahan's eyes. I haven't decided yet. This information could be a huge trap, he thought, already contemplating how to use it to get closer to Jexagar. At that moment, Sinan, mistaking Sahan's thoughtful look for tiredness, offered, I'll wash your clothes for you. Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure watched from hidden distance. Moments later, something else caught Xenon's attention. A group of village women emerged with wide smiles and melodious voices, greeting the youths as handsome and exuding an overly enthusiastic hospitality. They invited the companions to rest, pestering them with questions about their origins. Are you from the capital? Xenon blushed, visibly embarrassed by their closeness. Sahan shifted, a hint of unease crossing his face, while Alita's expression tensed with suspicion. Sahan muttered that the situation didn't feel right. The villager's intense energy was unsettling him, while the young swordswoman remained extremely cautious. Then, in a chilling instant, the friendly facade shattered. The hospitable villager's eyes glazed over, their features distorting with something unmistakably sinister. Possession. Swords. Scraped from hidden sheaths. The innocent, pleasant demeanor vanished. Replaced by a savage menace as they lunged at the unsuspecting visitors. Alita, her suspicions already at their peak from the false hospitality, reacted instantly to the surge of danger. With astounding speed, she effortlessly dispatched the first possessed woman who attacked. A blur of motion before her friends had fully registered the assault. Sahan and Xenon stared, momentarily frozen in shock. The remaining possessed women, their faces contorted with fury, roared in frustration, enraged that their ambush was thwarted. Sahan still, reeling from Alita's strange foresight and swift defense, burned with indignation as he recognized their attackers as members of the Cyrus cult. He turned to Alita. How did you know they would attack? Alita calmly replied, I didn't. I'm just cautious when anyone gets close. Sahan's mind raced, recalling images of Alita's silent, calculating assessment as the seemingly friendly women had approached. You lead a truly exhausting life, our protagonist commented to the girl. Better to be on guard than to be taken down, Alita retorted, her gaze sharp. In that instant, a chilling voice echoed from one of the cultists. Death is the only salvation. The possessed women advanced, a frenzy in their eyes. Only those who believe will ascend to heaven. They shrieked, their voices laced with fanaticism. You three are filthy heretics. Alita gasped, terror gripping her. Be careful, guys, she shouted. There's something wrong with their eyes. Barely 10 seconds later, every possessed woman lay completely defeated, struck down by Sahan's impossible speed. Stunned by how quickly the otherworldly savior had dispatched them, Alita could only whisper, the only difference was their eyes. Sahan pondered why attack them. They weren't important members of the expedition squad. His thoughts were cut short by Sinan's sudden alert. Look, he urged his friends, pointing toward their eyes. They followed his gaze, dread pooling in their stomachs as they witnessed a looming plume of smoke and a searing flash of fire erupting from the very village where the squad was stationed. A grim. That realization dawned on Sahan. Those possessed women weren't just after them, but the entire expedition team. His irritation flared. Time to clean up this mess, he declared, his voice tight. A quick. Reconnaissance confirmed the otherworldly savior's dire conclusion. The entire village was a nest of heretics. Suddenly more. Villagers emerged, their faces alight with zealous fervor. Sahan's cult will go to heaven. They chanted. The non-believers to hell. Death is the true salvation. Before they could act, Yoldrin, the Black Lion Knight, burst onto the scene, his blade flashing as he cut a path through the heretics. One of the fallen cultist exhaled his last breath. Finally, I joined the god, IRAs. Yoldrin staggered, confusion etched on his face. The man must be insane, he muttered, disoriented by the fanatical scene. But then, an unexpected tremor shook the ground. Yoldrin found himself staring at a colossal beast, its monstrous form thundering directly toward him. The Black Lion Knight understood immediately. He had to prioritize defeating the demonic beast first. With a roar, Yoldrin manifested a massive shield of crackling energy, bracing himself against the beast's charge. Just then, another knight from his team, Livel, appeared, launching a fierce attack against the ferocious creature. How can there be so many beasts in this place? Yoldrin asked Livel, his mind racing. Could this be the legendary demon king's castle? The heretics captured all the beasts from the mountain. Hebark interrupted, his voice strained. Yuldra's blood ran cold as he surveyed the horde of beasts. They began to question the true age of the Earth Dragon controlling them all. Hebark revealed a chilling truth. The experiments amplified the Earth Dragon's mind control abilities. Yuldran was horrified. A 100-year-old monster is controlling them, but fighting. It feels like battling a 500-year-old beast. It's much worse than that, Hebark confessed his words, plunging the Black Lion Knight into even deeper confusion as he grasped the dragon's true, terrifying madness. And then, another shockwave. Hebark and the two Black Lion Knights froze. A shared terror gripped them as they realized the demonic beasts were stampeding directly toward the tavern. With effortless power, a terrifying beast smashed through the tavern wall. The team's greatest fear came true. The beasts had targeted the tavern because the Terran was hidden inside. Face to face with the gargantuan creature, the Count screamed for help. They told me this place was safe. The Terran moaned, desperation clouding his features. This is why I said the escorts should have stayed with me. He pleaded, begging for salvation. Nearby, Dina, a young apprentice, found herself in grave danger, forced to face a ferocious beast alone. However, before the beast's attack could connect, an unexpected figure materialized. Sahan appeared in a flash, intercepting the beast blow, saving Dina from certain harm. The girl collapsed in relief. Deeply grateful, Alida and Sinan then arrived, joining the fray to help contain the surging beasts. Seeing Sahan, Yuldran offered a quick, grateful nod. Thanks for saving those in the tavern, he said, then immediately asked, where are the other mercenaries? The Black Lion Knight barked his orders. Protect the Count. He commanded the three friends. The rest of US will defeat these beasts. Protect me. Mercenary. The terrified Count demanded of Sahan. But the otherworldly savior's attention was already elsewhere. Sahan felt it. Something immensely powerful was approaching. In that moment, a massive, impossibly huge paw descended. It was the great earth beast itself, the creature that commanded all the others in this devastated place. The entire village now lay engulfed in flames, a landscape of destruction forged by the beasts. Yuldran launched himself back into the fray, quickly defeating one of the beasts. Hold on, everyone, the confident knight bellowed, rallying his allies. We can almost finish them all. Seeing the tide turning, the Count chimed in. This is to be expected from the Black Lion Knight's order, defeating all those monsters. Sahan, with a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach, scanned the battlefield. Despite the numerous vanquished beasts, an unsettling lack of bodies betrayed the truth. They were fleeing. A collective gasp swept through the ranks. As a new terror blotted out the sky, a dragon, even Livel, visibly flinched, his composure shattered. A dragon now? The Black Lion Knight barked, his voice strained. This is hardly the ideal time. Indeed, the beast. Colossal presented a far graver threat than any demonic horde. With a guttural roar, the dragon began to coil, its intent to strike unmistakable. Hold your position. Don't panic. Yuldran roared, his gaze sweeping over his soldiers. Mage's defensive spell now. Even as the dragon unleashed its initial assault, a shimmering water barrier surged forth, precisely intercepting the brunt of the attack and shielding the team. A glimmer of hope ignited among them. The barrier held. One of the emboldened Black Lion Knights declared, the subjugation squad can finish it. But the declaration was weighed down by the deep exhaustion etched on every face from the relentless battle against the demonic horde. Yuldra's jaw tensed, his irritation clear, not palpable, and one of the beasts still under the dragon's control. He snapped, his gaze sharp. Then a bark spoke in a grave voice. He warned of a terrifying possibility. The dragon's domination ability could intensify, leaving the Black Lion Knight, Jalbarin, visibly unsettled. However, he quickly shook off his confusion. No time for complaints now, he commanded, his resolve hardening. With eyes blazing with defiant hope, the captain declared, our exhaustion means nothing. We'll make this dragon hear the roar of the Black Lions. The massive beast roared, charging the team once more. Jalbarin faced its terrifying advance head-on, without a hint of hesitation. The Black Lion Knight conjured a brilliant magic shield, a bulwark raised to protect his comrades. Pursuing his strategy, Jalbarin unleashed an attack he called Annihilation. In that breathtaking instant, a wave of awe washed over the onlookers, their eyes fixed on the captain's fierce determination. A monumental shield of protection, shining with incalculable power, manifested around them, born from the formidable defensive spells of the Black Lion Knights. Shenron's eyes widened in deep admiration at the Iron Wall combat technique. Shirhan, watching, felt a pang of recognition. This reminds me of the Jackson Guard of the past, he murmured. His mind wandered, recalling the bold spirit of his old friend. A hint of confusion crossed Shirhan's face. As he remembered Jacksonguard's past recklessness in battle against the beasts. The savior from another world, now deep in thought, reached a startling conclusion. Not only had his old friend's personality endured, but so had his fighting style. This meant that the Black Lion Knightly Order likely shared the same strengths and weaknesses that Jacksonguard had possessed a decade ago. Instantly, the young man made his decision. Let's help them defeat this dragon. He called to his companions, urging them to join the fray. Keltherin, however, erupted in a fresh wave of panic, terrified at the thought of being abandoned. You have to protect me, he shrieked. Shirhan replied in a firm voice. If the Knight's Fall were next. This chilling prospect spurred the Count to issue a frantic order. Then get me out of here. Xenon and Alida exchanged incredulous glances, completely astonished that Keltherin would demand to escape while others fought and died to bring down the dragon. Get me out now. The Count wailed, his voice hoarse with terror. Don't you dare disobey. But Shirhan's ever-quick mind had already hatched an unexpected plan. At that moment, the three friends exchanged glances. A silent, shared understanding passed between them. Keltherin needed to be persuaded. Shirhan, however, was in for a surprise. The Count, as if reading his very thoughts, turned around. Are you planning to knock me out to go help those knights? He demanded, his eyes wide with desperation. Keltherin's desperation surged. Stop these idiotic thoughts. Get me out of here before something terrible happens. But before Keltherin could rant any further, the Count's eyes rolled back. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. Right before their astonished eyes. Shirhan, let's go. A voice called. It was Dina, already taking the initiative. She had been the one to land the blow. Shirhan couldn't help but feel a jolt as Dina took the very initiative he had just been considering. Meanwhile, the knights, visibly past their breaking point, continued to fight with grim determination. Libel's voice was strained, a stark assessment of their dire situation. Everyone's at their limit. We're running on fumes. Jalberin watched in horror as his friend. Libel was about to be annihilated by the dragon. Dodge! He roared, but it was too late. Exhaustion had stolen Libel's speed. The young man took the full force of the blow, being thrown through the air like a rag doll. Jalberin's heart sank, despair twisting his features as he witnessed his comrade, Libel, fall. Gravely injured, he crumpled to the ground. To Jalberin's profound relief and surprise, Alida, Shirhan, and Xenon arrived in a blur of motion. They quickly took up positions, shielding the fallen Libel, then launched a coordinated assault against the dragon. A tremor of renewed hope ran through Jalberin. The savior from another world was here, and his formidable skills were now on their side. Shirhan reached the captain's side, delivering a quick report. We're here to help. The Count passed out, and Libel will be fine. But his eyes immediately went to Alida. A hint of concern crossed his face. She had taken a hit during their charge. The young swordswoman, though wincing slightly, quickly reassured him. I'm Fine. That beast's hide is tougher than it looks. My own blow just rebounded on me. Shirhan's voice cut through the air, a stark warning. Normal attacks were useless against the dragon. They needed to break through its scales to inflict real damage. However, before they could strategize, an unforeseen terror seized the colossal beast. Without any warning, the massive creature recoiled, fleeing as if pursued by an unseen horror. Shirhan and Alida were left dumbfounded, witnessing the impossible. The young swordswoman, however, quickly moved from shock to sputtering indignation. A ridiculous thought ignited in her mind. Had the great green dragon fled simply because a drop of blood had stained it? Was it germaphobe? That strange interlude marked the end of the attack by the cult of the Second Coming. Their captured heretics, still fervent in their twisted belief of following Lord Sun's teachings, shrieked, demanding immediate release. A mercenary silenced one with a swift kick, muttering that Sahan would be deeply disappointed by their fanaticism. Our protagonist also believed the battle had finally concluded. Alida's thoughts, however, were grim. Too many losses. Only 600 soldiers remaining. The voice of Dean interrupted with a sarcastic remark, realizing the Count remained blissfully unaware of the harrowing events. Alida wondered aloud that it had been 3 days since they left the village. Was the subjugation of the cultists truly over? Sahan, now convinced this was merely the end of one chapter, understood the expedition had been a mere smokescreen for a much larger objective. Meanwhile, those aware of the subjugation's true purpose began to question. Had the Earth Dragon and Lacrin truly fled, or were they simply hidden, waiting? Miles away, inside his hidden lair, Lacrin was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The cult leader was fuming because the dragon no longer obeyed his commands. Lacrin bellowed at the colossal beast, demanding it awaken and submit. Then, he questioned what had truly happened in that village 4 days prior. He still desperately needed the dragon for his grand plans. His irritation flared, directed at the mages. How dare they try to kill someone over a simple mistake? Ambition burned within him. If he possessed the dragon's beast-taming abilities, he could effortlessly dispatch the group hunting him. His gaze darkened. He would flee immediately after deciding this, and live like a king with the riches plundered from Sahan's Second Avenue cult. Persistently, Lachlan reiterated his command for the dragon to awaken and eradicate his enemies, extending another offering of powdered heart. But then, an anomaly. The heart. Powder in his palm spontaneously ignited, blooming into a fiery explosion. Terror seized Lachlan. What are you doing? He stammered, his voice trembling. What happened next? Intensified his dread immeasurably. In that terrifying moment, the dragon, a leviathan of scale and muscle, began to rise slowly, inexorably before him. The cult leader's mind reeled, failing completely to grasp the situation. How dare you threaten me? He shrieked, pure panic in his tone. The truth dawned. Alida's blood, which had touched the dragon, was the catalyst for this astounding event. The mind control spell that bound the beast had finally been broken. Realizing his mental hold on the dragon was irrevocably broken, Lachlan plunged into despair, pleading with the beast to calm down, to listen. But time had run out. Horrified, the man watched as the dragon, with a single strike, without hesitation, ended his life. The creature, colossal, no longer shackled by the enchantment, was finally free. It lumbered out of the dark cave, entering the world as a liberated force. At that very moment, the leaders of the subjugation expedition finally located Lachlan's hidden lair. They anticipated a horde of beasts inside, but Gelgerin, ever the pragmatist, dispelled Hobart's immediate concern. There are probably no more beasts here, he stated calmly. We've already dispatched more than 100. Immediately after, a presence approached like a phantom. Gel! Terra materialized from the dense forest. What are you doing here? Demanded Hobart, the mage, speaking in a low voice. He reminded his ally that the existence of the Earth Dragon in Lachlan was a highly classified secret. He couldn't fathom Count Kelteron's presence. Surveying his meager escort, a single Black Lion Knight and 2 mages, he scoffed. There should be at least 2 knights and 4 mages guarding me, he declared, thoroughly irritated. Gelgerin simply stared in disbelief at the Count's audacious demands. The expedition captain, however, stood his ground, informing Kelteron that his current escorts were all he would get, plunging the Count into a desperate state. Realizing there was no other way to appease the exasperated noble, Gelgerin offered a stark choice. There is no other solution, unless you prefer to follow us. Finally, the Count capitulated. Agreed, Captain. It's certainly better than staying among these common soldiers and heathens, he grumbled. Gelgerin was perplexed by Kelteron's sudden change of heart. The Count, however, had quickly calculated his options. Even heading towards the dragon, his safety was more assured with the Black Lion Order and the mages than among the general troops. A thin smile touched the old man's lips as he asked so politely, "Shall we, Gelgerin?" He dragged out the words, a hint of condescension making the captain distinctly uncomfortable. "I suppose I'll risk following you." Kelteron then turned to Hobart. "Are you certain the dragon and Lachlan are in that cave?" He insisted. "Yes," the mage affirmed. "I used confession magic on the heathens." Sahan grew pensive at this revelation. The method used to locate the place was, to say the least, quite questionable. His mind replayed the chilling memory of that interrogation. Sahan recalled the mysterious black powder employed, his mind racing to comprehend the substance that had so easily forced their confessions. Just then, Alida materialized at his side, her gaze fixed on the mouth of the cave, her expression etched with palpable dread. From the depths of the cavern, a pair of incandescent eyes glowed with predatory intent. Instantly, the Black Lion Knight captain, Gelgerin, he roared in order to prepare for battle, his voice resonating with the grim confirmation. The Earth Dragon was here. A strange realization struck Gelgerin. He recognized the creature. It was the same Earth Dragon that had devastated his village before. Now, however, the colossal beast loomed even larger, radiating an unsettling surge of power. Despite this, Gelgerin, confident in his own strength, simply scoffed. He had no explanation for the change, but was certain it wouldn't pose a significant threat. Without a moment's hesitation, Gelgerin led the assault, lunging toward the dragon with a roar. "I will show you the true power of a Black Lion Knight," he bellowed, confident in his combat energy and rejuvenated magical reserves. He rejoined the fray, vowing, "This massive beast will learn its lesson." The mages, seizing their turn, unleashed a barrage of elemental magic, weaving spells of ice and earth into a formidable magical vortex. The tempest of power surged toward the dragon, but the creature remained completely unfazed. Sinan calmly observed their strategy, knights defending, mages attacking, and Sahan thought he probably wouldn't even need to intervene. But then, something completely unexpected occurred. The powerful magical whirlwind, created with so much effort by the mages, vanished without a trace. A wave of disbelief washed over everyone. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they struggled to process what had just happened. Those closest to the dragon were struck by a profound terror, unable to comprehend how the beast had so easily neutralized their most potent assault. A chilling realization dawned. This monster wasn't merely powerful. It was like a creature from another world. Before the stunned soldiers could even mount a defense, the great dragon launched its counterattack. A cataclysmic blast of dragon fire erupted. The dragon's attack was so immense, so utterly destructive, that the inferno crackled with arcs of pure lightning. Several soldiers were caught in the blast, instantly devastated. Amidst the blazing inferno, Yeldarin emerged, a figure of pure desperation, screaming the names of his comrades. As the captain grappled with the overwhelming force threatening to consume them, a bewildered whisper spread through their ranks. How did this dragon become so incredibly powerful in such a short time? Meanwhile, Sahan found himself in an increasingly untenable position, dealing with the frantic pleas of the desperate count. The searing heat enveloped Sahan as a grim realization struck him. This dragon was immune to his anomalous magic, much like the firewolves they had encountered before. He knew he had to act decisively. He quickly assessed the grave situation. 2 knights and 4 mages had fallen, confirming that conventional magic was completely ineffective against the beast. Only 3 Black Lion Knights remained, barely holding their ground, aware that at this rate, they would soon be annihilated. With all other options exhausted, Sahan decided on a radical course of action. He would unleash his true power. The immediate priority, he affirmed to himself, was to save those who were still alive before the situation could worsen. Sion unleashed a shocking combat technique. Alida was stupefied, her voice a disbelieving gasp. How is that possible? The young Sinan, however, recognized it instantly. This energy, Sinan declared, is the very essence of the legend of Turanur, the signature art of the world's savior. Without hesitation, Sahan launched his initial strike against the dragon. The colossal beast, for the first time, felt an unprecedented, potent power bearing down on it. With breathtaking agility, Sahan landed a direct, devastating blow on the dragon. Yeldarin and Lival were stunned by the young man's power, while Alida remained motionless, captivated by Sahan in combat. Sinan, having anticipated this, simply stated that he already knew this art, Sky Shatter, the same technique once used to defeat the Emperor's monstrous creations. Sinan confidently asserted that Sahan's power rivaled any known combat technique. However, as Sahan himself had already suspected, his combat energy was still insufficient. He couldn't unleash its full potential. A quick assessment led him to a grim conclusion. This was his only means of penetrating the dragon's impervious scales. Lival, completely bewildered, watched as Sahan faced the colossal beast alone. He asked Yeldarin, who was that powerful young man? Yeldarin replied that he knew nothing of Sahan's identity, but he was certain of one truth. He affirmed firmly that Sahan far surpassed even the knights in strength, his words a desperate attempt to encourage his stunned comrade. Spurred on by Sahan's display, Sinan and Alida rushed toward the dragon. The observer, Count Keltrin's eyes narrowed, a flash of recognition in their depths. He believed he recognized that combat technique, and a deep suspicion bloomed in his mind about the true identity of this formidable young man. However, the Earth Dragon proved to be far more formidable than its appearance suggested. As Sahan's friends closed in, the colossal beast whipped its tail, a blur of scaly destruction that swept through their ranks. Against such a relentless assault, Sinan and Alida found themselves unable to break its defense and reach their comrade in distress. Even as he continued his relentless attack, Sahan muttered, "This monster is truly resilient." The dragon, observing the young man's focused advance, roared and then unleashed its full, unrestricted power, a colossal, searing flame. It erupted, hurtling directly towards Sahan. "Be careful," Joldrin's voice rang out, tinged with pure concern. "The Earth Dragon is using everything it has. Its power is much stronger this time, Sahan." Analyzing his rapidly dwindling options, he understood that neutralizing the magic would be useless. Our protagonist had to act. He resolved to perform a devastating combined assault, weaving the sky-shattering art with the thundering mountain technique. Witnessing the raw power erupting from him, Alida gasped in astonishment, while Sinan, recognizing his idol's signature moves, practically vibrated with excitement. Unwavering, Sahan continued his magical convergence, channeling the potent energy of the dragon sword. He poured nearly every ounce of his remaining strength into the attack. Finally, with a resounding surge, Sahan unleashed the magic, directing it straight at the dragon's forehead. The enormous, fierce beast staggered and then collapsed, completely defeated. The immense form of the dragon crashed to the ground, silenced and inert. A wave of profound relief washed over Sahan, a quiet satisfaction in a hard-won victory. However, the entire expeditionary force remained motionless, incredulous at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Even the experienced mages among them were visibly stunned by the young man's immense power. A chill of apprehension ran down Sahan's spine as he considered the consequences. Such powerful attacks had undoubtedly revealed too much. He feared his true identity was now irrevocably exposed. But it seemed the ordeal wasn't quite over. Suddenly, the expedition leaders erupted in cheers, lavishing praise on Sahan for single-handedly subduing the Earth Dragon. In that moment, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Perhaps all was not lost. Joldrin and his friend, Livel, looked on, completely bewildered that such a potent individual was merely a volunteer on a hunting expedition. Sahan then understood the extent of their perception. They weren't connecting his feats to ancient legends or prophesied saviors. They simply considered him a remarkably skilled fighter. He reflected that in his prime, he could have felled this very dragon with a single blow. A strange mix of happiness and melancholy stirred within him. But what overcame it all was a profound relief at having navigated this dangerous situation relatively unscathed. Immediately, a figure approached the otherworldly savior. It was Joldrin, his gaze piercing. "You've been hiding your true abilities, Sahan. You're as powerful as the Black Lion Knights, perhaps even stronger." The expedition captain's voice hardened. "For what reason do you classify yourself as a mere rank-and-file fighter?" The question made Sahan deeply uncomfortable. Sensing his friend's predicament, Sinan quickly intervened, attempting to divert attention from Sahan's true identity. "Isn't it customary for mercenaries to hide their true capabilities?" Sahan skillfully replied, using his thousand faces magic to project a youthful, almost childlike appearance. This only deepened Joldrin's confusion. The captain finally nodded in concession. "I understand why you show so much respect to your friend, even if he is a knight." Stepping out of the awkward exchange, Sinan interjected, "Sahan just got lucky. For that reason, I hope you'll grant him a bonus." The captain, no longer suspecting the young man's true identity, visibly relaxed. After the knight's successful rescue, Joldrin announced that upon their return to the capital, he himself would ensure the three friends were generously rewarded. Sahan, impressed by Sinan's ability to handle embarrassing situations, gave him a sincere thank you. "I'm only alive because of you." Happy to accompany his idol, Sinan smiled. "It was the least I could do." Alida, however, suddenly stiffened with a dawning realization. "Why didn't you tell Sinan that you lost your strength?" Our young swordswoman insisted. Sahan looked her in the eyes. "I still don't completely trust him." He lamented inwardly that even after unleashing his sky-shattering magic before so many, he hadn't been completely discovered. However, Alida offered a chilling thought. "I think one person did realize. Someone who knows a lot about the legends of the otherworldly savior, and is very observant," she affirmed, her voice a whisper. Indeed, Count Keltrin's gaze rested with deep suspicion on Sahan. A new wave of concern washed over our protagonist, knowing that the Count's scrutiny was now fixed upon him with the defeat. The subjugation of the dragon and Sahan's second coming cult was finally complete. Dina stepped forward, her voice a desperate cry. "Master, wake up." The cost of this victory was high. 4 high-ranking mages had perished during the subjugation of the Earth Dragon, and 2 knights of the Black Lion Order now lay in critical condition. The cave revealed the charred remains of Lacron. With a decisive, though grim, resolve, the mages incinerated both the dragon's colossal form and the boy's corpse with torrents of fire magic, erasing every trace of their existence. Witnessing this, Sahan began to understand the mystery of the missing firewolf bodies. Just like the otherworldly monsters, they had dissolved under arcane energies. He connected the unsettling pattern of the beast that had assaulted him, but one detail gnawed at him. Why had the male firewolf's body remained? With the crisis averted, the Gildren contingent regrouped with the main force at Sarth village. They rested for a night before their return journey to the kingdom, but that very evening, a serious discussion was brewing. Sahan sought out the Count. He carried a revelation so profound, it promised to leave the nobleman utterly shell-shocked. Sahan entered, addressing Keltaron directly. "There is something we must discuss, Count. And it must be now." Keltaron was clearly trying to deflect, suggesting they focus on resting before their imminent departure. His dismissive attitude unnerved Sahan. Cutting through the evasion, Sahan's patience ran out. He roared at Keltaron, accusing him of evasive silence. The Count flinched, then finally gave in, his voice barely a whisper. "You, the savior from the other world." Panic seized the old man as he realized his slip of the tongue. Sahan, however, simply nodded. "I knew this would happen," he stated, his voice calm after the outburst. Still reeling, Keltaron's eyes searched Sahan's face. "Are you truly son Sahan? The one who disappeared a decade ago?" "Indeed," Sahan affirmed, now speaking with calm composure. "But how did you deduce my identity, Count? You're not a swordsman." Keltaron offered a hesitant explanation. He believed the young man wouldn't remember, but they had crossed paths a handful of times during the revolution. He admitted a blunt observation. Sahan's power felt significantly diminished. Still perplexed by the hero's current state, the Count confessed he had no idea why the savior from the other world had reappeared in Terranor. Keltaron began to analyze the possibilities behind Sahan's hidden return. Perhaps it was to evade public scrutiny. But even then, the Count sensed a deep anxiety in Sahan about maintaining his cover. If that were the case, Keltaron pressed. Sahan still harbored enemies in Terranor. "What makes you assume that, Count?" Sahan challenged, his gaze sharp. He recounted that after Sahan's abrupt and inexplicable departure to Earth, whispers had begun to circulate. Rumors that the other revolutionary heroes harbored a deep envy of his unparalleled powers. Until now, the Count elaborated, "I dismissed them as mere gossip. Unless, of course, your supposed friends were foolish to send you home. But now, with the savior from the other world himself standing before me, those old stories resurface, vivid and unsettling." Sahan's expression betrayed a flash of genuine surprise. Sahan marveled. From a single premise of his hidden identity, the Count had pieced together so much, closing in on the shocking truth. How? He mused. Could such an astute mind be labeled as having animal-level intelligence? To test the nobleman further, Sahan posed the question, "What would you do, Count, if these rumors were true?" For an instant, Keltaron hesitated, searching for words. Then his sharp intellect ignited. He quickly assessed the situation. If Sahan and King Jaxinger forged an alliance once more, his own position would be secure. Then, he considered the darker implication. If the rumors of betrayal were accurate, Sahan himself was a wronged man, capable of anything to get his revenge. However, the Count still grappled with Sahan's continued concealment. Even for the savior from the other world, the 6 heroes presented an insurmountable challenge. The pieces clicked into place. If the rumors were true, the traitor had discovered Sahan's identity, and the hero now believed himself to be in danger. A gasp escaped Keltaron. He dropped to his knees before Sahan, clinging to his robes, his voice a desperate plea. "Save me, Sahan." He looked down, completely bewildered by the sudden, panicked submission. "Mercy," Keltaron wailed, grabbing Sahan's legs. "I have an elderly mother, a 3-year-old son. They depend on me. If I disappear, my son will be sent to an orphanage." At that moment, Sahan finally understood the meaning behind the cruel jibe about Keltaron's animal-level intelligence. Under duress, the Count's brilliant mind simply ceased to function. It was a stark contrast to his strategic prowess when he was safe, explaining his baffling inaction during their previous battles against the Empire. Sahan gently calmed the panicking Count. "Get up, Keltaron," he urged, his voice soft. "I have no intention of harming you." Relief washed over the nobleman. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Keltaron swore that if Sahan would have him, he would dedicate his life to his service, a loyalty King Jaxinger could never even imagine. Sahan, however, already had a different plan unfolding in his mind. A swirl of arcane energy coalesced in Sahan's palm, a sight that instantly struck terror into Keltaron's heart. Before the Count could react, Sahan lunged, landing a swift, precise strike to his chest. Keltaron staggered back, convinced he'd suffered a fatal wound, only to realize with a jolt of confusion that there was no pain. "What did you do?" He gasped his terror, quickly giving way to bewilderment. "An ace up my sleeve," Sahan stated, revealing the sinister side of his plan. "Have you ever heard of my unique technique, Count? The explosive aura?" Keltaron's eyes widened, a fresh wave of despair washing over him as he grappled with the implications. Sahan elucidated the horrifying reality. The explosive aura allows its user to implant concentrated combat energy inside a victim's body, capable of being detonated at will. This technique has limitations. Sahan continued, his voice chillingly calm. It can only be active in 3 individuals simultaneously, and it's ineffective against swordsmen or mages. He told Kelteron, with an unwavering gaze, "Your life, old man, is now completely in my hands. Once I can truly trust you, the aura will be removed." As understanding dawned, Kelteron relaxed slightly, a hand instinctively going to his chest. "I'm just happy to be alive," Kelteron declared, a strange, almost manic relief flooding his features. Sahan stared at him in disbelief. After such a terrifying revelation, the Count. He seemed genuinely delighted. "Do you understand everything I've just said?" Count Sahan insisted, a hint of suspicion in his tone. "Every word," Kelteron affirmed, a smile, triumphant spreading across his face. "This means you won't harm me as long as I serve you. And I assure you, Lord Sahan, I would never betray you." He was practically glowing with renewed zeal. "I will do as Sahan commands. Consider me at your service from this moment on, even if it means betraying your king." Sahan asked, his gaze piercing. "Even with your life on the line, you're worried?" Kelteron scoffed, a glint of confidence in his eyes. "If faced with a choice between a savior from another world and a destroyer of lands, my loyalty would never waver. Who in their right mind would choose a destroyer over savior?" He challenged, his conviction echoing through the chamber. Upon leaving the Count's quarters, Sahan found Alida waiting. That conversation must have been quite exhaustive, judging by the time it took, Alida commented, her gaze assessing Sahan. He offered a grateful nod to the young woman for her constant vigilance. Concern then etched lines on the face of. "Alida, do you really intend to use the explosive aura ability, even in your weakened state?" She pressed. The young man looked her in the eyes, deciding to unveil the truth. To Alida's utter astonishment, the protagonist revealed that the ability was a complete fabrication. "Whether I can use it or not is irrelevant," he stated calmly, "because that ability doesn't even exist." Sahan clarified that no combat energy could explode at will, deeming it an impractical concept he had invented solely for psychological warfare. Our young swordswoman replied, recalling descriptions of such an ability in her books. Sahan simply confirmed that he had deliberately spread that very story, ensuring as many people as possible would fall for the deception. Alida froze, a palpable sense of betrayal radiating from her. In any case, he declared, his tone, even volunteering for the expedition served its purpose, providing me with a crucial trump card. His thoughts then turned back to the dragon. What really was that beast, so unsettlingly identical to the firewolves? Sahan reflected that both the firewolves and the earth dragon were likely connected to the mysterious experiments of the blue ivory tower, experiments he had heard rumors about. Alida, still disturbed, added, "There's something else that's been eating at me." She was referring to the sinister black powder Abak had used, forcing the heretics to reveal the dragon's hiding place. Sahan confessed his own unease with the substance, commenting on its potent ability to bypass any mental defenses. "No, that's not what I meant." Alida interrupted quickly. She described a chilling sensation that had washed over her upon witnessing the powder's use. A visceral feeling as if dozens of insects were crawling out of her mouth. That horrifying, menacing moment had unearthed a terrible memory. Struggling to articulate the unsettling feeling, Alida confessed that she had encountered that powder before. A wave of profound sadness had threatened to overwhelm her then, with memories resurfacing within agonizing clarity. She remembered Lilstein wielding that very same powder against the descendants of Lu's clan. The king had deployed the insidious material to force individuals to commit unspeakable acts, to take their own lives and the lives of others. In this horrific manner, Lilstein had orchestrated the murder of her mother by her father, and then attempted to force him to turn the blade on himself. But something unforeseen happened. The man had somehow broken free from the hypnotic trance. He then discovered his wife's lifeless body, falling into a despair so deep it threatened to shatter him. The realization of his actions was an indescribable torment. Now lucid, the man descended into madness upon seeing that he had extinguished the life of his beloved. It was then that the king himself executed Alida's father. Lilstein, observing the carnage, concluded coldly that no matter how much human instincts were suppressed, the act of self-annihilation remained an impossible order to follow. With a precise snap of his fingers, the king incinerated the bodies of the deceased, leaving no trace behind. Lilstein's expression hardened as he recognized the difficulty that lay ahead. His plan for complete mental domination would not be easy to achieve. Meanwhile, far away in a cell at the Aiden in the capital, Jaxinger guard unearthed the true nature of their mission. It wasn't simply to subdue a cult, but to locate and eliminate the Earth Dragon. Kildren relayed to the king that this formidable Beast had resided in the Brazil region for 3 centuries, possessing powers so immense that even the renowned knights of the Lion Order had failed to defeat it. So the Count hid the truth from Trainan, claiming they were mere cultists spreading baseless rumors about a supposed Earth Dragon. At this, Jaxinger's irritation flared. I never should have listened to your advice. If I had known it was such a powerful beast, I would have gone myself. The Count offered a quick apology to the king, who dismissed it with a reassuring gesture. Forget it, Jaxinger ordered. There was no way you could have known it was a real dragon. Intrigued by the hush comments, Captain Berkeley interjected, I heard rumors that some individuals aided in the success of this subjugation. Kildren affirmed the rumors, adding that these individuals were so remarkably strong that he had intended to recruit them for the Black Lion Order. However, they had somehow already pledged themselves as knights under the Count's command. Kildren was quite eager to welcome new talents to the Black Lion Order, Berkeley drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. But these people evidently value coin more than honor or pride. The captain looked at Kildren with a knowing glance. Individuals of such poor character are hardly worth the effort. It seems I misjudged them as capable soldiers. At this very moment, our journey takes us to the main thoroughfare of the capital, the Leyden cell, just outside the Count's luxurious mansion. Inside, Killian addressed Sahan. I have attended to everything just as you requested, he announced. A respectable title, a suitable position, and a secure base. Is that acceptable? The Count further informed him that the 3 friends, they would now serve as his personal bodyguards, maintaining their false identities and residing discreetly behind the mansion. Sahan responded with a smile, a cloying one, and a sarcastic bow. So, he purred, we just need to kneel and swear our eternal loyalty right here and now. Is that it? Keldrin, however, became visibly distressed. His composure crumbling. I would never dare such a thing, he exclaimed, a nervous tremor in his voice. Even treating you as mere subordinates in front of others fills me with anxiety. He then leaned in, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. There is something far more vital, I must tell you. Speculating on his protagonist's enigmatic plans, the Count ventured, given that you seek revenge against the 6 revolutionary heroes, you surely intend to eliminate Jaxingard. But to the old man's complete surprise, Sahan simply shook his head. And what makes you believe that? He asked a moment later. A resonant laugh erupted from Sahan, echoing through the room, mocking the Count's assumptions about his intentions. I have no reason to take the life of Jaxingard, Sahan declared, his laughter fading into cold amusement. All he did was betray me, discarding our friendship, our trust, and every memory we built together. Still, Sahan affirmed that Jaxingard remained a friend, one who, in the end, had been sent home alive. With unwavering conviction, Sahan declared that he would not take Jaxingard's life. He was certain of it. This revelation offered a glimpse into the past, into the true events that led the revolutionary heroes to betray the savior from another world. Soldiers, victorious from the great revolution against the tyrant king, erupted in celebration. However, amidst their revelry, one revolutionary hero stood apart, lost in thought beside a crackling campfire. It was Saffron. His name was called, and Jaxingard, who would one day be king, approached him, asking why Saffron was sitting alone when he should be drinking and celebrating their triumph. Saffron, deep in thought, mused that their victory didn't feel entirely his own. He asked who had ruled the newly conquered territory. Jaxingard enthusiastically declared that it was Bruce, the Berserk Emperor's half-brother, who had fought fiercely for his life. Saffron hypothesized that Bruce must have felt completely deceived, betrayed by someone he trusted. A chilling realization washed over him. It was easier to see the entire conflict as the Berserk Emperor manipulating the power of the revolution to eliminate a political rival. Jaxingard, however, seemed to care only for the taste of victory, indifferent to who truly benefited. Saffron lamented the loss of his friend's innocence. Jaxingard, ever sarcastic, advised Saffron to relax, lest his handsome face develop wrinkles. Saffron remained bewildered by his friend's apparent irresponsibility. Saffron turned to Jaxingard, asking if such thoughts had never crossed his mind, but he was cut off before he could finish. Saffron pointed out that he hadn't finished his sentence. Jaxingard, with a dismissive smile, claimed there was no need to dwell on such trivialities. He then mocked Saffron, declaring him an overthinker. Just a guy who swings his sword and fights, he joked. Saffron found his friend's carefree approach to life strangely amusing. Pondering the uncertain future, Saffron asked Jaxingard what would become of the world if the Berserk Emperor was defeated and the Empire crumbled. He speculated that if the Empire collapsed, someone would surely rise to become the new king of Terraner. He wondered who that person might be. Jaxingard, apparently oblivious to the implications, suggested that Sahan would probably take the throne, praising his extraordinary nature. He added that Sahan reportedly had no intention of returning to Earth once his mission was complete. Unknowingly, Jacksonguard had stumbled upon the very issue that tormented Saffron. The young revolutionary hero wondered if, in the event Sahan became king, their friendship would endure. Suddenly, Jacksonguard's expression shifted as he finally understood the depth of his friend Saffron's anguish. Reflecting on the cruel ironies of history, he reminded him that even the formidable Duke Gruz, who trusted his own family, had been betrayed by his brother and ultimately beheaded. He wondered if their own fate would be any different if Sahan claimed the crown of Terrainer. The scene shifted abruptly. We now saw King Jacksonguard, seemingly lying on the floor. It was then revealed that these vivid moments were mere fragments of a dream, playing out in Jacksonguard's mind as he had fallen asleep during training. He recalled that a decade had passed since those fateful events, since he made the decision that would undoubtedly shape his future. Suddenly, two of Jacksonguard's servants appeared, intercepting an approaching figure with hushed warnings not to disturb the king's training. Greatly irritated, the king's son broke in, his voice echoing through the chambers. "Have you all lost your minds?" He threw open the doors to his father's training hall, fury etched on his face, intending to question him on a matter of grave importance. Jacksonguard, indifferent, simply remarked on the long interval since their last meeting. He then coldly asked his son what he wanted. Ainz declared that he had heard rumors of new construction adjacent to the Southern Flower Palace, demanding to know the reason for such unnecessary expenses. Jacksonguard's reply dripped with sarcasm. The heating in the Southern Flower Palace was inadequate, he claimed, and my little kittens deserve the best warmth during the winter. Ainz, completely outraged, retorted that it was absurd to force commoners to build during such a harsh period. "What's the difference between you and the Berserk Emperor?" he challenged. Beneath his defiant questions, a flicker of concern crossed Ainz's face. Jacksonguard's face contorted with fury. Ainz had crossed the line with his insolent words. The king declared he would forgive him, just this once. He reminded his son that despite their family ties, some transgressions were unforgivable, then put Ainz's courage to the test. His father challenged him to repeat his accusations of being similar to the Berserker Emperor. Ainz trembled visibly, on the verge of yielding under the immense pressure. However, he gathered his resolve, stating that the absurd work schedule was hindering labor, causing widespread suffering among the people. He reaffirmed his accusations, asking again how this was any different from the tyrannical rule of the Berserker Emperor. King Jacksonguard's irritation intensified into pure fury. "Silence!" Jacksonguard roared, using his ancestral name. "Rodenberg, it is bold of you to question the difference between my reign and the Emperor's." The sheer force of his father's terrifying aura made Ainz stumble back, falling to the ground. Outraged by his son's persistent accusations, Jacksonguard dismissed him abruptly. "I have no time for such nonsense. Get out of my sight." Even from the floor, Ainz defied him. "I have said what I needed to say," he declared, "and I will leave now." Jacksonguard's fury blazed. The king then mocked the young man for acting so defiant after a few mere lessons, branding him a weakling. For Rodenberg, whose own parents and siblings had been hanged after being denounced as traitors, Ainz was still the only blood relative he had found. But no swordsman's talent adorned his son. Jacksonguard scoffed. "Ainz is sensitive, his body quite slender. At his age, I was already an expert. This boy is so different from me." The king reflected on whether he had perhaps spoiled his son too much before turning his steps toward Keltrin's mansion. Meanwhile, the three friends had been housed in a common, aging building hidden behind the grand mansion. Upon entering, Sahan gasped at the incredible beauty of its interior, a stark contrast to its modest exterior. The protagonist noted that the secret entrance was perfect for discreet entries and exits. He commented on how quickly they had secured the rooms, only days after their initial request. Keltrin, however, then divulged the true reason for the swift acquisition. "I am still single," the count explained, "and I built this house to prepare a lady who can fulfill my fantasies." In disbelief, Sahan retorted, "Kidnapping is a crime." The old man objected nervously. "It's not exactly like that." The count then elaborated, "If I had a family, they would be exposed to danger, as I am considered a disloyal subject. I built this house as a precaution." Relieved that they no longer needed their old dwelling, Xenon cheerfully announced that he had put it up for sale, noting that it was now worth more than its purchase price. Sahan smiled, realizing they wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. The count, in turn, reminded the young man that his service extended to financial matters. Keltrin, ever aware of his own precarious position, urged the savior from another world, "Let me know if you need anything." The Count's solicitous words visibly brightened Sahan's spirits. As they left their new rooms, the protagonist complimented Alida. "You brought me excellent information." Alida clarified, "Formal titles are not given to anyone outside of the military or royalty. Only a proper title or a certain demeanor can impress a person." Regarding his true position, the young woman explained, "It's better that the Count not mistake you for an equal." The protagonist confessed, "The truth is, I don't know much about these matters." "Do you really care about it?" Alida replied, "I didn't before. But now, after seeing your potential, I wonder if I should." At that moment, Sahan seemed completely bewildered by her words. The young swordswoman quickly reassured him, "It's nothing too serious." Then she addressed Sahan directly. "Xenon, and I should also change the way we speak to you." Sahan quickly disagreed. "No, that's completely unnecessary. I want you both to treat me as a friend, nothing less." Alida visibly brightened, thanking him for his kindness. Finally, the young woman asked, "Why did you call me here?" Sahan's eyes widened slightly as he remembered the important discussion that awaited them. Unexpectedly, the protagonist asked a question. "Alida, would you be interested in learning magic?" Sahan reasoned that even indirectly, she had summoned him from Earth, proof of her inherent belief in his potential. He believed her magical potential might even eclipse her combat energy. The protagonist pressed the question, "What do you think of the idea, Alida?" She hesitated. The young swordswoman, underestimating her own capabilities, murmured, "It would be wonderful to fight and use magic, but as a common person, I probably couldn't." Sahan, beaming with enthusiasm, challenged her. "What doubts could you have, especially with a high-ranking mage standing right in front of you, ready to teach?" A young man destined to become a divine-rank swordsman and a master-rank mage of the ninth floor. Beginning the instruction, Sahan asked, "Do you know the basics of magic?" Alida confirmed yes. The protagonist began his lesson, explaining that magic was fundamentally divided into 3 basic languages. First, the language of runes, which had the power to manipulate magical energy. Second, the spell itself, where pure elemental force like fire was transformed into a tangible breath, held and smoldering at the fingertips. And finally, the trigger that activated the magic, the command phrase, for example, fire magic to unleash a flame attack. With these points, Sahan concluded his initial teachings. The protagonist assured Alida, "Once you get used to it, you'll be able to skip these steps. It just takes experience and constant training." Even with your formidable intellect, Sahan warned the young woman, "You can't just memorize all magical information. This knowledge is only truly internalized through practice." Alida flinched in surprise as her friend extended a hand toward her. To her astonishment, Sahan conjured a spell book, explaining, "This is a magic record, a repository for the knowledge and wisdom of mages. It's your first step into the world of magic." Amazed by the young man's power, Alida admitted, "I've met many mages, but I've never witnessed anything like this." Sahan clarified that such a book was typically invisible to others, serving as a mage's personal vault, containing all their accumulated knowledge. He added that a mage's stance often defined the technique itself. This particular pose, the protagonist instructed his friend, is known as a hand seal or somatic stance, Sahan explained. He then recalled how easily he had passed his national entrance exam, a feat simplified by his unique ability to perceive the ethereal vault of knowledge, leaving Alida completely bewildered. The young swordswoman pressed him further. "Is there no combat energy or magic on Earth?" He shook his head. "Earthlings can't use such power." Alida replied with a spark of insight. "If you can use magic on Earth, it means the world doesn't reject it, even if magic hasn't developed there." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Sahan's face. "I'm not sure. I never thought about it. Your questions have made even me curious." He explained that his talent for controlling energy had awakened as an effect of crossing dimensions, a gift that Earthlings simply didn't possess. The young swordswoman nodded decisively. "Then there's no one on Earth who can oppose you." A blush crept up Sahan's neck. He hadn't seen Alida so intensely curious, so captivated by the notion of Earth. Intrigued by the Savior's past, she asked, "How did you live after returning to Earth?" As the question left her lips, Alida noticed a shift in Sahan's demeanor. His gaze grew distant, thoughtful. With a faraway look, Sahan began to recount his abrupt return to Earth. He materialized, but in front of a prominent statue in South Korea, amidst the roaring chaos of rush-hour traffic. In a matter of moments, a curious crowd gathered around his sudden appearance, every hand clutching a phone, recording. Whispers spread among the onlookers. "Why is he naked on the ground? Someone should call the police." Others openly admired his physique, igniting a deep flush of shame on Sahan's face. Yet, Even through the embarrassment, a deeper torment gnawed at him. The burning question of his friend's betrayal. A torrent of unanswered questions consumed him from within. Later, at the police station, the officer's questions were sharp. The young man before them was the same one they found naked near the statue of the Wayne woman. They mentioned rumors, a 3-year disappearance, whispers of a runaway. The interrogating officer, looking at. But the man who had so mysteriously appeared on Earth, demanded, "Where have you been? What were you doing?" Sahan replied in a monotone voice, "I don't remember anything." The officer's patience wore thin. "Don't lie to me. Stop messing around." To escape the oppressive situation, Sahan subtly channeled his magic, weaving a gentle suggestion into the interrogator's mind. Under his influence, the officer's demeanor softened. He now believed Sahan's amnesia. That was genuine, advising him to seek professional help. Leaving the station, Sahan felt disoriented, adrift. Without a compass. But he discovered a crucial truth. He could still use magic on Earth, though his discovery would entail significant complications. Then, something unexpected. A car pulled up to the curb. Apparently waiting for him. His father, waiting, to pick him up. But his face was a mask of palpable disgust. The scene shifted to an apartment in Taejeon. Sahan's childhood home. His father, the man who had raised the otherworldly savior, was incandescent with rage. "Where have you been? What were you doing? Why 3 years of silence? No contact? No school?" His voice choked with shame. "You dropped out. You've embarrassed me." He threw a newspaper at Sahan, pointing to a headline that branded him the Wayne woman stripper. "My reputation is ruined because of you." Sahan's heart hardened. His father, but hadn't changed one bit. He hadn't expected a tearful reunion, but being met with screams after a 3-year absence was unacceptable. "During my time in Terrainer," Sahan began in a monotone voice, "I really missed Earth. I thought about coming back. But what I missed was the internet, the TV, my computer, the warmth of the air conditioner. Not my family, not my home." In that moment, Sahan knew with a chilling certainty that his father only cared about himself. Seething with rage, his father barked orders. "Get your diploma, your graduation certificate, and go study in Seoul. Stop ruining my reputation and end this relentless argument." Sahan simply nodded. "I'll do as you say." But the old man continued to rage, spitting venom. "You'll only become a decent human being if you excel in your studies. If you can't even manage that, you might as well disappear again, Sahan." He simply ignored him, dismissing the old man's words as irrelevant noise. His mind returned to Terrainer. He had fought with every fiber of his being, risked his life for a shared future with others, only to be betrayed. All that remained was an insatiable desire to return to that world to settle the score. Vengeance. It simmered in his thoughts, a constant fire guiding him. A year passed quickly. Sahan pretended to attend cram school, retreating instead to his room to study ancient texts and magical theory, searching for a way back to Terrainer. Armed with forbidden knowledge gleaned from a spellbook, he effortlessly obtained his diploma and was accepted into a prestigious university in Seoul. His father, believing Sagan had finally come to his senses, was radiant with pride, declaring that he could now walk with his head held high. Now brimming with self-assurance, Sahan decided it was time to speak with his father, having calmly fulfilled the man's demands. He informed the old man of his decision to move out, support himself, and forbade his father from trying to contact him. Sahan's words ignited a new conflagration of fury in his father. As Sahan walked away, the old man's shouts chased after him. "You're underestimating life. You won't be able to handle things on your own, Sahan." He simply scoffed inwardly. He was underestimating the world, but not in the way his father imagined. He possessed powers far beyond the insignificant laws of modern civilization: combat energy and magic. With his combat energy, Sahan found wealth ridiculously simple to acquire. He could control the speed of horse races, manipulating the results for his own gain. In less than a year, he amassed a fortune vast enough to erase all financial anxieties. The ease of earthly success contrasted sharply with his true goal, returning to Terrainer. It remained an insurmountable challenge. He had barely grazed the outermost layer of dimensional understanding. Even if he mastered interdimensional travel, the sheer impossibility of locating Terrainer among countless realities loomed. He began to tell himself that it didn't matter whether he failed or succeeded, for the path offered no discernible clues. At this rate, a decade would vanish, and perhaps so would he. His once unbreakable resolution began to rust under the relentless assault of time and daunting reality. He even wondered if this exile was meant to be a merciful end to his fervent quest, a punishment less severe than death. Little by little, he began to negotiate a truce with his new existence. Human relationships, he reasoned, were inherently messy, making the actions of Avena, and even their betrayal, somehow understandable. He found himself forging excuses, constructing justifications, until the edge of his fury finally dulled. To his own astonishment, the anger he swore he'd cling to forever dissipated. He freed his betrayers from the prison of his resentment, deciding in that very instant that he would never again set foot on Terronur. 7 years vanished. Sahan embraced his earthly reality, severing the last threads of his vengeful ambition. Though he had initially rejected intimacy, he slowly forged bonds with his classmates. After his military service, even the tormenting specters of Terronur stopped haunting his dreams, replaced instead by the mundane horror of returning to active duty. He briefly considered the idea of using his powers to elevate the Earth, to make it a better world, but he had already tasted the bitter fruits of reckless power once, and the memory of its consequences still stung. Over time, however, the savior from another world found himself staring into a void of ennui. With the ability to do anything, life on Earth had become anything but fun. Then, on one uneventful morning, while walking by the gym, something pricked his senses. A strange energy, faint at first, then rapidly intensifying, called to him. It was chillingly familiar, a whisper of impossible hope. His conviction solidified. This was the undeniable magical essence of Terronur. He moved with a sudden, desperate speed, driven to verify this impossible sensation. Yet, a torrent of questions crashed into his mind. How? Why now? Why after all these barren years? He couldn't comprehend a reason. But in that moment, he perceived not just a trace, but the very coordinates of Terronur, the dimension he had pursued so fiercely and unsuccessfully. Slowly, inexorably, the dormant ember of hope reignited. Sahan felt an unshakable certainty. This time, everything would be different. He would finally break the barrier and reclaim his home. Past failures, with a lack of a precise location, had rendered every attempt futile, now seemed irrelevant. This time, fate itself decreed a different outcome. A blinding, incandescent light bloomed before him, igniting his expectations to a fever pitch. Doubt vanished, replaced by an absolute conviction. The magic of Terronur was piercing the dimensional veil, manifesting on Earth. Yet a nagging question arose. Did it even matter? He had abandoned Terronur, abandoned the very idea of returning. He had proclaimed forgiveness, sworn that he had forgotten them all. But an ache lingered, an empty space inside his chest. The void. Roeder confirmed it. He hadn't truly forgiven them. He had simply capitulated to despair, resigning himself to an inescapable fate, mistakenly equating surrender with absolution. Not this time. He wouldn't give in. Zahan's conviction hardened like steel. He would return. He would not surrender. From that day on, school took a back seat. He dove back into the rigorous practice of combat energy and magic, channeling every waking moment into research on interdimensional travel. The resurgence of that familiar energy ignited his heart, awakening the hope he had suppressed for so long. 10 years after his exile, a miracle unfolded. Terronur and Earth forged a direct connection. Having managed to cross the impossible abyss, Zahan stood motionless, his mind blank. But the stupor was quickly broken, replaced by a surge of renewed purpose. A chill ran through him. He had done it. He had opened the door to Terronur, and with it, the dormant embers of revenge ignited into an inferno. Forgiveness? That will only come after I reclaim everything that was stolen from me. Later, when recounting his story to Alida, Zahan casually mentioned how well he had managed since being returned to Earth. With combat energy and magic at my disposal, that everything became simpler. He downplayed the struggles, glossing over the darker aspects of a decade in exile as he recounted his 10 years on Earth. The faces of his friends shone with relief. The cheerful atmosphere was broken without warning. On a bright, sunny day, Alida suddenly dropped to her knees, her eyes closing as if overwhelmed by an internal tremor. "Are you okay?" Zahan asked, concern marking his features. "I felt something strange," she replied, her voice a bewildered whisper. Zahan confirmed her suspicions. What you felt was magic. He explained that learning the basics was crucial, but understanding how to use it was most important. With confidence, he urged her to push her limits. Then he revealed that while she focused on reaching the 3rd floor, he had meticulously hidden the summoning spells from the other world. Alida's eyes widened in surprise. "Don't you remember using a flash of magic yourself? That shortly after you arrived?" he asked. "You weren't eradicating it, you were just hiding it." "It shouldn't be too challenging," he explained. A smile touched his lips as he added, "Once you start erasing your own magical traces, I'll have no reason to follow you." The statement sparked a wave of anxiety in Alida. If I erase my traces from the summoning spell, will I really be free to travel alone? She asked. Yes, he affirmed. I will never restrict your freedom. Zahan, that replied, emphasizing his need for a peaceful life, free from the troubles of others. But Alida harbored different intentions. The young swordswoman declared, if I stay by your side, that I can help you. Zahan conceded. You're the only person I can truly trust in Tyrannur. Your help would be invaluable. Alida's curiosity was piqued. What do you plan to do after you get your revenge? She pressed, a hint of concern in her voice. Do you still intend to stay in Tyrannur, just as you planned 10 years ago? Things are different now, Zahan. That replied. This world no longer holds any value for me. He explained that his return was for unfinished business. He could only move forward. That once all the loose ends from his past were meticulously tied up. Then Alida received a startling revelation. After securing his revenge, he intended to return to Earth, specifically to South Korea. A shadow of worry crossed Alida's face. Will you have to burn someone's heart? That to return to South Korea? She asked in a low voice. Zahan frowned, irritated by her morbid insinuation. Traveling from Earth to Tyrannur is like a miracle, he stated sharply. But the return journey is considerably simpler. To calm her fears and prove no sacrifice was needed, Zahan conjured a glowing portal, an ethereal gateway back to South Korea. He reassured Alida. Explaining, the only complication is that you wouldn't know where you'd appear. But since I'm from Earth, I don't need to designate a specific landing point. I'll simply return home. A flash of embarrassment crossed his face. My only concern is the exact landing spot, he muttered, recalling his rather exposed initial return. However, I've already prepared a magic circle for my departure, he clarified, a wry smile twisting his lips. I'd rather not repeat my impromptu stripper show debut in Gwangwaman. Noticing the lingering trauma behind his jest, Alida felt a surge of determination. The young descendant of the Lost Clan vowed, I will not leave your side. I am the cursed daughter of the Berserk Emperor, Alida stated, her gaze distant. Even if I remain in Tyrannur, I foresee little light in my future. She clearly harbored no desire to stay. The young swordswoman made her proposal. I will help you with your revenge, she promised, but in exchange for something. Once everything is concluded. Then her request came, bold and sudden. Take me with you to Earth. Meanwhile, in a contrasting scene, the opulent gardens of King Jaxingard's palace unfolded. There, a beautiful young woman stood alone, lost in admiration of the vibrant flora. Her solitude was soon interrupted by a voice. Why is such a lovely lady walking unaccompanied in the afternoon? Prince Eames, son of King Jaxingard, appeared. The beautiful woman, Queen Layla, visibly brightened at the sight of him. The sky is stunning, she replied, her gaze still upward. Captivated by her beauty, Eames warned, it's unsafe for you to be here alone. I'm fine, Layla insisted, a slight bitterness in her tone. Even as queen, I'm merely a decorative piece, devoid of power or influence. That's why I have no worries. Her unhappiness was palpable as she mused. It would be different if the king truly loved me. Instead, he spends his days with his concubines. Ainz, with a disturbing honesty, confessed. To be frank, the fact that my father has no interest in you makes me happy. He embraced the queen, reiterating his twisted delight that his father held no affection for her, yet he was keenly aware of the dangerous implications. Layla pleaded, Ainz, don't hold me. Someone might see us. Deeply in love, the prince. That dismissed her fear. There's no one around, he whispered, his face moving incredibly close to hers, careless of the consequences. Ainz tightened his grip on Layla, then kissed her passionately amidst the garden's vibrant beauty. As the prince continued his walk through the mansion grounds, a pang of unease washed over him. He sensed an unseen presence. Stop hiding. Show yourself, Ainz commanded, his voice shattering the garden's serenity. From behind a large pillar, Keltaron materialized. Why were you looking for me, Ainz? The count asked, wasting no time. I have urgent information to convey elsewhere. Tyon emerged, cautiously tasting something. This is bound to be bitter, he mused. Xenon, eager to please, presented a sauce. Try this, he urged. It's sure to enhance the flavor. Tyon tasted it and nodded in approval at his friend's sauce. A highly effective, though expensive, pill designed to boost combat energy was now in circulation. Alida praised its potency. Even taking just 2 a day, I noticed a significant difference in my body. Sahan had secured a supply. We can. But take them like snacks. Thanks to the count's support, Sahan was heard commenting. Visibly pleased, he welcomed the influx of resources. His combat energy recovery, he observed, was exceeding all expectations. At this accelerated pace, he mused, that a confrontation with King Jaxingard was looming very soon. Meanwhile, at the count's mansion, one of Keltaron's maids informed him, the great Sahan is here to see you. Irritation flashed across the count's face. He snapped. Sahan, you're late. I summoned you ages ago. Why are you only appearing now? His voice rose to a shout, an authoritarian command echoing through the hall. Enter at once. Keltaron barked. His gaze swept over the maids, who scattered, their hasty exits driven by a palpable fear. Sahan, momentarily, bewildered, watched the visibly nervous women disappear. Then, an abrupt change. The Count bowed in a deep reverence. Almost prostrate, his body at a low angle as if offering a plea. Welcome, Sahan, Keltaron murmured, the previous hostility completely erased from his countenance. You could act in a drama. Count, Sahan drawled with a sarcastic tone. If I didn't know you better, I'd believe that was real. Then he adopted a formal air. Regarding my request, Keltaron, that anticipated the question. The list you requested is prepared. The Count revealed its contents, a meticulous compilation of individuals with enough power and moral conviction to challenge Jaxiangard. I'm certain they would all side with you against the king, Keltaron affirmed, his strategic mind in full swing. But that would only buy other monarchs time to prepare their defenses against potential retaliation. He leaned in. The true path is to orchestrate a situation where we can overthrow the tyrannical Jaxiangard with the unified will of the citizenry. A brilliant notion, don't you think, Sahan? However, he remained skeptical. The reaction wouldn't be that impressive, considering Rotenberg's governance, he mused. After all, he still considers himself a revolutionary hero. A strategy began to take shape in Sahan's mind. Jaxiangard's iron grip on the army, the unwavering loyalty of the Black Lion Knights. They were formidable obstacles. However, a vulnerability appeared, the clandestine actions of Gilder and Livel. During the last expedition, a breach where Sahan could intervene. Keltaron added another layer to the challenge. And then there are the loyal aristocrats, the very heart of his authority, Sahan pressed. Who is at the center of it all? The Count's unexpected answer, that hung in the air. Myself. Sahan's surprise was evident. The chances of success are 50-50, he acknowledged with a grim expression. Possible, yes, but far from easy. Sahan then pointed to a name on Keltaron's list. This person would be the optimal choice. Keltaron agreed, then qualified. I agree, but there's a complication. The prince. A grimace. That twisted the Count's lips. That abhors me, as if I were an insect. Eins. The prince erupted. Do you truly intend to betray my father, Keltaron, and you expect me to believe this? His voice seethed with fury. Keltaron simply found that amusement in the king's blind trust, a trust born of ignorance. The Count internally rationalized his actions, that framing them as a necessary sacrifice for Sahan's cause. But he dared not divulge the true depth of his plan to Prince Eins. Visibly annoyed, Eins bristled. How dare you speak of patriotism, as if you aren't a mere parasite of the lion? Get to the point, Keltaron. Instantly registering the prince's impatience for frankness, a cunning glint in his eyes, Keltaron pivoted. You're right, your highness. I'm a parasite. His voice dropped confidentially. But a good parasite knows how to choose a good host. And the king is a host that is nearing his end. Eins' expression hardened, clearly disgusted by Keltaron's brazen statements. That is not something to be said. Even in jest, the prince retorted, his tone icy. I am well aware of the consequences, Keltaron replied calmly. To be frank, patriotism. Useless, and the suffering citizens aren't what I'm really worried about. However, I'm sure this path will ease their suffering. He fixed Eins with a confident stare. A disloyal subject dreams of a long and prosperous life. What good is luxury if it's fleeting? Still unable to comprehend Kel's real game, Eins challenged him. My father is still young. What makes you think his reign will be short? Keltaron's confident smile widened. Your Highness, that's a question you already know the answer to. The old man launched into that harsh assessment of the king's reign. If he shows even the slightest hint of weakness, the whole kingdom will fall apart, he insisted, trying to persuade the prince. The camaraderie of the revolutionary. Heroes is a relic of the past. My focus now is the citizens' well-being. A cowardly, fleeting thought crossed Keltaron's mind. His contingency plan, if the kingdom. Fell involved selling off the nation and running away. Thanks to Sahan, he found himself playing the part of a patriot. If the kingdom falls, old man, you won't be safe, even if you stoop to selling our country, Eins warned. But a deeper question was eating at him. Even if I were to become king, I still don't see how this benefits you. You'd only keep your luxurious life by staying in your current position. Direct and sharp, Eins' gaze pierced Keltaron. You know exactly what I think of you. What makes you think I would ever show you favor? Keltaron, desperate to close the deal, offered a powerful promise. If you rule for the sake of the citizens, I will follow your orders. If you seek luxury and pleasure, I will follow your orders all the same. He laid out the contrast bluntly. Jaxiangard demanded greed and tyranny from me. What would you demand if you were king? But the prince, hearing Terran's words, remained visibly unconvinced. I said what I needed to say, Terran concluded, his voice final. The decision is now yours, young man. With that, the count walked out, leaving Ainz alone, the air thick with the prince's barely contained fury. On the verge of an explosive outburst, Ainz stood motionless, lost in silent, simmering thought. Even as Terran was leaving, he made his final play, informing the young man that the woman was indeed the queen. The implication that she was the king's wife was clear. The prince's fury. Ainz's fury grew with every insidious word, his irritation boiling over. Ainz demanded, "Where are you getting at, saying things like that?" The old man's gaze, sharp, with knowing sarcasm, pierced Ainz, confirming the unspoken secret. Finally, Terran stated, "Only the one who wears the crown may lie with the queen." Meanwhile, back at Terran's mansion, Sahan remained oblivious, absorbed in a book, savoring the rare pleasure of peaceful relaxation, when suddenly his peace was shattered. From somewhere inside the house, desperate screams erupted. Sahan flung the door open, concern etched on his face. "What's going on? I heard someone screaming." Alita appeared. Stumbling forward, her eyes wide with fear, her voice a desperate plea as she called out his name. The real reason for the screaming immediately became obvious. The young woman, apparently unable to control her burgeoning powers, had almost struck Xenon. Sahan rushed to his friend, calling his name, then began to shake him gently. "Xenon, snap out of it. What happened?" Alita, knowing the terrifying truth, was determined to explain everything to Sahan. She started to recount how she had been training. Near a garden Xenon had planted. The young swordswoman vividly remembered Xenon watching the plants, remarking that they were thriving and would soon be ready to harvest. Just then, after a month of rigorous training, Alita felt a surge of confidence. Today was the day for her first true spell, summoning her spell book. She decided to cast her first magic, following Sahan's earlier demonstration. She chose the simplest first-floor enchantment, fire magic. But the moment she started to chant, commanding the flames to gather around her fingers, something far beyond her expectations happened. Alita, far more powerful than she realized, lost control instantly. Terror gripped her as the sheer vastness of her magic overwhelmed her, rapidly spiraling out of control. Xenon, admiring his plants nearby, turned at the sudden surge of energy. "Are you all right?" But it was already too late. A massive fireball was rushing toward him. Xenon, stunned and frozen, stood motionless, unable to react or defend himself. The colossal fireball exploded just a few feet away, blasting him through the air. "That's what happened." Alita finished, her voice tinged with regret. "I was so worried about hitting Xenon that I redirected it at the plants." Xenon, however, looked as if he wished her spell had hit him instead of his beautiful garden, his daughters, as he affectionately called them, with sincere innocence. Alita apologized, promising to aim for him next time. This only worsened Xenon's irritation. "No, aim for the sky, you idiot." Sahan, now observing the scorched earth and splintered foliage, stated, "This is strange. The magic Alita cast wasn't a first-floor spell, not with this level of damage." To confirm his suspicions, he asked her to repeat the incantation. As Alita began to chant again, Sahan, the savior from another world, watched, completely astonished by the sheer power his friend now wielded before she could cause inadvertently another catastrophe. He quickly intervened. "Stop, Alita." He reflected on how such immense magical aptitude could manifest in someone with practically no formal training. "The magic I'm sensing, Alita," he explained in a serious voice, "is comparable to 5th-tier spells, possibly even 7th. A stunned Sahan stammered, "Are your calculations wrong, idol?" Sahan shook his head. "It defies all logic, but pure magical talent often does." Bewildered by the magnitude of her own power, Alita pleaded, "Please, can someone explain what's happening?" Sahan, now addressing Alita, began to explain. "Normally, mages absorb 10 units of ambient magic from nature and convert them into 1 or 2 units of usable energy. But with you, Alita, although you absorb 10 units like everyone else, your magic doesn't diminish during the transformation. Instead, it's amplified. It's as if," Sahan mused aloud, "you're drawing power from some unknown, external source." He wondered if Sagram, or Lilting, would have any answers, while a worried Alita feared her extraordinary talent would only hinder her learning. "Since you can't control it," he warned, his gaze serious, "it's too risky. You must stop practicing for now." Still grappling with the implications, Alita clarified, "So my power is really that potent right now?" Her determination hardening, Alida declared, I can't help you with your revenge in my current state, Sahan. I will master this power. Sahan watched her, a flash of surprise and perhaps a touch of amazement in his eyes at her unwavering resolve. A thought sparked in his mind. Sahan then confided in Alida, to tell you the truth, there's a way to help you master that power. He recalled facing the same struggle himself as a human. His own magic absorption rate far surpassed that of the Terranorians, making his powers nearly uncontrollable. A surge of hope transformed the expression on Alida's face. Knowing that her new and volatile abilities could be tamed brought a visible wave of relief. Sahan offered his help, but warned her, I could help you, but the risks are unknown. Are you comfortable with that? Alida's enthusiastic yes was her only answer. Back in the opulent chambers of Keltheron's mansion, Sahan sought out the Count. Keltheron greeted the young man's return with a pleased smile. Sahan immediately asked for updates on his efforts to convince the prince. The Count confirmed that Prince Ainz had indeed shown a glimmer of interest since their last private meetings. However, Keltheron told Sahan, for the king's son to commit fully, Ainz demands tangible proof of the Count's ability to execute the plan. A surge of excitement ran through Sahan. He had anticipated the prince would demand something like this. What exactly is he looking for? Keltheron leaned in closer. Ainz has requested the elimination of one of the king's 3 loyal dogs. Sahan's brow furrowed. Who are these individuals? The Count explained that the prince was talking about powerful subordinates, those who skillfully manipulated the government from behind velvet curtains. In the military sector, that would be the formidable Grand Berkeley, leader of the Order of the Black Lion Knights. Economically, there's Duke Chromidon, the richest man in the kingdom, and King Jexingard's own father-in-law. Sahan's voice dripped with sarcasm. And the last of the king's loyal dogs, I presume? With a knowing, almost déjà vu smile, Keltheron declared, that would be me. The Count then revealed Prince Ain's specific target. Berkeley. The name alone sent a wave of concern through Sahan. Berkeley was a master-rank swordsman, a formidable opponent. Keltheron, radiating confidence, dismissed Sahan's concern. For someone as powerful as the savior from another world, I'm sure he'll be a mere trifle. Sahan conceded the point. But a new challenge looms. I'll have to hide my identity, which means giving up my unique fighting techniques. That'll be far from easy. Keltheron then asked if Sahan had ever met Grand Berkeley. Sahan shook his head, recalling nothing. The Count revealed that Berkeley, upon attaining nobility, had abandoned his old identity and name. He was once known as Darthwald. Meanwhile, in a sharp change of scene, King Jexingard's colossal new castle rose from the earth amidst an incessant clamor. A knight from the Order of the Black Lions was harassing exhausted slaves, urging them to speed up the construction of the new Rotenburg Empire. The knight, bristling with cruel authority, bellowed, Must I dispatch another worker for you to understand the urgency? Before his words could fully echo, that same knight, who had just threatened the slaves, suddenly collapsed, struck down. From the bewildered crowd, a worker's voice rang out, raw with indignation. We will no longer endure these cruel circumstances, living for Jexingard's twisted entertainment. With renewed resolve, he declared, we will free ourselves from this slavery. The Black Lion Knights reeled back in surprise, a chilling question forming in their minds. Was this a revolution? A moment later, the construction site erupted into a bloody fray, soldiers clashing with the roused workers. A Black Lion Knight ran to his leader, reporting breathlessly that the workers in the labor area had ignited a full-scale rebellion. Berkeley, however, simply made a dismissive gesture with his hand, unconcerned. Even if it's true, they're mere laborers. Take care of this insignificant uprising. The knight insisted, revealing a crucial detail. Some of these rebellious slaves were once part of Jexingard's old revolutionary army. Berkeley's dismissive demeanor faltered. He knew the tenacity of those individuals. They never truly lost their pride. His indifference shattered. The leader of the Black Lion Knights resolved to crush the uprising personally. But as he drew closer, it was a shocking sight. The soldiers were waiting, and the knights were frozen solid, stunned by the identity of the figure leading the rebellion. The leader of the revolution, with his voice ringing with authority, ordered the soldiers to stand down. I have no intention of harming my allies. Terror gripped the knights as the revolutionary leader introduced himself. I am Captain Dyla, a master-rank swordsman. His name struck fear into their hearts, but Dyla's defiant stance was soon met with an unexpected development. The great Berkeley himself arrived, his face a mask of fury for having been forced to intervene. You call this a revolution? An intimidating aura emanated from Berkeley. You would defy the king's orders? I will not tolerate any more atrocities. Berkeley's gaze, dripping with sarcasm, fixed on Dyla. Long time no see. Old man. He emphasized Dyla's advanced age with a condescending epithet. The revolutionary leader, in turn, addressed the king's subordinate by a name from the distant past. I no longer answer to Darth Wold. Berkeley replied, his voice chilling. Address me as the great Berkeley. Dyla's resolve hardened. I never thought I'd draw my sword again after the world changed. But I will fight for these suffering people. You may have retired. Berkeley retorted, but you are still a knight. Will you cast aside your loyalty and commit treason? The accusation of treason ignited a fierce fury in Dyla. The words of his old friend stung. Look with your own eyes. Dyla seethed, pointing to the wretched workers. These poor souls suffer because of your greed. Where's the honor? Where's the pride in that? Berkeley's eyes remained cold, unmoved by the slave's plight. What truly matters, the leader of the Black Lion Knights declared, is unwavering loyalty to one's lord. Outraged by Berkeley's cold indifference, Dyla pressed on. Is this the world you truly wanted, Darth Wold? The leader of the Black Lion Knights bristled, his voice a low growl. Don't you dare speak that name again, old friend. Shifting his stance, ready for battle. Darth Wold, or rather, Berkeley von Ratches, as he was now called, a name of honor bestowed by the king, stood ready. The words had barely left his mouth before Berkeley lunged. Dyla barely had time to react as the former allies clashed, igniting a brutal duel. The tide turned quickly. Berkeley's power surged, each blow driving Dyla back. A grim concern etched itself onto the revolutionary's face. From the sidelines, Sahan assessed gravely. He's much stronger than he used to be. Despite their equal rank, a formidable opponent. True to the observation, Berkeley unleashed a relentless barrage, pummeling his former comrade with unceasing force. A sickening blow resounded as the leader of the Black Lion Knights finally landed a decisive strike. Dyla staggered, then collapsed. The revolution, it seemed, was already over. Witnessing the brutal defeat of their captain, a collective roar of outrage erupted from the workers. How dare you strike Captain Dyla? Berkeley, now truly Darth Wold in his ruthless demeanor, turned to face the growing rebellion, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a chilling realization dawning. These faces, they aren't mere workers. They're swordsmen from the Revolutionary Army, enraged by their defiance. He snarled, charging toward the protesting crowd. A true lion doesn't concern itself with the scurrying of rats. Having dealt with the enemy leader, Darth Wold barked his next command. Black Lions, punish the rest of these traitors. Without hesitation, Berkeley's soldiers fell upon the unarmed workers, blades flashing, screams of despair filling the air. Unmoved, Darth Wold watched his old friend being battered on the blood-soaked ground. Berkeley approached the fallen Dyla, his voice dripping with contempt. You're nothing but a useless old man. You could have run, old friend, if you hadn't chained yourself to these peasants. Why throw away your loyalty, your life for them? Dyla, gasping for air, offered a blood-flecked, sardonic smile in response. A hoarse laugh erupted from Dyla's throat. You speak of knightly honor and pride, Berkeley, but you forget the real reason I ignited this revolution. I know you, Darth Wold. You're no knight. You're simply a murderer, just as you've always been. Berkeley's expression remained utterly devoid of remorse. Dyla's accusations washed over him like an idle wind. With one last swift strike, Darth Wold ended Dyla's life. He sheathed his blood-stained blade, a cold statement falling from his lips. I told you not to call me that. I abandoned it long ago. Just then, a soldier approached, saluting sharply. Captain, the revolution has been crushed. All armed rebels have been defeated, and the unarmed have been secured as hostages. Berkeley's eyes, however, burned with a colder intent. Hostages? He snarled, the word a sneer. The young soldier flinched, quickly apologizing. The Black Lion captain's gaze, brimming with pure hatred, swept over the remaining captives. They're all traitors. Their punishment is death. Why haven't they been annihilated yet? Before another order could be given, an authoritative voice cut through the chaos. Royal guards, halt your actions at once. It was Prince Ainz, flanked by Sahan, who burst onto the scene, his voice ringing with authority. I will not allow any more deaths. Berkeley's face contorted into a mask of outrage as Ainz brazenly revoked his order. The prince fixed the captain with a steely gaze. I will not tolerate you harming these workers any further. Remember, Captain, I am the sole heir to the throne. Berkeley scoffed, a defiant challenge in his tone. The right to command is mine. Prince Ainz, unperturbed, replied with chilling pragmatism. If you massacre all these workers, Captain, who will build my father's royal palace? We should wait until it's finished, don't you think? Berkeley's anger flared as he realized that Ainz intended to simply send the traitors back to the construction site without punishment. Seeing no immediate way to challenge the crown prince, Berkeley reluctantly gave in. Since the young master orders it, I will send them back to the palace construction. Ainz, clearly unsatisfied, held Berkeley's gaze. With an intense, unwavering stare. With a brief nod, the prince departed, his presence no longer needed. Insolent brat. Berkeley muttered, his fury simmering. He watched Ainz and Sahan disappear, musing aloud, order demands firmness. How could a tiger like the king father such a kitten? Meanwhile, having put some distance between them, Ainz turned to Sahan. What do you think of Berkeley? I can't understand how a hero of the Revolutionary Army could fall so low. Sahan, already all too familiar with the captain's nature, replied, he hasn't changed. He simply eliminates anyone who gets in his way, exactly as Jacksingard wishes. Our protagonist added, this is the only justice Berkeley understands. Ainz's eyebrows raised. You speak as if you knew the former Captain Garthworld personally, Sahan. Taken by surprise, he flushed with embarrassment. Recovering quickly, Sahan stammered, it's just what I heard from the Count. Ainz mused with a hint of surprise in his voice. Keltrin. How curious that he would speak so openly. Then, his gaze turning serious, Ainz asked, tell me, Sahan, how did you get entangled in all of this? Our protagonist met the prince's eyes. I simply believe you are more fit for the throne than anyone else, so I offer my help. Ainz studied Sahan, weighing his words. I've never heard such a declaration, he admitted, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Only gossip comparing my father to a tiger and me to his dog. Seizing the opportunity to win Ainz's trust, Sahan offered a confident smile. The dog prince is humanity's most loyal companion, possibly the most useful creature in history. He continued, his voice firm. King Jacksingard is undoubtedly a tiger, a powerful ruler, but I, for one, would rather serve a kitten than a roaring lion. Ainz's trust began to solidify. The prince observed Sahan, finding him an increasingly intriguing individual. The more they spoke, the more his confidence in the young man grew. However, a shadow of concern crossed Sahan's face. Delarda's words echoed in Sahan's mind. Was his current world really what they had envisioned? The price of making the traitors pay often meant shattering the current comfort and peace. A nagging irritation settled within him. The thought of disrupting so much tranquility for personal revenge. Still a quiet gratitude for Jacksingard's actions, which had solidified his resolve for vengeance rather than sowing doubt, remained. Meanwhile, in a bustling tavern, the boisterous chatter of workers eating and drinking gave way to a palpable irritation. Their resentment stemmed from the sight of Captain Berkeley and his Black Lion Knights boasting loudly at a nearby table. The captain, their boisterous leader, then turned to his subordinates. Have any of you heard about the rabble from the construction camp? A bewildered general asked, what happened, Captain? I haven't heard anything about it. Berkeley scoffed, addressing the younger man. The prince has requested a new residential building and additional supplies for those workers. You think I allowed such a thing? His tone dripped with sarcasm. I vehemently opposed it. Rewarding them for their transgressions is senseless. Anyone would see that as an invitation for revolution. The generals nodded, reinforcing their captain's stance. That's precisely why you must rule with an iron fist, Captain. Those peasants are nothing but poor, helpless fools. Just then, an unexpected threat materialized. A dark projectile shot through the tavern doors, flying with lethal precision toward the Black Lion Knight's table. A swift, silent arrow hurtled directly at the captain's face, freezing every patron in the tavern. However, Berkeley remained unfazed. Not a hint of fear crossed his features. His generals, however, erupted in desperate shouts. Captain Dodge, quick! Then, an astonishing feat unfolded. With a simple flick of his head, Berkeley shattered the incoming arrow against his forehead, splintering it into a dozen pieces. His astonished generals roared their praises, marveling at their leader's incredible display of power. A sarcastic smile played on Berkeley's lips, clearly amused. The captain mused. To shoot with such precision through that narrow window, the arrow must have carried a fair amount of combat energy. Confident in both his own strength and his loyal generals, Berkeley gestured to them. Let's go see who dares to challenge us. With that, he strode out of the tavern, stepping onto the street. Berkeley exuded an unwavering, fearless confidence. He stopped, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as he noticed a detail, a poorly executed trick. No one would miss a body in these conditions. But his surprise deepened to shock when his gaze fell upon his true attackers. It was Sahan, or Schonstein, as he was now known to model. Accompanied by his friend Zanon, the captain frowned. Who sent you to finish me off? The prince, or that coward Keltarin? Sahan, radiating somber confidence, replied, think what you will, Berkeley. You won't leave this place alive. With a resolute will to earn the prince's trust. Antis, the young man invoked the power in his swords, declaring his intention to eliminate Captain Berkeley. Completely fearless, he chuckled. For a kid, you're quite determined. Too bad you're also stupid. Trusting implicitly in the potential of his subordinates, the captain challenged the young man. Do you really think two of you are enough to face my Black Line generals? Just then, one of Berkeley's subordinates lunged at Zenon, who, expecting an easy target, was momentarily taken by surprise. Berkeley, with a smirk on his face, shouted to his generals, "Go easy on them. We need them alive." However, before the captain could finish his condescending order, he was stunned. Berkeley's eyes widened. Something was different about Zenon, Sahan's friend. Recovering with surprising speed, he launched a fierce counterattack against the general, a move that sent a wave of unease through the captain. Simultaneously, Sahan faced another of Berkeley's men. In a blur of motion, the general, now focusing all his attention on Sahan, initiated a flurry of attacks that the young man skillfully dodged. Frustrated by the elusive movements of Sahan, the general growled, "Quite agile, a little one." A grim realization dawned on Berkeley. He had gravely underestimated them. Their skills, he now saw, perfectly matched their bold confidence. The captain's voice cut through the clamor. "The other two, join the fray. We need them alive." Sahan quickly relayed to Zenon. "We've been ambushed by all four of Berkeley's subordinates." Zenon, with his brow furrowed with worry, challenged the generals. "Do you knights possess no honor? For against two?" One of the subordinates, furious, growled, "How dare you speak of honor after attempting an assassination?" To the general's total surprise, Zenon simply nodded. Sahan, observing their tight formation, grimly stated, "An iron wall surrounds us." The confident generals, however, only boasted, "You won't escape," realizing the futility of capturing them alive. One of the generals declared, "It's impossible to take them alive." With that, one of the four charged, his attack a desperate blur, but Sahan was already moving, as if anticipating that very move. Sahan, intimately familiar with the Black Lion Knight's battle strategy, had anticipated this move, planning every counterattack. As the general committed to his attack, he lowered his shield, a fleeting moment of vulnerability. Sahan seized it, although the general's sudden maneuver still managed to take the young man by surprise, with a gap exposed in the general's defense. Sahan and Zenon lunged forward, not at him but past him. "Today is not the day to fight," Sahan barked at Zenon, propelling them both into a desperate run. The generals, witnessing their escape, erupted in furious shouts. How dare they run when things get tough, having started the attack themselves. The captain's four subordinates, driven by the determination to prevent Zenon and Sahan's escape, immediately gave chase. One general scoffed, "We may lack experience in whirlwind or wild wind techniques, but even without such speed, capturing these two will prove effortless." As they pursued, another general commented on the fugitives' apparent lightness. Four high-ranking sword knights, their gear seems no heavier than feathers. Sahan and Zenon, taking advantage of a momentary lead, quickly dove under a nearby bridge, disappearing from sight. They seemed to have shaken their pursuers, but their relief was short-lived. The generals soon reappeared, cornering Sahan and Zenon once again. "That path has been blocked for years," a general sneered. Then Berkeley materialized, his voice tinged with disdain. "Idiots! Trying to escape that way. If you had jumped between the buildings, you might have had a chance." The leader of the generals spoke with a sarcastic threat. "You should have been more cautious if you intended to harm a captain of knights." To Berkeley's astonishment, however, the two fugitives showed little concern at being cornered. Sahan simply shrugged. "We were cautious enough. Perhaps even too cautious." He met Berkeley's gaze, a wry smile playing on his lips. "We didn't plan on doing it all ourselves." Just then a figure emerged from the looming darkness. To everyone's surprise, it was Alida, the young swordswoman. Berkeley stared, visibly bewildered by her intention. The generals, underestimating Alida greatly, began to mock her. "Is this then your grand trap? A high-ranking swordswoman?" Even Captain Berkeley let out a mocking laugh. But then a subtle shift caught his attention. Something was undeniably strange about the young woman. Alida's presence radiated an unexpected energy. Berkeley's laughter died on his lips as he realized this sudden, terrifying force wasn't the combat energy of the young Light Clan descendant. Recalling Taigen's teachings, she remembered his words. "If you can't control your overwhelming magical energy, learn advanced magic first. It will only require your innate power, allowing you to unleash your full potential." In that instant, Alida unleashed a devastating explosion of power. Against the generals and Berkeley, the attack, a blinding torrent of magic, was called the arcane blast of blazing light. The sheer devastation it caused was breathtaking. Even Alida herself stared wide-eyed at the immense power she had just commanded. But the triumph was fleeting. Moments later, Alida staggered, a strange sensation overwhelming her, and she began to fall. You used too much magical energy, Ihan explained. Catching her, you'll be exhausted now, unable to use it again until you've recovered. Think of it as your daily wage. A still dazed Alida stared at him, clearly confused by the analogy. Xenon gazed in awe at his friend's raw power. There's nothing left of the knights, he murmured, relieved he hadn't had to face such a crowd of soldiers. Sahan clarified. Alida annihilated them easily because the wall was weak. Though it seemed stable, it couldn't disperse the attack's force effectively. No swordsman, he added, could stop magic with mere iron walls. Then, something else caught Sahan's attention. Not everyone had fallen to Alida's magic. Berkeley, scorched and furious, staggered to his feet. How dare you attack me? He roared. Xenon flinched, baffled by the captain's sheer persistence. Sahan, however, recognized a formidable opponent, far more powerful than the others. He saw Alida still recovering and quickly signaled to her. Alida, fall back. He turned to Xenon. Time for Plan B, Sahan recalled. The lessons, a swordsman of Jetson. Guard's caliber could deduce an opponent's fighting style from the faintest traces left by their last strike. Confidence surged. The captain, he remembered, was a spear specialist, now wielding a sword. Berkeley was fighting at a clear disadvantage. If he sticks to swords, this is an easy win, Sahan declared. Berkeley scoffed. Is that all you rely on, fools? He admitted Sahan was right about his spear expertise. But you're ignorant to underestimate me, the captain growled. Berkeley began to remove his cloak, wrapping the heavy fabric around his sword. Xenon and Sahan exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what the captain intended. Then, to their growing astonishment, Berkeley spoke. A master-rank warrior can turn even a cotton cloak into a weapon of hardened metal. His aura intensified, radiating menace. I hope you're ready. Brats, he sneered, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper as he summoned a terrifying aura. I will torture you to death with this spear. Sion et surprise. Finally broke through, a sharp understanding that Berkeley's trick was in fact the mastery of Jack Zungard's explosive art skill. A wave of self-reproach washed over Sahan for not anticipating Berkeley's use of a spear combined with the king's formidable magic. His mind focused, a crucial decision solidifying. He addressed Xenon in a firm voice. I'll have to stay on the sidelines. The captain's power is too overwhelming. I'd only be a burden. Sahan replied, his gaze intense. This isn't a situation for conversion techniques. From this moment on, I'm fighting for real. Before Sahan could elaborate, the captain lunged, a blur of deadly intent. Berkeley unleashed a devastating blow, but Sahan deftly dodged it. Talented, indeed, the captain sneered. His barrage of attacks relentless. But skill means nothing for a coward. You still won't win. Sahan braced himself, absorbing the relentless fury of the Black Lion's captain. His mind raced, devising counter-strategy. He knew the mountain-shattering art was inadequate here against such overwhelming power. And with certain techniques now unavailable, caution was paramount. Seizing an opening, Sahan created crucial distance from Berkeley's relentless assault. His earlier analysis crystallized into a decisive plan. With renewed confidence, he prepared to launch his counterattack. I will face you head-on, Sahan declared, a statement that took Berkeley by surprise. A strange aura began to emanate from the young man's intensity as Sahan unleashed his combat energy with all his might. A chilling terror gripped Berkeley. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Berkeley's arrogant smile faltered. He had underestimated this opponent. This young man was his equal. A flash of caution replaced his bravado. I wanted to play a little longer, he growled, arrogance still lacing his voice, but I've changed my mind. I'll end this now. Convinced of an easy victory. Despite his newfound fatigue, the captain unleashed his explosive destruction art, a torrent of power aimed at Sahan, who remained completely still. However, Sahan showed no trace of fear. In a blur, he launched a swift counterattack, unleashing the Tyrant King's flood art. Berkeley's mind reeled. How could this young man possess such power? Berkeley couldn't process it. His full force attack had been nullified with terrifying ease. Before he could recover, Sahan pounced. A second counterstrike, too fast to evade. The result was horrifyingly instant. Berkeley stumbled backward, desperation blooming, as he stared at the gruesome, instant amputation he had suffered. The once great captain of the Black Lion Knights shrieked. A primal, cowardly sound, clutching the mangled stump where his arm had been. In the midst of his agony, a chilling realization pierced the haze of pain. This power, this devastating art, it could only belong to the Tyrant King. It makes sense, he gasped. The pieces clicked into place. So young, and yet so powerful. Why didn't I see it before? Then, in a hoarse voice, Berkeley made a shocking declaration, one that stunned everyone present. You are the successor of the mercenary king, Barak. Sahan corrected him internally. Although Berkeley's assumption was understandable, the art had actually been created not by Barak himself, but by his grandfather. It would be convenient to let you believe that, he replied. Sahan's voice serene, but it wouldn't be fair. We were once comrades, Berkeley. I will grant you the dignity of knowing whose hand truly brings your end. The words spoken by the savior from another world struck Berkeley with profound terror. His life flashed before his eyes. The famed captain of the Black Lions finally understood the true identity of the powerful young man before him. Berkeley collapsed to his knees, completely broken before his future executioner. A name, barely a whisper, escaped his lips. Son. The recognition dawned, sharper, more terrifying. He looked up, his eyes wide with dawning horror. You are the captain of the assault troop. Son Sahan? Berkeley now, sprawled on the ground, pressed his hand to the bleeding wound on his shoulder and repeated the question, raw desperation in his voice. Sahan paused, a distant memory stirring. It had been a lifetime since he'd been called captain of the assault troop. He met Berkeley's gaze, his voice cold and unwavering. I have witnessed your atrocities. This was not the world we fought to create together. Suddenly formal, now that the true identity of Sahan was revealed, Berkeley stammered, Sir. I was just following Jackson Hart's orders. I didn't know anything. You did as you pleased, Sahan retorted, sarcasm dripping from every word. And now you would dishonor the king? This is hardly the conduct a knight. Desperate, clinging to a sliver of hope. Berkeley groveled. I am unworthy. I will abandon the name of great Berkeley at once. Just spare me. Despite the humiliating admission of his own depravity, Sahan attacked. Our protagonist moved to put an end decisively to Berkeley's cruelties, his purpose clear. At his side, Zenon and Alida watched, their gazes devoid of judgment. I am here for personal revenge. I am in no position to discuss the greater cause right now. Sahan's voice was firm. He knew the atrocities Berkeley had committed in the king's name and declared it would be better for everyone if the man simply ceased to exist. Just as his words faded, the first of the king's soldiers burst onto the scene, a battlefield that would inevitably alter the fate of the Jexingard kingdom. Panic seized the capital of Leighton Sill. News spread like wildfire. Captain Berkeley and 4 of the 6 generals of the Black Lions have been found dead at the scene. Even King Jexingard was stunned by the reports. With a furious roar, Rotenberg ordered his soldiers to hunt down the assassins with all possible speed, vowing to kill them personally. Meanwhile, Count Kelteron met with Prince Ines. Satisfied with the proof you requested regarding Berkeley's elimination? A smug smile played on Ines' face. The situation is very favorable, Kelteron. If everything continues like this, many will support us in the coup. The Count leaned in a little closer. When you take the lead, creating a plan will be much simpler. You have a knack for keeping all your promises, old man. The young prince replied, a glint in his eyes. A knock on the door announced the arrival of a maid. Lord Kelteron, your guests have arrived. Ines turned to the Count. Are these the people you told me about? Yes, they are. These guests are precisely the ones whose names were on our list for the coup, Kelteron confirmed. The 2 guests looked apprehensive and curious, finding the Count's summons rather unsettling. They were, in fact, the last remaining generals of the Black Lion Order. Geldern then voiced his thoughts aloud. The Count's invitation must be to keep us close now that we're captains. But he's a major figure in the kingdom, so we accepted. Still, I didn't expect our acquaintance from the pagan campaign not to be so unchanged. Livel whispered to his friend once inside the Count's chambers. Geldern was startled, frightened by something. Intrigued, the newly appointed captain asked Kelteron directly, Are you serious about what you're saying, old man? The Count's affirmative response was unequivocal. I sincerely hope you both will join me in this coup. Jagsingard no longer has the right to be king. Isn't it honorable for a knight to serve a new, more suitable sovereign? Livel's face contorted with fury. How can you be so disloyal? You have every right to report everything to Rothenburg, the Count replied calmly, and then played his MasterCard. However, the king would never believe you. Not after you've received 300 gold coins as a bribe from the tower. Outraged by the blatant threat, Livel drew his sword, its blade glinting ominously. I'll kill you right now. But before Livel could act, an unexpected bolt of energy materialized. The surprise attack struck the arm Livel had used to draw his sword. The newly promoted captain stumbled backward, terrified, his mind reeling. Who would dare to harm him like that? Then, a shadow detached itself from behind the captains, lengthening into Sahan. The young man stepped forward with a mocking smile on his face. The ivory tower is stingy. They gave you 300 coins, but me only 10. Livel and Geldern gasped, completely shocked to see who it was. Wielding the power of the art of 1,000 changes, Sahan approached, his smile unwavering, certain he would convince the new captains. How dare a mere guard knight that raised his sword against the captain of the Black Lion Order? Lival seethed with rage, his eyes blazing. Sahan's sarcastic reply was swift. You guys really need to relax a bit. I don't get why royalty always resorts to the same tired old phrases. Then, the otherworldly young man decided to show them precisely why they should remain calm. Sahan invoked his formidable combat energy, bathing the room in an ethereal glow that left both captains astonished and utterly terrified. Lival gasped a guttural sound, escaping him as the immense power bore down on him. As Sahan advanced, Lival's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, seated. Geldern, the new leader of the Black Lion Knights, finally recognized the source of such overwhelming energy. It was Sahan who killed Captain Berkeley. Sahan's mocking gaze fell upon the man. Why the sudden courtesy? I thought you both were mere opportunists, but now I know that's not the case. Addressing Sahan as Great Sahan, a person must be flexible in their choices and mindset. That is the true beauty of being human. Please, old man, don't degrade the definition of beauty, Sahan retorted, his voice chilling. Seeing the young man's disgust, Kelteron, pale, terror flashing in his eyes. It was just a joke, I swear. Geldern stared, stunned, realizing the powerful count was genuinely scared. Still on the floor, Lival, trembling, managed to stammer, Sahan. Who are you, really? Kelteron, recovering slightly, answered his unspoken question. This young man is the successor to the mercenary king, Barak. Sahan mentally reviewed the events that led to that conclusion. He had used the tyrant king's art against Darthwald, making them believe he was Barak's disciple. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He would continue the charade, using the tyrant's art to his advantage, while keeping his true identity a secret. Sahan had just formulated his brilliant idea to maintain his disguise as Barak's disciple and use the tyrant's art in secret, when Kelteron, as if reading his thoughts, interrupted. I have already anticipated everything. Young master, the Count produced a meticulously prepared report detailing Sahan's fabricated identity as Barak's successor. He had already taken care of every necessary detail about Schonstein as an individual, ensuring everyone would believe Sahan's bold claim. Sahan nodded, a glint of understanding in his eyes. Now I truly understand why the king held you in such high regard. Count, Kelteron only offered a wry smile. I am exceptionally useful, young master, an unparalleled expert in deception and the subtle art of fraud. Armed with Kelteron's meticulously crafted narrative, they presented their case to Captain Geldern. The knight finally relented, acknowledging the sheer power that had unnerved him and accepting Sahan as the mercenary king's successor. However, Geldern, newly promoted to captain, stood firm, his knightly honor unwavering. He flatly refused to be disloyal. I am not trash who would betray my honor and loyalty. I cannot abandon my duties as the king's subordinate. Kelteron, however, replied smoothly, at no point have I asked you to be disloyal to the kingdom. I am simply asking for a different kind of loyalty. A loyalty to serve the right king. Geldern's surprise transformed into a sharp question. Who are you referring to, old man? Before Kelteron could elaborate, a new figure entered the chambers, whose very presence promised to move the most stubborn of hearts. I need both of your help to save the future of this nation. Geldern and Lival froze, their eyes widening in astonishment and recognition. They immediately dropped to their knees, bowing deeply before His Majesty, the future successor to King Jagsengard, Prince. Heinz had arrived, the key piece destined to complete this meeting and solidify their coup. He declared his just cause for the greater good. Supreme leader of the nation's people, addressing them as the Black Lions. Prince, Heinz sought their commitment. Will you help me, captains? Having secured their loyalty, the captains, Geldern and Laval, departed from the opulent mansion of Count Kelderin. Sahan, reviewing the meeting, murmured his satisfaction. We convinced them through a delicate balance of exploiting weaknesses, subtle blackmail, and a clever appeal to their sense of justice and morality. Suddenly, Sinan's voice interrupted his thoughts, calling him to dinner. Alida chimed in, urging him to eat now that he had achieved his immediate goal. Sahan, startled, hadn't realized his friends were present. A blush crept up Sahan's neck, caught mid-soliloquy. Alida, ever practical, wagged a finger at him. We couldn't leave without eating. Wasting food is a sin, you know. Sinan, meanwhile, praised Kelderin. Count, your chef is excellent. Kelderin offered a slight nod of agreement. I'm quite particular about my sustenance. One tends to become that way after enduring the culinary horrors of the revolutionary era. As Sahan's mind returned to his strategies for revenge, He considered the promotions of Geldern and Lavelle. A new question arose in his mind. Who filled the commander's post? Kelderin, sensing his unease, revealed. Of the 4 original captains, only 2 remain. The formidable Keller and Droth. Their unmatched skill warranted dual promotions. In fact, he elaborated further, they were chosen as the 2 most skilled and experienced knights available. Sinan, noticing Sahan's untouched plate, interrupted with a worried frown. You haven't touched your lobster, Sahan. Don't you like it? Sahan was startled from his thoughts. He smiled faintly. It's one of my favorites, Sinan. I just saved the best for last. Sahan, still immersed in strategies to dismantle the current regime, mused aloud as he gestured to his plate. The main course should always be savored slowly, like a meticulous plan. Kelderin, pulling out another list, this one detailing key figures already aligned with Sahan's coup, nodded in approval. The coup is progressing remarkably well. Sahan observed, things are moving very fast. Kelderin simply scoffed. It just signifies the multitude suffering under the king's tyrannical rule. But for our coup to succeed, young master, we absolutely need the participation of Viscount Crumble. Sahan's brow furrowed. You mean the one known as the very symbol of the kingdom? Kelderin confirmed it. The Viscount is as wealthy as he seems, yes. But more crucially, his trade connections extend throughout the entire nation. Sahan, expecting a formidable obstacle, stated, then convincing him won't be easy. Kelderin, however, offered a surprising twist. Oh, but the Viscount is already involved. He imposed a single, difficult condition that, frankly, is more of a personal favor. Sahan's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Kelderin revealed, Viscount Crumble wishes for Alida to be his youngest daughter's mentor. The revelation nearly caused Sahan to have a coughing fit, choking on his drink. Sahan gasped in surprise. Alida can do that? Really? Given her skill level? The Count just raised an eyebrow. To be a high-ranking fighter at her age is impressive indeed. Kelderin continued, the Crumble's youngest daughter lacks a mentor. Her father has undoubtedly heard of Alida's unique achievements. Sahan mused aloud. Indeed, there are few knights of such caliber in Terrainer. It's plausible the Viscount is desperate. But as Sahan began to connect the dots, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. Kelderin provided the missing piece. You already know her. She was with us during the knight's mission against the cultists. The truth clicked into place, and the otherworldly savior blurted out. With a panicked realization, she's the girl who hit me on the head. Dana Crumble. Kelderin's expression shifted to one of mild confusion. She hit you on the head? What are you talking about, young master? Sahan, realizing his near slip, quickly dismissed it. Nothing important, Count. Just a trivial memory. Meanwhile, Alida, who had been listening intently, gasped in surprise. They wanted to be a mentor? Sahan tried to explain using a somewhat confusing analogy. It would be like a university professor teaching in middle school, even if she's brilliant. Still, if you wish to refuse, it's no problem. The Viscount has already pledged his support to the coup. Alida, ever logical, asked, if he's already joined, is Crumble's specific condition still valuable to us? Sahan clarified, not just Crumble himself. Dana's mother comes from a powerful family whose influence extends far beyond the Viscount's own. He further explained, Count Salat, her maternal grandfather, is part of the royal family of the Lilstein Kingdom. Unlike the Viscount, their business network spans all of Terrainer, making them indispensable. Building on the discussion of Count Salat's vast holdings, Sahan revealed that with Dana's influence, their travel and accommodations would be much more convenient, no matter where they went. Alida's eyes widened, impressed by the depth of Sahan's research on the Crumble family. Sahan clarified that the information had come from the Count. Kelderin, the descendant of Lusklin, then pressed Sahan, asking about the risks involved if she accepted being a mentor and training Dana. Frankly, Sahan admitted to Alida, our true identities could be compromised. Mine, as the savior from another world, and yours, because of your lineage from the Lusklin Empire. A shadow of apprehension crossed Alida's face as she processed the potential consequences. Sahan reiterated that the danger would be significantly greater for you, exposing you as a direct descendant of the formidable Lusklin Empire. Alida became thoughtful, her gaze distant as she weighed the decision. To Sahan's surprise, she finally declared, if that's the reason, then I accept. The young swordswoman remembered her father, Karen, always warning her to be cautious and to question anyone who became involved in their lives. Doubt is the most effective way to understand. Alida explained that blind trust is really no different from having no trust at all. She insisted to Sahan that even after someone becomes an ally, you should never stop trying to learn about them. And for that reason, she wanted to get to know Dina. At that moment, a flash of a past memory, startlingly similar to Alida's words, resonated within Sahan. He remembered his companions. A wave of praise from his friends after every victory. He also remembered her fervent declaration of love. He had trusted them absolutely, just as they seemed to trust him. Sahan mentally replayed the scenes, the friendship, the love, and the unbreakable trust they shared. A question, a chilling one, arose in his mind. Were there really no signs of their betrayal after every hard-won battle? He now realized that perhaps he had completely failed to understand his friends, blinded by the pretense of trust. A wave of self-criticism washed over Sahan. Maybe he hadn't tried hard enough to understand what his team really thought of him. Alita, seeing the savior lost in the depths of his introspection, gently called his name. Sahan was startled, then offered an apology. I was just thinking about some things. With renewed enthusiasm, Sahan invited his friend, let's go meet Dina and find out if she's really trustworthy, or if she'll betray us if she discovers who we really are. Then he pressed Alita, do you really not trust people, even after your father's teachings? Alita simply replied, we don't always obey. As they left the chambers, Sahan's voice had a steely edge. And I have no intention of abandoning my revenge, no matter what. Out in the courtyard of Count Keltherin's mansion, Dina was waiting with palpable excitement. She promised her future master, I'll do my best to follow your teachings. Alita, still a bit shy, greeted the young girl softly. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sahan commented to Xenon. She seems very excited for someone who chose Alita simply because she had no other options. Xenon laughed. They look like sisters, eager to start. Alita, now a master, informed her student, we'll start training immediately. Dina's mind flashed back to her father's initial hesitation about Alita. The Viscount had dismissed Alita as a mere fighter-rank swordswoman, expressing doubts, and suggesting he could find someone better for his daughter's future. Dina had to persist relentlessly to convince him. Dina, ecstatic about discovering her future master's potential, had insisted to her father, Alita is super-duper awesome. Back into present training, Alita asked her new disciple, shall we start with sword strikes? The girl, thrilled to have gotten her desired master, responded with a resounding yes. Alita began the lesson, demonstrating a series of strikes on a training dummy. However, her disciple's sheer enthusiasm took her by surprise. Lost in the moment, Dina exclaimed, this is even cooler than I imagined. Alita felt a blush creep up her neck as the girl couldn't stop her open admiration. Dina's thoughts were flooded with praise for her master's strength and defined muscle tone. Dina related, having heard that the defensive power of normal armor was useless against a fighter rank or higher, and declared her aspiration to reach her master Alita's level. She shifted, feeling uncomfortable under the weight of so much enthusiasm. Dina kept insisting, if I reach knight rank, I'll be able to reinforce metals using combat energy, like Xenon. Xenon also felt a hint of discomfort at the girl's fervent ambition for power. Driven by her goals, Dina continued, a master-rank swordsman can reinforce any material. I want to reach that level, like the great Sahan. At that moment, Alita and Xenon exchanged a weary glance, exhausted by their young disciple's boundless enthusiasm. Sahan, for his part, wondered where the girl got such immense willpower to become so powerful. Having looked up some information about the various ranks, Alita's curiosity was piqued, and she asked Sahan, wouldn't it be even better for someone to transcendent rank? Sahan asked, why do you ask that all of a sudden? Alita explained, it's just curiosity. I heard, but that for a master, it doesn't matter if the armor is metal or cloth, but the 7 heroes were all transcendent and used different types. Sahan then clarified, it depends on the situation and the specific martial arts battle method each person learns. He elaborated, if a piece of clothing that has a defense level of 1 and a metal armor is level 10, a master rank fighter can transform that garment into something significantly more durable. In the case of a master rank, they can strengthen normal clothes until they're as effective as metal armor using the same amount of combat energy. But for a transcendent rank, the individual can merge combat energy directly with an item's material, proportionally increasing its strength. Unconvinced, Alita insisted, if that were the case, wouldn't metal armor always be superior? Her friend immediately dismissed the notion. Sahan elaborated, explaining that the choice of armor depended on one's combat style. Lighter gear for those who prioritize speed, and heavier for fighters who rely on brute force. Analyzing the nuance, Alita concluded that if she ever reached the transcendent rank, she would undoubtedly favor something light. You can think about that once you reach that goal, Sahan replied with a sarcastic tone. There's still a long way to go. A blush of mortification colored Alita's cheeks after the otherworldly savior's comment. Actually, that was a hasty thought, she admitted, slightly embarrassed. At that moment, Sahan's thoughts drifted to Luberz's magic armor, the same one he wielded as a revolutionary hero. He wondered what had become of it. Alita then asked, "Are you referring to the legendary artifacts of the otherworldly savior, Disaster? Lubrus's armor and the Red Dragon's cloak?" A mocking laugh escaped Tan's friend. "Someone probably stored them or sold them," he joked. "They even sold your underwear for 100 gold coins." Tan admitted he could understand the underwear part, but having his magic gear confiscated was undeniably embarrassing. "I'll ask the Count to investigate," Sahan declared with a tone of finality. He declared the training session over, announcing his intention to retire and rest. Alita quickly asked if his combat energy had fully recovered. "Yes," he replied to the girl. "My old senses are gradually returning." However, a subtle apprehension gnawed at Sahan. While his combat energy was recovering with vigor, his magic energy languished, recovering at a painfully slow pace, seeming to worsen day by day. While Sahan's group trained, a different kind of meticulous work was unfolding within the kingdom. During the day, the old man Coltrane would praise King Jaxangar, a master of flattery. But at night, the disloyal advisor would secretly summon nobles and former revolutionaries, meticulously laying the groundwork for a coup d'etat. Many, eager for the opportunity, just watched from a distance, hesitant to commit. Deciding to leverage his formidable persuasion, Coltrane issued a blunt ultimatum: join his cause, or he would expose every threat of corruption brewing within the kingdom. His words resonated, and with renewed conviction, the Count addressed the still indecisive nobles. "If you don't accept, who do you think Jaxangar will believe?" Coltrane's experience and persuasive prowess proved decisive. All the guests pledged to participate in the coup. Radiant with triumph, the Count later informed Sahan that he had gathered several comrades of justice willing to risk their lives for the nation's future. "A bribe is delicious when you eat it," Coltrane mused, "but turns to poison in your stomach and destroys your organs." Sahan's response was dry. "It's ironic hearing you say that." The cautious Count assured the young man that he had contingency plans in case his past dealings were revealed. After all, he was an old fox when it came to bribes. Sahan then decided to offer a precaution of his own. After the coup, and once Ainz becomes king, the otherworldly savior advised Coltrane, "It's best you don't have any more plans in mind. For your own good." Understanding the unspoken consequences, the Count replied with certainty, "I understand, and I never intended to disobey you." Coltrane then revealed a deeper ambition. "I did my best working for Jaxangar, but under the otherworldly savior, I can dream bigger." With a calm demeanor, the Count declared his unwavering loyalty. "Whether I have an explosive aura within me or not, I never had any intention of betraying you." To Sahan's surprise, Coltrane revealed a personal vision. He intended to transform the nation, live a good life, and ensure a peaceful future for its citizens. Our protagonist was greatly surprised by the Count's unexpected declaration. "You should have acted like this from the beginning," Sahan stated. Coltrane simply reiterated, "I already explained that under Jaxangar's rule, such aspirations were impossible." Once again, it seems someone remembered the chilling plan to end the world. The person Sahan loved had agreed immediately, stating that he was too dangerous to live. Others, though they expressed reservations, finally agreed. When King Jaxangar was asked for his decision, the current ruler remained thoughtful. Rottenberg finally spoke up, admitting that he didn't actually hate Sahan and, in fact, quite liked the boy. To influence Jaxangar, Saffron interrupted, "Everyone liked the boy, but their decision wasn't born from hatred." Following the mage's words, something unexpected happened. Jaxangar seemed strangely oblivious. "I have other friends besides Sahan," he muttered carelessly. Rottenberg declared his trust in Saffron's judgment as a mage. Jaxangar, still unsure, completely agreed with the others, stating that democracy was superior in such situations. Then, Karen decided to address a critical point of discussion. The girl raised a relevant concern. "We can't ignore that problem." She then challenged the group. "How would you defeat the powerful otherworldly savior?" Jaxangar's irritation flared. "Is she underestimating us?" he demanded. "No matter how strong Sahan is, he can't take on all 6 of us at once." But Karen's conviction remained unshaken. "Even if the otherworldly savior manages to escape death when we all go against him," she stated, "and if we're lucky, maybe half of us will make it out alive, considering Sahan's immense power." Her companions fell silent, speechless at the harsh reality of her words. Karen, ever the pragmatist, continued. 6 little mice gathered for a fun little chat. But which of them, she wondered, would be the one to bell the cat? At that moment, the true nature of these vivid memories became clear. They were simply another dream tormenting the king. Jaxangar tossed and turned, perplexed as to why these memories kept resurfacing. He worried it was because of recent events, specifically the rising death toll of his subordinates. Jaxangar's unease centered on a specific detail from that night: traces of the tyrants. art found at the scene of the attack. This must be the reason those memories of old friends resurfaced. A flash of recollection struck him. Hadn't he been informed that something long unseen had been found? Could it really be an old friend? The king dismissed the notion, but the insistent images persisted. Why did they torment him? Perhaps it was simply age, a mind growing weary with time. His concubine stirred beside him, her gentle movements pulling him from his troubled thoughts. She sat up, a soft smile gracing her lips, feigning surprise that his highness was already awake. Gazing at her beauty, Jexinghar found a fleeting respite, a reason to set aside the unsettling thoughts. The king decided to embrace the moment. The concubine's admiring gaze, such vigor, your highness, was a pleasant, soothing balm. Jexinghar emerged with a wine glass already in hand, a fixed smile on his face as he gestured for a servant to refill it. The day passed in a whirlwind of revelry, sumptuous banquets, and a continuous parade of beautiful women. His coffers seemed inexhaustible as the celebrations raged on. A magistrate, his brow furrowed with physical anxiety, approached Jexinghar. "Your Majesty, these gatherings have become quite frequent," he began, only to be cut off. "You misunderstand, Chancellor. This is no mere party. It is a tribute to the late Berkeley," Jexinghar declared. A sigh of weary resignation escaped the magistrate. "Even so, your highness, an entire month of such extravagance hardly seems appropriate. Even for a commemoration," he replied, his voice tinged with irony. Jexinghar's eyes narrowed in irritation. "Silence," he ordered. "This is how warriors honor their fallen brothers." Just then, another figure entered, his voice booming with praise. "Captain Berkeley would surely rejoice at such a magnificent tribute, your Majesty." It was the newly promoted Keller, who raised his glass high. To the late captain's soul, he toasted, his gaze steady. The magistrate's face darkened further as Jexinghar praised his new commander's spirit. Realizing the futility of a serious discussion, the disgruntled subordinate gave a curt bow and exited. He had barely departed when another voice announced a new arrival for Jexinghar. Kelteron gave a deep bow, his voice tinged with deference. "Your Majesty, I bring urgent news. The assassins responsible for the great Berkeley's death have been located." The long-awaited words struck Jexinghar into a sudden, terrifying stillness. His eyes glinted with a murderous fury. With a guttural roar, the king hurled his wine glass, shattering it against the floor and causing his concubine to shrink back in alarm. A raw, potent thirst for vengeance consumed him. "Is this intelligence truly solid, Count?" Jexinghar demanded, his voice tight with restrained fury. Kelteron led the king to a secluded alcove, lowering his tone conspiratorially. "The assassin, your Majesty, appears to be a disciple of the mercenary king Barak. His name," Jexinghar pressed, clenching his fist. "We have not yet ascertained that, your Majesty," Kelteron admitted, "but he is known simply as the Black Giant." The Count, his countenance perfectly composed, delivered the next crucial detail. "My sources report the assassin is holed up in an old castle in western Leithinsel, protected by 800 rebels." A grim satisfaction settled on Jexinghar's face. "Excellent work, Count. My vengeance will be swift." He then gestured to Keller. "Commander, step forward." Eager to prove his worth, Keller announced, "I will gather 100 Black Lion Knights and 3,000 infantrymen, your Majesty." Kelteron's mind raced. This was far more than he had anticipated. Keller, clearly attempting to distinguish himself in his inaugural command, was threatening to derail everything. With a cunning glint in his eye, the Count quickly recalibrated. "A bold and decisive move, Commander," Kelteron exclaimed, feigning admiration. He watched as Keller's chest puffed up with pleased surprise. "Indeed," Kelteron continued smoothly, "the Black Giant is no ordinary swordsman. Having killed Captain Berkeley, such a force might seem justified. However, your Majesty," the Count paused, letting his words sink in. "If we deploy nearly our entire army, will it not be perceived as fear? Won't the people think their king trembles before a single assassin?" Jexinghar's brow furrowed. "You're right, Count. Such a show of force would betray weakness." He turned to Keller. "Prepare 50 Black Lion Knights. No additional troops. I will lead the charge myself." "A lion uses its full strength even for a rabbit, your Majesty," Keller declared, trying to salvage his grand plan. Kelteron interjected, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Give it your all, Commander, of course. But remember, a single rabbit requires only 1 or 2 lions, not the entire pride." Keller's jaw tightened, his irritation barely concealed. "The Count speaks wisely," Jexinghar affirmed, his gaze firm. "My orders stand." With a disarming, almost serpentine grace, Kelteron offered an apology to Keller. Forgive me, Commander. I only wish to ensure your esteemed reputation remains untarnished. Then he added a casual thought. Besides, the construction of a new royal palace demands laborers. Deploying 3,000 men would prove excessively costly, diverting vital manpower and funds. Unaware of the intricate web being woven around him, Keller nodded slowly. You are right, Count. My zeal was reckless. Exercising his restricted authority, Keller declared, I will accompany His Majesty. Yaldurin, Livel, you will serve as lieutenants and follow us. The rest will await our return at the castle. The two newly appointed captains, already complicit in the developing coup, readily assented to their leader's command. Kelteron's eyes gleamed. His intricate plans were indeed falling into place. Count, Sahan asked, addressing Kelteron, why target only one of the 6 captains? Gilderon and Labo are already our allies, Kelteron explained to the young man. Our next step is to position them among the king's elite guard. Why not 4 then? Sahan pressed. Kelteron elaborated, outlining his cunning. 3 captains serve directly under Keller. We will pressure the new commander, reminding him that arrogance has no place in such matters. Sahan considered this. Eliminating a subordinate might seem strange. Instead, we can leverage their recent promotions against them. A dangerous thought surfaced in Sahan's mind as he manipulated these loyalties. Couldn't he also paralyze the king's forces, permanently weakening his military power? If you do that, Sahan, Alida cut in, her voice firm, they'll simply promote another commander, making it impossible to insert Gilder and Laval into the ranks. Her explanation of military succession was so sharp, so convincing, that Kelteron's gaze sharpened, fixing on her with an intensity that spoke of a growing suspicion. You speak as if you possess first-hand experience. Young lady, the Count mused, a glint in his eye. One might almost believe you come from a royal family. Alida simply shrugged. I read in a book, sir. Beside her, Sahan's expression tensed. He knew then, with chilling clarity, the true extent of the old man's sharp perception. However, he found himself grappling with a stark reality. Kelteron, despite his current cheerfulness, had once betrayed his former lord. A chilling question gnawed at Sahan. Had the Count ever known guilt? The old man's apparent enthusiasm for their plans now seemed less jovial and more unsettling. This cemented Sahan's resolve. He would have to tread carefully around Kelteron, lest he become the Count's next target. In the distance, a grand, ancient castle loomed, the rumored sanctuary of the enigmatic black giant. High atop the formidable walls, a sentinel's gaze sharpened. He had spotted something. A tremor of unease ran through him. Then it escalated into full-blown alarm. Enemies! Many enemies are approaching the walls. He shouted, his voice tearing through the silence, alerting the other guards. Moments later, a knight rode forth, proclaiming the arrival of the great king, Jaxingard himself. Jaxingard's voice, hoarse with fury, echoed across the fortifications. Traitors, lower your weapons and surrender. But then, a figure emerged from the depths of the castle. The infamous black giant strode onto the castle wall, his presence undeniable. He raised a hand, dismissing the very notion of surrender. You are a fallen hero, Jaxingard, unfit to rule our nation. We reject your reign, the mysterious knight thundered. Rottenberg, confident of an easy victory, simply sneered. He's quite the sight, isn't he, Black Giant? He jeered, mocking the knight's imposing figure. The Black Giant's resolve remained unshaken. We will fight to the end, he declared. At that, Keller, the king's commander, turned to his lord. What is your order, your majesty? Jaxingard, already underestimating his enemies, scoffed. What are you talking about, commander? We'll face them head-on. He was convinced it would be a mere skirmish. Trivial. The king spurred his horse toward the castle, barking an order for Keller to follow. The commander relayed his own instructions to Yuldurin and Lavelle. He would remain by Jaxingard's side, while they were to protect the rear and maintain formation. The Count's ally, with a dry, sarcastic wit, addressed Keller. Don't worry, commander. We'll follow shortly with the soldiers. With unwavering faith in their army, the commander and his king charged toward the castle. Jaxingard, eyes burning with intent, activated his combat seal. In an instant, he summoned the mighty hand of the giant, a torrent of magic that lifted them high above the battlefield. Inside the castle, the defending soldiers watched Jaxingard's display of raw power. A potent despair seized their hearts. How could one human wield such an ability? The king then unleashed a devastating blow against the castle itself with his combat seal. Empowering it, he shattered the defenses with ease. Fueled by his power and consumed by a thirst for vengeance, Jaxingard pushed deeper, roaring for the black giant to appear. I will avenge Berkeley. I will repay his death with yours. But the figure posing as the mysterious knight having completed his vital part in the plan, sensed his cue to withdraw. With a swift, decisive move, the young man slipped away. From his distant vantage point, Sahan watched, a knowing smile on his lips. Just as expected, the king charges in without thinking. At his side, the savior from another world, with a voice tinged with sarcasm, informed her ally, "It's time, Count. The tiger's hunt begins." Keltarin, however, felt a sudden apprehension wash over him. Meanwhile, Jaxingard continued his furious roars. "Black Giant, appear. I am here to avenge Berkeley." Jaxingard was taken by surprise. A searing light erupted from beneath his feet. A moment later, a colossal magic circle materialized on the ground, trapping both the king and his commander. Keller's voice, laced with desperation, cut through the air. "Your Majesty, what is that light?" Jaxingard, remarkably unconcerned, simply replied, "A trap." It was then that the king noticed the dozens of swordsmen and mages swarming the area. A crushing pressure emanating from the magic circle began to bear down on both Keller and Jaxingard. A flicker of suspicion crossed Keller's face. "Something is wrong, Your Majesty." The Count's report said the rebels, including King Barak's disciple, were just common soldiers. Jaxingard dismissed his concerns. "The magic barrier is only difficult from the inside. It's easily broken from the outside. Army, destroy it." However, an unforeseen obstacle materialized before the king. Jaxingard glanced back, his eyes widening in disbelief. His army had not followed him. Keller broke into a panicked shout for Yuldurin and Lavelle. To the utter astonishment of both the commander and the king, their forces, captains included, remained motionless outside the castle walls. Yuldurin and Lavelle waited, their nervous apprehension clear in their posture as they prayed for the plan's success. Again, Keller's desperation grew. "Your Majesty, no one came in with us. Were they?" A cold dread seized Jaxingard's heart. Had they all been traitors from the very beginning? Then, to the king's profound surprise, familiar faces peered down from the top of the castle tower. Jaxingard's gaze fixed on them, and the truth of the betrayal became painfully clear. Rodenberg, witnessing the king's realization, erupted in a furious roar. It was the Count all along. Enraged, Jaxingard's voice tore through the air. "Keltarin, how dare you betray me?" The old man, caught red-handed, visibly panicked. Sahan, observing the frightened Keltarin, offered a mockingly reassuring tone. "King Jaxingard looks quite terrifying, doesn't he? Even though he's on our side." The nervous Keltarin quickly replied, "I was just startled." "Precisely," Sahan retorted with a dry, knowing smile. Keltarin, still visibly shaken, stammered, "Was it really necessary for you to be here?" "Absolutely," Sahan replied, his tone now devoid of mirth. "I needed to witness your conviction firsthand in front of Jaxingard. Without it, my trust would be incomplete." The Count, his shoulders slumping slightly, nodded. "I understand. You acted admirably," Sahan praised, his gaze piercing. Luring the king to this exact spot was essential. Keltarin allowed himself a small, rare smile. Xenon's performance was unexpectedly convincing. He then turned to Sahan, his expression regaining its strategic edge. "Jaxingard might identify you as the Black Giant. That's why Xenon must be more visible." The old man's eyes narrowed. "To enter a tiger's den, to capture, it is to risk being devoured yourself." "Indeed, the true art of hunting a tiger lies in luring it into a trap," Keltarin affirmed. Below them, the king, Jaxingard, and Commander Rodenberg felt the immense, constricting pressure of the barrier intensify. Rodenberg, desperate to break free, roared, "Destroy this magic circle. How dare you trap your king? Surrender now, and you might find forgiveness." He urged his soldiers, but the knight beside him only scoffed, completely baffled by his commander's words, convinced Rodenberg didn't grasp their dire situation. Then, to the astonishment of the king and Rodenberg, the mages attacked, their voices echoing, "Jaxingard is no longer our king." With lethal intent aimed at both Rodenberg and Jaxingard, Sahan's allies unleashed a devastating assault. Numerous bolts of crackling lightning shot toward the trapped pair. Immobilized by the invisible barrier, the commander and his king found themselves completely exposed, with no means of escape. It seemed Rodenberg was destined to perish in the attack. A deafening explosion tore through the air. The remaining soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if their commander and king had been eradicated. However, the unthinkable happened. Sahan's allies reeled back in shock. Cries of panic arose as Jaxingard emerged, soaring through the air, colossal axes clutched in his powerful grip. The king slammed back to the ground, his eyes scanning the aftermath. Seeing Rodenberg's fallen form, Jaxingard muttered, "I suppose I should have expected a knight of his rank couldn't withstand that level of attack." Rage and confusion twisted Jacksonguard's face. A mage from the ivory tower is here. Who orchestrated this betrayal? Liechtenstein? One of the soldiers watching Jacksonguard muttered in awe. He's truly amazing. Jacksonguard turned, curiosity briefly eclipsing his fury. The young man who had been speaking, Sahan, stepped forward, his voice ringing with indignation. Your people are tired of your dictatorship, king. They have risen against you, just as you rose against the empire 10 years ago. Jacksonguard stood motionless, a statue of utter astonishment. Staggered by these accusations and genuinely believing he had ruled well, he stammered to his soldiers, "Haven't I been a good king?" Outraged, Jacksonguard's gaze swept over the familiar faces. "I see many of my own men among you. I refuse to believe my subordinates would stab me in the back. Do you truly intend to betray me? Do you truly think you own us?" A soldier retorted, his voice dripping with contempt. "For 10 years, we fought for your highness, as if you were just our captain. Nothing more." Following the agreed-upon signal, Sahan's allies advanced, a chorus of voices demanding, "If a leader is useless, isn't it right to depose him?" Jacksonguard, consumed by a searing rage, roared, "How dare you attack your king?" But the king struggled, hampered by the barrier, unable to defend himself properly. "I can't move properly," Jacksonguard bellowed, in frustration. "Without this barrier, I could easily decimate this rabble." From a vantage point, Sahan and Keltarin watched the king being overwhelmed. "Jacksonguard simply can't adapt to a sudden change in circumstances," Sahan commented with a touch of sarcasm. "He's just cursing and getting angrier." Sahan's eyes gleamed with approval at the barrier. Even a transcendent swordsman would find this difficult to break. "You hired such high-ranking mages, Count." Keltarin stroked his beard. "My expectations were moderate, but Trandon was surprisingly cooperative. They boast of having the highest-ranking mages against the Earth Dragon. The Ivory Tower likely has further intentions." Sahan mused with a frown as Keltarin nodded in agreement. A worried sigh escaped the old man. "I fear news of the coup has already begun to leak, otherworldly savior." "Inevitably," Sahan dismissed with a shrug. "Such news always finds a way out, and the Ivory Tower is particularly sensitive to information." "The king is truly foolish," Keltarin commented, shaking his head, failing to notice what even an outsider could discern. "It's almost understandable that he fell so easily into this trap." To Sahan's astonishment, with a sudden flash of déjà vu, the Count revealed, "I was the sole custodian of such sensitive information." A newfound confidence washed over the old man. "This is a fortunate development. Now I'm certain we will defeat Jacksonguard." Enraged, the king roared, ordering his remaining loyalists to shatter the barrier. Simultaneously, in another part of the palace, the coup continued. Gildren and Livel apprehended a prominent figure close to Jacksonguard. The captured man, Duke Chromatin, bristled with fury, addressing the knights. "I'm a king's stepfather. You will kneel and beg for forgiveness." "Duke Chromatin," Gildren replied inflexibly, "what we do for the future of this nation." The duke's face flushed with renewed rage. "Lower your swords now." At the royal palace of Jacksonguard, chaos had truly taken hold of the atmosphere. A full-scale war threatened to erupt in the very heart of the kingdom. Prince Ainz stepped forward, addressing the Order of the Black Lions, the proud guardians of the nation. "Knights, listen to me," he implored. "I do not seek to betray my father, but to rectify this kingdom, to root out those who guide the king down a darker path." The prince reiterated his plea. "There is no reason for conflict here. Everyone, lower your swords." The knights, still grappling with the unfolding drama, finally complied with Ainz's order, declaring they would await the king's return. Ainz, with a flash of satisfaction in his eyes, declared it a wise decision, one that would prevent the unnecessary shedding of innocent blood. Alone with his thoughts, the prince reflected that taking control of the palace constituted half the battle won. With his initial gambit completed, the prince realized the fate of the coup now rested entirely on the count and his contingent confronting the king. Genuinely driven by the desire to uplift the nation, Ainz was racked with anxiety, praying that the remaining stages of his rebellion would unfold smoothly. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, King Jacksonguard was furious, his movements thwarted by the invisible barrier that shackled him. Enraged, Jacksonguard bellowed at the soldiers, branding them filthy dogs and asking if they truly intended to bite the hand that fed them. "Shut up, Rodenberg," a knight retorted, his voice cutting through the din. "You don't deserve to be king." To Jacksonguard's astonishment, the defiant soldier revealed his true allegiance. "We are under the command of Prince Ainz." The king reeled back in disbelief, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. His own flesh and blood was usurping him. His gaze fell upon the assembled traitors, and he quickly discerned the truth. It wasn't just the prince, it was his sworn subordinates and even Count Keltarin, in whom he had foolishly placed immense trust. A cold fury gripped Jackson hard as the full magnitude of their betrayal registered. He sprang into action. Seething with indignation, the king unleashed his full strength, vowing, "I will finish you all, one by one." The sheer scale of his power sent a wave of terror through the soldiers. Keltarin also succumbed to despair, but Sahan watched with an amused smirk on his lips, finding a perverse irony in a traitor being betrayed by someone he had trusted. Sahan mused that the visceral thrill of satisfaction far outweighed the ephemeral value of relationships, a sentiment that ensured he himself would never be vulnerable to such betrayals. A mocking smile touched Sahan's lips as he urged Jexenhard on. "Struggle. I won't return to Terenur without exploiting others to achieve my revenge, and you, king, will not fall easily." A soldier, emboldened by the king's confinement, scoffed Rodenberg, "You may be strong, but thanks to this barrier, you're no real threat, just a toothless tiger." Jexenhard's rage intensified tenfold upon hearing such insolence from those who had once sworn their loyalty. Then, the king stomped his foot on the ground. Jexenhard's icy gaze pierced the soldier who had dared to mock him, sending a tremor of fear through the man. His fury at its peak, the king thundered at the assembled troop, "Do you truly believe you can best me with this paltry barrier?" With a guttural roar, Jexenhard unleashed his power, and the very earth beneath the soldiers fractured and tore apart, leaving them utterly paralyzed with terror. Even the black giant, Xenon, seemed taken aback by the king's sheer determination and raw strength. Despite the oppressive pressure of the barrier, Jexenhard managed to invoke his battle seal and conjure his formidable hand magic. Beneath his imposing armor, Xenon recoiled in disbelief, astonished at how the king could wield such power while shackled within a magic circle. His astonishment growing, the young man mused, "He must be more than human." Xenon declared Jexenhard a transcendent ranked swordsman, even as King Rodenberg vowed to annihilate every last soldier. Jaxengard, his anger boiling over the betrayal, conjured his giant hand magic, which now loomed menacingly over the cowering troops. The soldiers fell into total despair, certain of their imminent doom. However, a crucial memory resurfaced in Xenon's mind. Sajin had once entrusted him with the precise weakness of this ability, in case the king ever unleashed it. Armed with the knowledge that the weak point of Jaxengard's magic lay in the wrist connecting it to the earth, the famed black giant unleashed his mountain-shattering pulse technique. To Jaxengard's surprise, his formidable ability was shattered to pieces. The colossal giant hand disintegrated into a shower of debris that scattered across the battlefield. A stunned silence fell over the field as the soldiers could hardly believe their salvation, grappling with the miracle of their survival. Jaxengard, with a begrudging respect showing in his eyes, conceded to the black giant, "You have finally impressed me." Recognizing Xenon as a worthy adversary, the king admitted, "I had written you off as a mere pretender seeking my downfall." However, acknowledging the black giant's formidable display, he declared, "Nevertheless, no mere puppet could ever truly defeat me." A tremor of apprehension ran through the onlookers, for they had witnessed the enemy effortlessly break the protective barrier. Jaxengard, for his part, was seething with rage. He recognized that he would annihilate them all in an instant if his strength weren't temporarily depleted from dealing with the formidable barrier. However, he swore that every soul who dared to challenge him would deeply regret their insolence, ensuring a tragic and inescapable doom for every one of his adversaries. With that chilling declaration, he retreated from the battlefield, abandoning the stunned soldiers to their fate. As he retreated, a searing humiliation burned within him, a strange sensation as he had never before been forced to flee a confrontation. Yet, an insatiable desire for retribution was already simmering, eagerly anticipating his triumphant return and the bloody vengeance he would exact. Jaxengard's ignominious retreat, however, was not universally well received. The strategist behind the meticulous dragon trap seethed with fury upon learning of its failure, particularly as it represented their most promising opportunity yet to neutralize the tyrant. The Count of Alteron, however, calmed their anxieties, stating there was no cause for alarm, as events were unfolding precisely according to his grand design. He further reasoned that regardless of the enemy's tyrannical reign, he was still the sovereign to whom they once swore fealty, and a public execution would undoubtedly invite severe repercussions. Furthermore, Sean Stein, the renowned dual-wielding swordsman and heir apparent to the mercenary king, was already on his way, ready to definitively eradicate their foe. Thus, Alteron maintained his unwavering conviction that Jaxengard's threat would be permanently neutralized, and in time, all memory of his vile deeds would fade into oblivion. The Count's unwavering confidence proved contagious, galvanizing his hesitant allies, who now found themselves ready to place their trust in his assurances. Consequently, they resolved to convene an urgent council with the reigning monarch to deliberate on matters of profound importance. A sudden flashback cut through the present, revealing a scene deep within a forest. A small group of individuals was cautiously navigating its ancient, leafy depths, until, quite unexpectedly, they stumbled upon a formidable barbarian. An unfazed young man posed a question to Sexengar. "Are you the guardian of this domain?" After the protagonist addresses the barbarian, his companion questions if it's truly wise to proceed with only two in their party. Sahan asserts that his companion, a 6th-level mage, shouldn't cower before mere forest bandits. Observing them more closely, the barbarian discerns a surprisingly young adversary, baffled by the boy's bold fearlessness. What's more, the youth hadn't even hesitated to openly belittle him. He demands to know why his men remained passive despite being dismissed as simple forest bandits. "Are you really cowering before this kid just because he wields a sword?" Sahan states that the bandits apparently intend to flee with their belongings without a fight, but asks if there's a way to resolve this peacefully. The bandit leader growls that those items are now his, and he has no intention of giving up his loot. Immediately after, he lunges at the protagonist, Sahan. Sahan realizes the bandit had intended to attack him from the very beginning. However, he doesn't just stand there waiting for the blow. As Sahan defends himself, his adversary discerns that the boy possesses a strength that goes far beyond his youthful appearance. Furthermore, his aura radiates the power of a true master. Faced with this revelation, he ceases his assault. "What is your name, boy?" he asks. The protagonist introduces himself as Sijin Song, and the barbarian reciprocates, stating his name is Sexengar. Later, the protagonist admits he'd expected to just face a common bandit, but after witnessing the barbarian's skill, he now sees genuine talent. "Saxengard, would you be interested in fighting for a greater cause?" he asks. Back in the present, Saxengard was resting inside a cavern. That's when he realizes he's been asleep for quite a while. He figures he's rested enough and is grateful that the Bolero forest is so close by. This same spot had been his secret sanctuary back in his past life as a bandit leader, a place he left before the revolution broke out. Since it's so remote, he assumes his enemies wouldn't think to look for him deep in this forest. But now that he's fully rested, he's ready to head back to Ratatouille, eager to confront and eliminate his adversaries. Just then, he hears the sound of someone approaching. Saxengard wonders, has someone discovered my sanctuary? Either way, he has no intention of backing down. Instead, he sees it as a chance to stretch his legs. "Whoever's lurking in the shadows, come on out," he roars, "because I plan on wiping out every last person who betrayed me." But then a figure emerges remarking, "How amusing to hear Saxengard declare he's hunting a traitor. That when I, too, was contemplating the very same thing." Saxengard wonders, am I dreaming? Despite his confusion, the protagonist walks toward his old acquaintance. He instantly forces Saxengard onto the defensive. The protagonist speaks, "It's certainly been a while since we last met." Saxengard is completely stunned to see Sahan. "Song, what are you doing here?" He manages to stammer. Sahan replies that they haven't seen each other in 10 years, then challenges, "Is that really all you have to say, barbarian?" Or perhaps, he adds, "You're just surprised I've returned from the world I was banished to?" Enraged, the protagonist lunges. Saxengard parries as best he can. Still bewildered, he demands, "Why have you returned to Tyranner, Sahan?" The protagonist simply declares, "I'm back," as he continues his relentless assault. Sahan's fury is palpable to the barbarian. With every blow, he channels his raw emotion at Saxengard. With a powerful shove, he creates distance from Sahan Song. He then declares, "Rilston and Saffron swore you would never return." The protagonist admits his return wasn't easy, but states that he never backs down from a challenge. In that case, the barbarian replies, "I guess you can't always trust a mage's word." He feels a lingering unease, now realizing that the sudden, widespread rebellion. That makes perfect sense. Sahan must be the architect, he deduces. Si on expresse genuine surprise. It seems you're not a complete fool after all. That barbarian. Saxengard states that he now understands the kid's motives, concluding that Sahan has returned after 10 long years for nothing less than revenge. "I'm no coward," he declares, "and I won't make excuses for what I did. What's more," he states, "I have no intention of asking for forgiveness. So if you want to kill me, Sahan, then bring it on." In response, the protagonist proclaims that Saxengard will regret those words, because he's going to pay for his betrayal. In the middle of their brutal clash, a powerful and distant aura reached the senses of a young woman. She guessed it could only be two of the 7 revolutionary heroes locked in fierce combat. And in a way, her intuition turned out to be astonishingly accurate. Meanwhile, Saxon Guard registered a notable increase in the protagonist's strength. A quick realization followed. He would need to intensify his assault to claim victory. Sahan, for his part, unleashed his Emperor's ability. He conjured a whirlwind of pure mana, aimed with lethal intent toward his enemy. The barbarian braced for impact. Sahan scoffed, urging him to abandon his futile attempts to stop his advance. An assault of that caliber, he declared, would be completely ineffective against me. Sahan's mind raced. This ability had taken down Darksword. Its failure against Saxon Guard could only mean one thing. His opponent had also ascended to new heights of power. His deduction was not unfounded. To emphatically demonstrate his augmented power, Saxon Guard began to channel a formidable lightning bolt. To preempt this devastating counterattack, Sahan invoked the surging power of the tide. He enclosed himself within its protective embrace, shielding himself from the electrifying tempest. This, however, was merely a distraction, a cunning strategy by his adversary to exploit a moment of vulnerability. The strategy almost succeeded, but Sahan, with a flash of instinct, raised his defenses at the final, crucial instant. Saxon Guard's euphoria was palpable. A thundering declaration escaped him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd faced such a captivating challenge. Sahan, however, warned against such blatant overconfidence. The barbarian lowered his guard at his own peril, for it could signal his imminent downfall. Saxon Guard simply scoffed, retorting that he was in combat with the legendary savior from another world, a being, he assumed, incapable of true cruelty. Thus, he claimed, Sahan had no chance of victory, for unlike the boy, Saxon Guard himself embodied the very essence of cruelty. A decade passed. The 6 vanguard heroes of the revolution had united against Sahan. Yet, not even their combined intellect could devise a strategy to permanently eliminate the savior from another realm. A grim thought settled in Saxon Guard's mind. If 6 heroes had failed to defeat Sahan, what hope did he have alone? This, he reflected, was likely his last stand. With this realization, victory became secondary. His true objective was not to prevail, but to conceal his final intention. He would fight with unwavering ferocity until his last breath, giving his adversary no hint of his resolve. With renewed determination, Saxon Guard unleashed an all-out assault. The protagonist met his onslaught with an equally ferocious counterattack. In the midst of the escalating exchange, Saxon Guard suddenly discerned an anomaly. Sahan's countenance, he observed, had suddenly changed. An unsettling premonition crept over him. He then decided to amplify the intensity of his attacks. The protagonist, discerning his opponent's intent, maintained his unwavering defensive stance. Abruptly, Saxon Guard ceased his relentless onslaught. I've detected an anomaly, he declared. See, Han, you're employing refined aura. This esoteric technique, only achievable by Grandmaster-level swordsmen, compresses pure aura into an exceptionally pure and potent form. The sight of this refined aura unearthed a vivid memory for Saxon Guard, the expansive blue skies that had stretched above them a decade earlier. Despite the passage of time, the image remained astonishingly sharp in his mind. A disturbing realization surfaced. See, Han was exclusively on the defensive, offering no counterattacks. A tactical strategy, Saxon Guard concluded. His adversary was feigning weakness with deliberate intent. Why the charade, Sahan? He demanded. To ask such a question, Saxon Guard, is to reveal your own folly, Sahan replied, for it exposes your weakness. I no longer wield the formidable power I once commanded, he confessed. My very essence, my aura, and my magic were spent merely to cross the breach back to Terrain. The skepticism of Saxon Guard bristled at his words. For if Sahan's power was truly diminished, he would not have sought this confrontation, this quest for revenge. Enraged, the barbarian lunged forward, unleashing a renewed offensive. This time, his blow found its mark, connecting squarely with the protagonist, Sahan. He braced himself, deflecting the blow with a desperate last-ditch effort. If your strength were as depleted as you claim, boy, the barbarian boomed, you wouldn't be standing after taking that hit. I had anticipated this would be my glorious final battle. He continued, a death worthy of a warrior. But if this pathetic resistance is all you can muster, then I have no choice but to annihilate you completely with my full power. My power may be waning, Sahan retorted, but I retain more than enough strength to bring you to your knees. What's more, I can anticipate your every assault. Are you harboring some foolish hope? Then, he sneered, that your dormant aura will awaken in the middle of battle, Sahan? Saxengard taunted. However, he found himself without a discernible opening to counterattack. Worse yet, that he sensed the colossal enemy attack looming over him from the very earth. Beneath his feet, a colossal stone hand erupted, conjured by his adversary, its sole purpose to utterly crush the protagonist. Perhaps you weren't entirely lying about your strength after all, Sahan, Saxengard conceded, observing the new development. However, I never imagined you'd resort to an aura circle to evade combat, instead of facing me. The protagonist found himself completely trapped by the unexpected assault. He tried to mount a defense, but was taken completely by surprise. The colossal stone hand closed around him, securing its grip. I confess, I never pictured you in such a predicament, boy. Saxengard mused, a cruel tone in his voice. Tell me, but how does it feel to finally fall in battle? It seems, Sahan replied, his voice strained, that you harbor not scruples about eliminating me. In the decades since our last encounter, a single question has tormented me. What? Sahan demanded. Saxengard, why did you and the others merely banish me to another world instead of simply ending my existence right then and there? A persistent question had tormented Sahan for a decade. He had been completely defenseless, a puppet caught in the relentless phases of the portal. If the barbarian had chosen to plunge a dagger into his heart instead of just shoving him through the swirling gate, Sahan would have been powerless to resist, his fate sealed. And yet, Saxengard had refrained from a fatal blow, opting instead to banish Sahan back to his original realm, sparing his life. This unanswered leniency fueled Sahan's persistent question. Had Saxengard been struck by a sudden remorse for betraying a comrade? Or was there another reason? The barbarian, Saxengard, sneered, a dark amusement in his eyes. There's no harm in the truth anymore, Sahan, since you're about to meet your end anyway. He admitted to having considered Sahan's total extermination back then. But 3 hypocrites who readily agreed to your banishment drew the line at murder. They threatened to desert, to turn against us if we silenced you permanently. Though eager to betray you for their own gain, they lacked the stomach for actual bloodshed, unwilling to burden their consciences. And so, they insisted on simply returning you to your realm. Saxengard scoffed, dismissing their squeamishness. They never should have held back. I betrayed my friend to seize a throne, to become king of this land, he declared, his voice hard. And I wouldn't have truly savored that life if you had remained in Tirannur. He harbored no remorse for his actions that day, proclaiming that while he may be a traitor, he refused to be branded a coward. Sahan, in turn, stared back at him with that scathing gaze. You're a fool, barbarian. You pose as if you're above them, but you're merely the vilest among them. You claim not to be a coward, but your actions scream otherwise, Saxengard. You are the greatest narcissist I have ever met. For you harbored far more sinister intentions than those 3, and yet you perceive yourself as innocent. Enraged, the barbarian roared. You can think whatever you want, Sahan. Your judgment means nothing to me. For now, but I will simply eradicate you, once and for all. He lunged, a whirlwind of furious intent, but Sahan, with a sudden, fluid motion, broke free from his invisible bonds and parried the devastating blow with ease. Now I know the true story of my 10-year exile, Sahan announced. Throughout their skirmish, he had feigned weakness, a calculated act designed to uncover a crucial truth. His conclusion was stark. Saxengard's strength hadn't truly evolved in the past decade. The barbarian still relied on the same techniques Sahan remembered from 10 years ago. Sahan had anticipated a hidden card, a new stratagem or two, but his assumption proved completely wrong. A chilling realization dawned on Saxengard. He had been completely fooled. The weak aura he had sensed earlier was Sahan deliberately masking his true power. Took you long enough, Sahan commented, a mocking tone in his voice. If you hadn't been so completely consumed by your own madness, you might have discerned the truth much sooner to model. I spent the last 10 years honing my skills, sharpening every blade of my resolve for this very moment of vengeance, Sahan continued, his eyes gleaming. You'd be a fool to underestimate me now. Saxengard's face twisted with unrestrained fury. He roared, summoning a torrent of pure aura, to unleash upon Sahan. Sahan dodged the attack with contemptuous ease. Instantly, Saxengard regrouped, preparing a new assault. His enormous axe became a conduit, unleashing devastating arcs of energy that tore through the air toward Sahan. Sahan met the barrage with his own blade. With a masterful flourish, his enhanced skills shattered the incoming assault. A gasp escaped Saxengard's lips as he recognized the technique. Sahan. He also wields the legendary Sky Piercer. I'm fighting a barbarian, Sahan declared, a faint smile on his lips. It only seems fitting to unleash every magical beast or a technique in my arsenal. The barbarian's rage intensified, twisting his features into a grotesque mask. From a distance, the allied girl watched, mesmerized. She thought, so this is the power of the 7 heroes of the revolution. Legends coming to life before her very eyes. She struggled to comprehend that individuals of such monstrous power had walked the earth during the war for independence. A fierce desire to help Sahan pulsed within her, but she knew her magic was insufficient. A heavy question settled in her mind. Was my true purpose here? Back in the whirlwind of battle, Saxengard's voice boomed. Will you spare the others, Sahan, or will your vengeance consume them too? Your resolve is weak. Sahan scoffed without a doubt. You will perish long before you reach your insignificant goals. With a guttural roar, he gathered his power. For another devastating assault, a colossal hand of pure energy formed, seeking to crush Sahan. As the gigantic fist descended, Sahan offered a sarcastic, mocking compliment to his adversary. And he announced, have something truly special to counter such a bold display. At first, Saxengard didn't grasp the meaning of Sahan's words. But then, a cold dread washed over him as he finally understood Sahan's intention. Sahan was unleashing his aura to its absolute zenith. To be hit by such concentrated power would be catastrophic. Desperate, the barbarian magnified his monstrous attack to its maximum limit. It was a futile effort. Sahan's counterattack surged forward, annihilating the colossal hand of energy in a blinding flash. The blow, devastatingly, continued its trajectory, aimed directly at Saxengard. Saxengard was forced back violently, narrowly dodging the pulverizing force. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If that blow had connected, it would have been his absolute annihilation. He cursed his own arrogance. He should have accepted his imminent defeat from the start, prepared himself, embraced his fate, and fought with honor, even in a losing battle. Instead, clinging to the false hope that Sahan was weak, he had deluded himself into believing he could survive. His desperate attachment to this world, his absolute conviction of victory, had blinded him to the mortal danger he'd been in from the very beginning. A belated burst of desperate cunning ignited within him, but it was already too late. Finally, Sahan declared, a grim satisfaction in his tone, I have driven you to despair. It was truly agonizing to endure your former arrogance. Saxengard, baring his teeth in a snarl, screamed, I should have extinguished your life when I had the chance. Indeed, Sahan conceded in a low, dangerous voice. But that chance, barbarian, will never come again. With a final, decisive move, Sahan unleashed a devastating attack that slammed into the barbarian. The full, unaltered force of his aura crushed Saxengard. A single blow, decisive, from the protagonist left Saxengard completely incapacitated. A single, effortlessly delivered impact was all it took to bring down the formidable barbarian. A hint of disappointment crossed Sahan's features, a fleeting shadow that suggested the ease of the victory was almost anticlimactic. Even as his body crumbled, Saxengard's indomitable spirit flared, denying any hint of defeat. You're still weak, Sahan, he gasped, a sneer twisting his lips. You couldn't even overcome me with the Sky Piercer. Sahan just watched, unfazed by the bluster. Tell me instead, he began in a neutral tone. Who are those 3 hypocrites you spoke of earlier? As expected, Saxengard remained tight-lipped. Sahan had long since deduced the barbarian's inherent stubbornness, understanding that such crucial information would never be revealed so easily. A different question now gnawed at him. Why the betrayal, Saxengard? Sahan's gaze sharpened. You were never one to covet wealth or power. Why throw it all away for the hollow crown of king? A joyless laugh rumbled in Saxengard's chest. Your questions only highlight your profound ignorance, he declared. It was never just about the crown. I refuse to live forever in your colossal shadow, Sahan. I long for renown as the pinnacle of strength, not just as the sidekick of a more formidable man. Was I supposed to grovel like some fawning dog? Eternally grateful for the mere scraps of your friendship, mighty Sahan? Such a poetic complaint is beyond your intellect. Saxengard, Sahan replied, his gaze piercing. I've heard these sentiments before. You're just another puppet in a larger scheme. His expression hardened. However, no outside influence will absolve you of betraying the sacred trust of a friend. Defiance burned in Saxengard's eyes, eclipsing any hint of fear. Then end this, he demanded, his voice hoarse with a desperate plea. Kill me, Sahan. Let my pride remain intact. Sahan's voice was firm, resolute. Killing you would be too merciful. I have a different kind of retribution in mind for you. A furrow formed on the barbarian's brow. What cunning torture are you talking about? He growled, bewildered. Alita, Sahan called, his voice echoing with intent. A surge of fury twisted Saxengard's face. Enough of these games, Sahan. Finish me now. No, Sahan reiterated, a cold edge to his voice. Though my past self longed for your destruction, you only banished me to another realm. It's your... Turd experienced that same prolonged despair. His gaze was unwavering. You will endure precisely what I endured for 10 agonizing years. You will be cast into that very same world. Saxengard recoiled, horror dawning in his eyes at the true nature of Sahan's revenge. Yet, even as he struggled, a brilliant rift tore open in the air, a vortex of shimmering energies. The barbarian had no choice but to face his impending doom. The keen senses of Alida immediately registered a subtle drain. See, Han had siphoned her mana, weaving it into the nascent portal. To her, the notion of manipulating another's energy for spells was absurd, akin to trying to build one's own physique with someone else's muscles. There was one specific exception to this arcane law. Summoned magical entities, bound by extra-dimensional techniques, possessed the inherent right to draw power from their summoners. See, Han hadn't initially intended such a direct imposition, but his own mana replenishment was proving to be agonizingly slow. In that moment, Alida understood the true scope of her presence, her role in Sahan's meticulously crafted revenge. He truly wanted Saxengard to relive every gut-wrenching moment of his decade-long exile. The barbarian thrashes about, fighting the irresistible pull. He's exhausting every last drop of his remaining strength, trying to resist the portal's inexorable tug. Sahan observed, his voice devoid of pity. I recognize the futile struggle, because I tried the same thing, about a decade ago, but I only sent you home. Roared Saxengard, his voice strained. This is an unknown land. It's not fair. Consider it repayment. Sahan replied, his tone icy with interest. Terror now twisted Saxengard's features. He strained against the unseen force, his eyes wide with dawning horror. Beyond the shimmering maw, grotesque silhouettes writhed, countless creatures, powerful, reminiscent of the Emperor's most vile summons. His punishment was clear, a solitary, endless battle against relentless horrors in a forgotten realm. Do you really think this is my end? Saxengard gasped, desperation clawing at his throat. I will survive. I will return from that abyssal world, just as you did. And one day, see, Han, we will face each other again. This is my solemn vow, no matter what. Sahan, simply offered a quiet farewell. The vortex, flared brightly, then collapsed inward, consuming Saxengard completely, leaving only a lingering tremor in the air. Alida's brow furrowed. Was this really wise? She wondered aloud. The four towers will undoubtedly sense such a potent dimensional disturbance. Sahan simply shrugged. It matters little. We'll leave soon enough, and I have enchantments that can hide our tracks by silencing any lingering tremors. His eyes then fell upon the barbarian's tattered clothes, discarded after his banishment. Perhaps I can get a decent sum for this, he mused, a touch of dark humor in his tone. What will become of Saxengard? Alida insisted, her voice tinged with worry. Who can say? He replied. Sahan said, his gaze distant. Anything is possible in that other world. His survival, his disappearance. It's of no importance to me. My revenge is complete. The fate that awaits him now is his business, not mine. I'd feel more at ease if he had been completely. Eliminated, Alida confessed. Even a minuscule chance of his return, as he swore, unnerves me. It's no simple feat, especially for a non-mage, Sahan acknowledged. However, I, more than anyone, know that such returns are possible, defying all expectations. Didn't I myself confound my own enemies? And if he really does return? Alida inquired, her gaze searching. What happened then? Sahan considered this, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his lips. I confess, he admitted, his honesty raw and chilling. I'd be quite intrigued to witness the ultimate fruit of my revenge. Shortly after, the reigning monarch recognized his ineptitude for royalty and abdicated, embracing the life of a free man, unbound by the crown. Heinz I then ascended to the throne as the new sovereign, solemnly decreeing that the nation would henceforth be known as the Kingdom of Rattenberg. Following his enthronement, Heinz swiftly reorganized the kingdom's internal affairs. Crumble whose tireless efforts had supported the new monarch, was appropriately elevated to the rank of count and entrusted with administrative oversight, a portfolio previously managed by Keltarin. Jaldrin was appointed commander of the Black Lion Knights, with Rivel designated as his vice-commander. Keltarin, already elevated to Marquis, was subsequently named Chancellor and hailed as a hero by the populace. Watching Ainz systematically dismantle any lingering vestiges of the previous reign, the remaining nobility braced themselves, anticipating dire consequences. However, the new king declared that he was not like Emperor Russenard. Although he could not condone the transgressions committed by Duke Cramadon and other complicit nobles, he understood the cruelty of blaming everyone else indiscriminately. To demonstrate unequivocally his benevolent aspirations for governance, he proclaimed his intention to take the former queen, Layla Rinrattenberg, daughter of Duke Cramadon, as his wife. This decisive act by the new monarch was widely interpreted by the nobility as a clear indication that he had no intention of punishing them for their past misdeeds. Thus, Ines earned the trust of the nobles, who in turn pledged their unwavering loyalty and utmost service to his majesty. In the quiet chambers of his mind, the new king offered a silent congratulations to Kel Tarin, for he perceived that events were unfolding precisely as Kel Tarin had foreseen. For her part, Layla confided that her father had never treated her as a person, but rather as mere property. Therefore, she expressed profound gratitude that the new king had accepted her, feeling deeply honored to be by his side. The king also derived deep satisfaction from knowing he had secured her trust and the unwavering support of the nobility. And so, all acclaimed the new sovereign of Rattenberg. Sometime later, the protagonist met with Kel Tarin, offering his congratulations on his promotion to chancellor. He added that in this esteemed position, Kel Tarin would now wield absolute control over the entirety of the kingdom's finances. Kel Tarin, with a hint of defensiveness in his eyes, asserted that he harbored no intention of leveraging his position to illicitly acquire the wealth of others. However, he declared he could easily double his personal fortune even if he simply reallocated Saxongard's extravagant entertainment budgets to the ruling classes. Sahan expressed his satisfaction that matters had concluded favorably, given that Saxongard's previous rule had been a complete disaster. He mused that he wouldn't be surprised if people started hailing Ines as the wise king, having managed to rectify at least half of the existing problems. However, Kel Tarin replied, stating that while Saxongard may have inadvertently crippled the kingdom from within, he had paradoxically maintained its external security. For Saxongard's presence had prevented the other heroes of the revolution from directly assaulting the kingdom. Without his formidable influence, Kel Tarin argued, the kingdom now found itself dangerously vulnerable to its neighbors. Even conceding this premise, the protagonist was still unconvinced that the kingdom faced imminent danger. Kel Tarin posed a direct question. Did Sahan's conviction stem from a belief that he would soon force other nations into a similar position of subjugation? Of course, Kel Tarin openly admitted his fervent hope for Sahan's success in his vengeful endeavors, knowing full well the considerable advantages he himself would gain. The protagonist dismissed this. Kel Tarin, you didn't summon me just for such trivial speculation. State the real issue you wish to address. At this, the chancellor's countenance shifted, a subtle alteration in his posture. He then revealed that the other heroes of the revolution were considerably more formidable than Saxongard had ever been. The former king, he explained, was fundamentally incapable of ruling, his skills atrophied and unpolished from his prolonged absence from the battlefield. In stark contrast, Realstein and Saffron control the Four Towers, having both achieved the coveted title of Floor Master, a feat that Sahan himself had accomplished in the past. Sahan interrupted, pointing out that unlike him, these two heroes had received proper tutelage in magic, suggesting they could rival his own power. Tyrant, Karen, and abilities had also undoubtedly grown much more potent, as they were both tireless researchers and prodigious self-trainers, driven solely by a hunger for progress. However, Kel Tarin argued that among them all, Lavina was emerging as the preeminent force, having recently experienced a significant surge in power. Sahan cut him off. Chancellor, dispense with the preamble. State your true intentions without further delay. Kel Tarin then affirmed with grave conviction that if he were forced to choose between aligning with a savior from another world or with the world's destroyers, his loyalty would unequivocally lie with Sahan. He considered any alternative to be the height of madness. However, if the general populace were forced to face such a stark decision, many would undoubtedly agonize over the choice. Hearing this, the protagonist's gaze sharpened. Has Lavina truly become that formidable? Kel Tarin stated that he knew of only 3 individuals who could conceivably stand against Lavina. One was General Ondark, the guardian knight of the Ruslan Empire. Another was the mercenary king, Barak. However, nothing had been heard from him since the fall of the empire, and he was widely presumed deceased, having succumbed to the ravages of old age. The last one, Sahan knew her intimately, Lavina, the unseen thief queen. She had recently ascended to the pinnacle of her art, achieving the rank of divine sword warrior, the highest echelon in her discipline. With the disappearance of the 3 former divine sword warriors, She was now officially the only one remaining on the entire continent. At this revelation, Sahan mused that as shocking as the news was, he found himself able to believe it. A decade prior, Lavina had reached the status of Grandmaster while still a mere teenager. She was unequivocally a true prodigy. It was hardly inconceivable that she had now reached the absolute peak. Kelteron posited that the run was in fact close to reaching Lavina's formidable level. Despite Lavina's inherent ambition, she had not yet moved to dominate the neighboring country on her border. This inaction, coupled with Theron's impending achievement of her power level, suggested that even with her divine sword warrior status, she lacked absolute confidence in victory. Therefore, the Ren also posed a tangible threat. Lavina might have occasionally shown flashes of ambition, Sahan replied. However, she is not the type to mercilessly trample others to satisfy her personal desires. Are you certain, Chancellor, that you haven't mistaken her for someone else? The Chancellor conceded that perhaps he did not possess absolute certainty, but he dared to assert that Sahan was gravely mistaken in his judgment of her. He firmly believed that Lavina had always embodied that very nature. Moreover, everyone else shared the same conviction. The other 6 heroes of the revolution were well aware of it, and even Saxonard himself had harbored the same perception. Kelteron concluded in a firm voice that Sahan was the only individual ignorant of Lavina's true nature. At these words, a distinctly unsettling aura began to emanate from the protagonist. Alarmed, Kelteron visibly recoiled, assuming his pronouncements had provoked this disturbing change. He immediately sought forgiveness from Sahan for his frankness. It was not my intention to alarm you, Kelteron assured him. Sahan replied, the revelation simply took me by surprise. In that case, Terran asked cautiously, is there anything I can do to improve the situation? The protagonist simply stated, everything is fine. I now possess the necessary information. It's time to set my plans in motion. With a final nod, he took his leave of the Chancellor. As he departed, Sahan's thoughts swirled, realizing there was a crucial detail that Kelteron was unaware of. He had witnessed Lavina's true nature. A decade ago, a side of her known to no other soul. The mere memory of Lavina's chilling gaze sent a shiver down his spine, making him feel as if her presence lingered nearby. Later, as Sahan prepared to leave, Alida asked, do you have any engagements? Sahan shrugged, claiming profound boredom. He had considered a walk, but with Terranur offering little amusement, he decided to look for books. Alida promptly declared her wish to accompany him. Equally tired of being cooped up at home, the protagonist raised an eyebrow, questioning her readiness for public exposure. Alida, however, confidently affirmed her mastery of disguise techniques. Just then, another young woman materialized, addressing Sahan as master. Having apparently overheard their plans, she eagerly requested to join their outing. Before Sahan could respond, a different ally interjected abruptly, cutting the girl off. He reminded her sternly of her scheduled lessons with him, stating unequivocally that she shouldn't even contemplate encroaching on Sahan's valuable time. The girl feigned ignorance, though her internal monologue betrayed her true intention to deliberately sabotage Sahan and Alida's excursion. The male ally remained resolute. She will attend her studies, whether she likes it or not. Sahan, observing the exchange, simply remarked, it's heartening to see them interact with such energy. Upon entering the bustling city, Sahan commented, Terranur has undeniably prospered. It pulses with a vitality and energy it previously lacked. Now employing the Thousand Faces technique, Sahan admitted that his revenge had been deeply personal, but he harbored no regrets. Midway through their walk, Alida's gaze sharpened, spotting something intriguing. Just ahead stood a picturesque. Inside the establishment's bookstore, they began to browse. Searching for appealing titles, Sahan's eyes landed on several volumes filled with innuendo as he reflected on the precise nature of their content. Salacious. Among the suggestive covers, one book in particular truly captured his attention. It was titled The Otherworldly Savior's Lover. Sahan's immediate thought was that it must be about his romance with Lavina. He wondered if their decade-long relationship had been celebrated enough to inspire new romantic sagas, even now. A peek inside, however, gave him a jolt of genuine surprise. The narrative unbelievably described a relationship between him and Rielstein. A perplexed Sahan wondered, who would even come up with something like that? Was the author completely unaware of his real bond with Lavina? And why, of all the options, had they put him in a romance with another man? Alida, blushing at the awkward silence, was left speechless. She bought a single volume and practically fled the store. Their next destination was the city's Grand Plaza. Seeing the imposing statues commemorating various heroes, Sahan mused. Was it Saxon who commissioned these? Alida replied, there's nothing wrong with praising the heroes of the revolution. After all, there's even a statue dedicated to the otherworldly savior. Sahan looked at the monument that supposedly depicted him, finding no resemblance whatsoever. His companion clarified, the legends surrounding you have been, let's say, a little embellished in the telling. Your achievements, after all, were undeniably extraordinary. Sahan, in turn, joked, maybe I should just be thankful no one recognizes me now. With Saxon's death avenged, Alida asked, do you have another target in mind? Sahan thought that defeating Saffron or Realstein would be simple, given their magic's total ineffectiveness against him. However, he preferred to postpone their confrontation. Orchestrating a direct encounter with mages known for their elusive and strategic operations presented a great challenge. Sahan had initially wanted to pursue Terran after Saxon's defeat. He believed Terran's arrogance with the sword would make him an easier opponent to isolate for a duel. However, Lavina had reached the rank of sword goddess for her unparalleled swordsmanship. Sahan suspected, though it was just a guess, that Terran was dangerously close to a comparable skill level. If the information about Terran was accurate, and Terran had truly ascended to sword god, then Sahan's confrontation would be premature. Although Sahan had recovered much of his aura, he was still at the Grandmaster level. He would need more time to fully restore his formidable strength. His companion asked if he planned to continue his rigorous training until he was fully recovered. The protagonist replied, I've already wasted a decade. There's no more time to lose. His gaze shifted, landing on one of the hero statues. He murmured, I can barely wait to finally face Karen Anesius. Alida's eyes widened. You mean the immortal witch? He explained Karen wields Prin, the cleric's restorative capabilities, along with Freya, the Templar's devastating destructive power. Such a unique combination is almost unheard of. However, her real threat doesn't just lie in her individual combat prowess, but in her formidable aptitude for synergizing these diverse talents. Far more potent than a simple physical enhancement, this unique amalgamation of abilities allows her to plague her adversaries with a myriad of ailments. Even the most formidable swordsmen and mages fear such a threat. One must remain extremely vigilant against her contagions. Alida conceded, Karen seems to be an exceptionally challenging adversary. Are you sure of your convictions? Sahan responded with an unequivocal affirmative. Beings from other worlds are immune to the indigenous diseases of Terran. Thus, Karen's specialized abilities will be totally ineffective against me. Alida pressed, so it's not just Karen's specific contagions that don't affect you, but any Terran disease? Indeed, Sahan confirmed with deep gratitude in his voice. If it weren't for this immunity, I doubt I would have survived. His friend ventured. Is this some form of potent magic? Sahan explained. On Earth, constant exposure to antibiotics fostered potent and highly evolved germs. Essentially, I became a carrier, transporting these microbes across the dimensional divide. The dimensional portal, apparently, made no effort to prevent such a transfer. When I was pulled into this world, my entire microscopic ecosystem came with me. Alida's astonishment was palpable. Even a germ can cross a dimensional portal? What are the true limits of this phenomenon? The protagonist recounted, Realstein was once obsessed with finding an answer to that very question. He once theorized that only truly living entities could pass through the dimensional gate. Then he turned to me, Sahan remembered, and asked, what exactly does the portal define as living, Sahan? He admitted his uncertainty, but speculated that perhaps anything possessing a soul would do. At this, Realstein launched a barrage of hypotheses, asking, could zombies or animated carrion pass through it? Overwhelmed by the volume of grotesque hypotheses, Sahan found himself completely speechless. Realstein then declared, but this is the very essence of a research mage's endeavor. He persisted, however, delving into increasingly bizarre and, frankly, repulsive lines of inquiry. This persistence earned Realstein a sharp rap on the head. A young woman who had approached unseen scolded him. Must you say such things before dinner, Realstein? Realstein immediately protested, rubbing his head. That really hurt, Karen. However, the moment his eyes met Karen's face, his irritation vanished. Her smile was simply too captivating to resist. She set dinner before them. Dinner is served, she announced, a slight apology in her voice for the meal's simplicity, attributing it to a lack of ingredients. Sahan quickly assured her it was no problem. Simply having food on the table was more than enough. Realstein, however, noticed that Karen wasn't eating. Why aren't you eating? He asked. Karen explained that tasting various dishes and ingredients while cooking had sated her appetite. The young men, unconvinced, offered generous portions from their own plates. Karen refused, insisting her hunger was gone. However, their persistent efforts to feed her were undeniable. She finally gave in, taking a bite, to the visible delight of Stein and Sahan. Tyrant, however, remained impassive. The protagonist asked if he too would offer her some of his food. Tyrant, a flash of irritation crossing his features, simply said he wasn't like them. He stood up abruptly, leaving his plate on the table. "I've eaten enough. Karen can have a rest," he declared. Karen, with an inward smile, understood it was Tyrant's clumsy attempt at kindness. As the young men prepared to leave, Karen called out to Sahan, urging him to wait. "I fixed your scarf," she explained, showing him the carefully mended garment. "With how cold it is, I wouldn't want you to catch a cold." Back in the present, the protagonist reflected that Karen had always embodied the dual roles of a protective older sister and mother. Despite the seniority of Tyrant and Stein, Sahan had always seen Karen as a true sister. Her gentle nature, serene wisdom, sharp intelligence, and inherent kindness shone through. Her smile, a constant beacon, never faltered, no matter how heartbreaking or painful the circumstances became. Even in the midst of the grim task of eliminating Imperial Army soldiers, a sight deeply unsettling in its own way, her composure held. In fact, it wasn't just Karen. In those past days, they were all brothers to Sahan, a true family, forged by unbreakable bonds. He felt he had learned many vital lessons thanks to their shared experiences. But now, tired of his wanderings, he turned to Alida. "It's time for us to go back," he announced. A somber thought, however, echoed in Sahan's mind. Too much time had passed, and some paths, once taken, offered no return. Meanwhile, within the sacred spires of Elicitarium, the divine capital of Ignatius, Karen was attending to her duties. "Has Saxengard abdicated the throne?" she asked, her voice cutting through the chamber's silent reverence. A priest confirmed, relaying that the eldest son had ascended to the throne. Furthermore, Count Caltron, Saxengard's trusted right hand, had taken control of the volatile situation. Another priest thought the name sounded familiar. His colleague elaborated. "Calteron is that individual blessed with the physique of a scholar and the savage cunning of a wild beast." Karen, in turn, expressed her astonishment. "It's surprising to hear. The Calteron I know is no coward, nor the type of person to instigate such turmoil with a mere gesture." She imperiously demanded they gather more intelligence on the unfolding events. The high priest then asked about the subsequent course of action. Karen clarified that many had fled the tyranny of the Saxon Guard, seeking refuge within their borders, and were now desecrating temples and plundering offerings to the goddess. She pointed out that these refugees should have received ample food and clothing. Why then would they resort to such acts? She asked. The high priest confessed that the individual responsible for provisions had embezzled the resources, leaving many refugees without adequate sustenance. "Although coveting the goddess's offerings is an unforgivable transgression, I implore your holiness not to punish them for stealing. Not just to survive," he pleaded. Karen, however, remained inflexible. According to the divine commandments, they cannot be absolved simply because of their circumstances. Therefore, all who have stolen must be eliminated. Secular laws are inherently unjust and iniquitous, she asserted, for they are based on human emotions and transient situations. The populace must adhere to the will of the goddess, not to the arbitrary laws or ethical codes they devise themselves. Only through such obedience, she declared, will they achieve a just existence in this realm. If you understand, priest, you may withdraw now. Her gaze was completely devoid of emotion. A chilling emptiness that some might interpret as the epitome of dispassionate justice. With no alternative, the priest could only accede to her decree. They bowed in unison and then withdrew from the sacred space. The scene shifts back to the protagonist, Sahan. "I have executed your request with precision, Lord Sahan," Kelteron declared. "Swordmaster Sinan, Swordmaster Alida, and your student Dina," he began, "are all designated members of the Retember delegation bound for Ignatius, the religious kingdom." The protagonist marveled at the Count's swift efficiency. He had needed to locate Karen and had tasked Kelteron with devising a method to do so without raising suspicion. Kelteron had requested time for the undertaking, but had delivered results with astonishing speed. Sahan had assumed the Count would ponder the matter for a full day, only to realize he had already completed all the necessary arrangements. He knew that for a king to truly assert his right to the throne, he needed recognition from other nations, which required sending diplomats to their capitals. However, Sahan also knew that administrative procedures were rarely so straightforward. "How did you get permission for everyone so quickly?" he asked. Kelteron explained that he had appointed Sahan and his companions to the delegation from its inception, a not too arduous task given his influential position as a count. The protagonist wondered if Keltaron had orchestrated this entire plan beforehand, meticulously preparing for any decision Sahan might make. Don't create unnecessary work for your subordinates, he admonished the count. Simply ask before taking such an initiative next time. Keltaron acknowledged the suggestion as sound. Sahan, observing this, deduced that the count must have endured considerable hardship serving Saxongard, which explained his palpable apprehension about making mistakes. The count then reported that the religious kingdom of Anasius had responded positively to the news of the new king, a reaction seconded by other nations. Therefore, you can use this delegation to arrange meetings with representatives from all the other kingdoms, he informed Sahan. Sahan had a vague idea of who this might be. This individual had always been close to Saxongard and would undoubtedly harbor little affection for Ainz I. The protagonist, however, hadn't anticipated such open hostility and sincerely hoped this person wasn't contemplating war. He was referring, of course, to Seraphan, and he now realized he would be meeting him much sooner than expected. The Sapari kingdom stood alone among the nations, refusing to officially recognize Ainz I. Their unwavering stance stemmed from Seraphan's deep alliance with Saxongard. Their bond transcended mere friendship. They were an inseparable partnership forged in war. Seraphan, the strategic intellect, and Saxongard, the formidable force. Keltaron maintained that Saxongard had officially abdicated his throne, choosing the quiet existence of a free man instead. However, Seraphan, who knew Saxongard intimately, dismissed the claim as a total fabrication. The protagonist deduced that Seraphan's distrust must run deep, explaining his refusal to sanction the new monarch. A grim realization washed over him. He couldn't allow countless innocents to become collateral damage in his quest for revenge. At this rate, his path might lead him to Seraphan before Karen. Keltaron, however, reassured Sahan, emphasizing that his apprehension was unwarranted. All other kingdoms, save for Seraphan's, maintain friendly relations with us. Besides, we have the formidable backing of the Rolstein kingdom, the preeminent power on the continent. Both Rolstein and Seraphan's kingdom are potent mage kingdoms. Their rivalry ignited during the War of Revolution and has been simmering ever since. Given this delicate balance, Seraphan would be unable to act rashly or instigate any impulsive conflict. So, Keltaron concluded, Sahan could proceed with his initial itinerary, beginning his journey to the pious kingdom of Anasius. All preparations, after all, were already complete. The Count must have anticipated this precise turn of events to some extent, the protagonist commented. Trusting in Keltaron's counsel, he resolved not to abandon the journey then. I'll leave the arrangements entirely in the Count's hands, he declared. 3 days later, that the protagonist found himself on the open road. Not alone, but accompanied by his entire delegation, he traveled toward the kingdom of Anasius. From the opulent confines of a carriage, a noble observed the protagonist on horseback. My lord, wouldn't you rather rest for a bit? The noble asked. I'm quite comfortable on horseback, Sahan replied. In fact, I find it much more pleasant than being cooped up inside a carriage. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know, the noble offered. It's been a long time since I last rode, Sahan mused, and I find I'm quite enjoying it. Attila, on the other hand, had no prior experience with horse riding. Attila is gradually getting the hang of it, he noted, then warned her, but don't push yourself too hard. Aura skills that amplify speed, allowing you to outrun a horse, are extremely difficult to master, Attila explained. That's why it's imperative to learn proper horsemanship, just like Xenon. A knight from the Odina kingdom, who comes from a privileged background. I'd always assumed you came from a well-off family too, Sahan mused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. My family was destroyed, she stated, her voice devoid of emotion. Anyway, I was determined to master horse riding before we reached our destination. As night fell, they set up camp. Unlike previous journeys, the soldiers are handling everything now, Sahan observed, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. He was quite enjoying this new indulgence. We're mercenaries, Xenon interrupted, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why do we have to make camp? I'd assumed the Count would have prepared a more expedited route. It's unavoidable, Dina replied, her voice pragmatic. Most of the routes are desolate or very mountainous, and supply posts are scarce. Once, a vital artery known as the Yalit Highway Bridge spanned these lands. However, its destruction during the War of Independence left only this longer, more tortuous path. Trade could have tripled if that bridge had remained intact, Dina lamented, her experience as a merchant's daughter giving her sharp insight into such matters. A bridge that crossed through mountains must have been exceptionally sturdy, Attila commented. A question hung in the air. How could such a structure have been destroyed? Her gaze drifted to Sahan, who visibly struggled to hide a flash of shame. Instantly, she understood. He was the one responsible for the bridge's destruction. Sahan, however, quickly deflected the blame to Saxongard. Back in those days, our conflict raged with such ferocity that much was annihilated, he explained. A stark realization dawned on Sahan. Until this moment, he had never truly contemplated the suffering his past actions had inflicted on others. He vowed to be more mindful from now on. However, a deep boredom was eating at him. With the soldiers handling every task, there was simply nothing left for him to do at the camp. I'll help the soldiers with the transport, Xenon offered. I'll continue my horse riding practice, Adela announced. Sahan, could you spare some time for Dina? Shortly after, the protagonist prepared to train with the eager young woman. Dina was radiating a contagious excitement. She immediately lunged forward, initiating her attack. But with a seemingly effortless grace, Sahan countered. Dina, your fighting spirit is truly impressive, he acknowledged, but that alone won't be enough. Besides, your guard is dangerously low, the protagonist emphasized as he struck skillfully. One must remain extremely aware of every detail during battle. Furthermore, wielding a sword demands complete concentration of both mind and body. Anger is a natural emotion, but you must never allow it to consume you. While anger can energize your body and ignite your determination, uncontrolled fury will invariably cloud your vision and shatter your focus. So, I should be aggressive but not volatile? Dina clarified. You must train as if every session is a real battle, Sahan instructed. Without that intensity, you won't improve. There are no shortcuts to mastering swordsmanship. He also warned Dina against overexerting herself during practice. There's no benefit. In training to the point of exhaustion, he advised. Moderation in practice is key, Dina. She absorbed his every word with a surprising quickness, which genuinely astonished the protagonist. This is precisely what I'd expect from the Mercenary King's successor. The girl smiled radiantly. I'm honored to learn from you. Is this how you learn the fundamentals? She asked, her eyes shining, before mastering the Mercenary King's own sword techniques. Sahan's mind, in that instant, flashed back to his own brutal training. Unlike Dina, his master had shown him no such leniency. The training had been relentlessly harsh. Not only was the regimen physically grueling, but his trainer's words that had been completely devoid of motivation. In the middle of one of those sessions, a friend had stepped in, openly challenging these brutal methods. He believed the trainer was being unnecessarily cruel. The sword instructor, however, had justified his severity, claiming it was the most efficient path to mastery. He was convinced that without such rigor, the protagonist would be quickly eliminated. The moment the instructor left, Sahan's friend rushed to his side, offering comfort. With tears running down his face, the protagonist confessed that 3 agonizing months had passed since he was forced into this world. He felt he didn't deserve this kind of cruel treatment at all. His friend gently explained that his harsh treatment wasn't a consequence of his mistakes, but rather the inherent cruelty and insensitivity of the world itself. But your most precious possession, Sahan, is your own life, his friend had urged him. If you want to survive, you must become strong. Only then can you hope to achieve your greatest goals. Back in the present, Sahan reflected on his past, recognizing that he had, in fact, fulfilled every single one of Master Sean Dina's demands. You've done truly exceptional work today, he announced. Now it's time to stop and take a well-deserved, refreshing break, Sahan. He reflected on his own origins, wielding a sword he had learned not from a renowned master, but from a worthless vagrant in a dark alley. It wasn't the art of combat he had learned, but the raw, brutal meaning of violence itself. Through that grim education, the protagonist came to understand the chilling simplicity of taking another life with precision. And what it took to simply survive the hell that was Turinur. During the camp, Xenon commented on the great satisfaction of witnessing the disciplined efforts of a true army. Alida, with a touch of dry wit, joked, should we expect rain again now that we've stumbled upon another magical beast? The protagonist, pointing to the clear sky, assured her, not tonight, not at all. The weather is absolutely perfect. A wave of laughter spread through the group. Dina expressed her delight. It's truly nice to have a camp like this, and the food is simply wonderful. She, however, seemed to be the only one who thought so. Sahan, for his part, found the food completely inedible. Turns out, Xenon, that had been the chef, and while he was undoubtedly an exceptional gentleman, his culinary skills left a lot to be desired. Alida silently agreed, but no one dared to voice their true opinions, reluctant to spoil the cheerful atmosphere of their trip. They didn't want to offend their friend, but a silent, unanimous pact was formed between them. Xenon, thou must be kept far away from the cooking pots on future excursions. And Dina remained the one and only admirer of his cooking. As night fell over their camp, the protagonist declared, "No one, that absolutely no one is to disturb us tonight." He considered it the perfect time to resume aura skill training, eager to assess Alita's progress. Sahan intended for Alita to master the legendary stealth skill of the Ashen Vein. For Xenon, his goal was to teach him the explosive aura of Sexengard. Alita questioned the ease of the instruction, commenting, "Is it really that easy to teach? You often struggle to explain things that come from a world so different from ours, Sahan." However, he revealed his strategy. If words fail, then a practical demonstration becomes the most effective teacher. Xenon's excitement immediately shot up. He declared his complete willingness to follow Sahan's instructions with great precision. Alita, on the other hand, argued that such unique aura skills were reserved for the heroes of the revolution, and their use by others would undoubtedly invite unwanted scrutiny. The protagonist simply offered, "We just need to claim we learned these techniques from a venerable old man who has since passed away. That's all." Alita was completely dumbfounded by such a bold fabrication. Sahan muttered that such a pretext had been very common in the past. Saxoner himself had learned under similar circumstances, making the excuse totally plausible. However, he clarified that the method of acquisition was completely irrelevant. What really mattered was their inherent compatibility with these potent techniques. To determine this, Sahan began the training without any delay, meticulously guiding each of them through the step-by-step complexities. After a grueling session, Sahan began to feel the heavy, deep toll of exhaustion. Alita guessed his fatigue came from the repetitive demonstrations, having to perform each technique again for his students. The protagonist, however, dismissed it, claiming he just needed a quick meal to regain his strength, nothing more. Instantly, Xenon volunteered, rushing to prepare some food. Sahan, however, waved him off, trying to assure him that he could keep going for much longer. Shortly after, Xenon reappeared, triumphantly carrying 2 freshly caught rabbits. What a surprise! Sahan's eyes shot open in sudden, stunned surprise. Noticing his reaction, Xenon asked, "Don't you like rabbit meat?" "No, that's not it," Sahan quickly clarified. "I'm just amazed by your incredible speed, getting 2 rabbits so fast." "It's my specialty," Xenon replied with a proud smile. The protagonist had been completely unaware of his friend's prodigious hunting skills. He then asked if Xenon would be willing to hunt one more time. Xenon immediately agreed, saying, "I'll leave right away." Without a moment's hesitation, Sahan. He intended to time the next hunting expedition with great precision. As he watched Xenon, Sahan discerned an astonishing aura emanating from him. Yes, it was like a subtle, net-like emanation that explained his unparalleled aptitude for hunting. Truly, he was unconscious of his own power. Xenon chased a squirrel, which was instantly immobilized, trapped by his aura. Unknowingly, however, Xenon only noticed its tiny size, considering it too insignificant for a meal in the end. The protagonist, with his exceptionally sharp perception, clearly sensed Xenon's incredible aura, marveling that the young man remained completely oblivious to his own great, latent talent. Xenon simply attributed his hunting success to mere fortune and nothing more, completely unaware of the profound, innate ability he possessed, which was so pronounced. This disparity was so great that the protagonist questioned him directly, without beating around the bush. "How did you manage to use that aura, Xenon?" Perplexed, he admitted that he hadn't even realized he was using such a power at all. Sahan instantly deduced that the young man's aura manifested instinctively, rather than through conscious, manual activation. Of course, he also realized that Xenon's current night level was not a measure of his talent ceiling at all. Instead, he was simply confined to that rank because his true, vast potential remained largely untapped. Then, the protagonist retrieved a small object from his sachet. Yes, he extended his hand, asking Xenon, "Can you discern the exact number of salt grains I have in my hand?" Xenon's gaze sharpened. "Precisely 136 grains," he replied with unshakable certainty, without hesitating. However, a flash of confusion crossed his features, unsure of the underlying purpose of the question. "All right, now I get it," the protagonist declared. "I understand my disciple with much greater clarity now," he continued. "You shouldn't pursue the explosive burst type of aura. No. Instead, your path lies in the Emperor's ability." "Yes." Xenon's eyes flew open, a profound alarm washing over him. He stammered, "Why would you want to? That imparts such an immensely great skill to me." The protagonist understood that the Emperor's ability was a supremely sophisticated and unique skill, completely unattainable for those devoid of extraordinary talent, indeed. However, having witnessed Xenon's astonishing innate abilities, Sahan was convinced that the young man could rival even the legendary heroes of the Revolution, without a doubt. Sahan had previously assumed that Xenon's prowess came solely from his imposing physical stature and brute strength. Now, however, he recognized that the young man possessed far more sophisticated techniques, a truth of which Xenon himself remained completely oblivious. He reflected that up to this point, Xenon had been unknowingly squandering a truly exceptional talent on tasks that as mundane as cooking and setting up camp. What a shame. Anyway, with the dawn of the new day, their journey finally resumed. Inside the carriage, the protagonist sought some much-needed rest after a completely exhausting night. Yes, witnessing his fatigue, Dina, who hadn't participated in the nighttime training, wondered what on earth he could have been doing to incur such profound exhaustion. Her gaze then drifted toward the horizon, where she finally spotted the capital. At last, the imposing spire of the Listerium, visible from a great distance, announced their imminent arrival. Sahan and his retinue arrived at the imposing spires of the city. Being received by the high priest himself, the vanguard of the caravan offered that courteous expression of gratitude on behalf of their company, of course. Meanwhile, Sahan subtly assessed his surroundings with attention. A flash of recognition crossed his mind as he identified several familiar faces. Yes, many of these individuals, he recalled, had served Karen since the early days of the Revolutionary Army. He was reassured that his presence remained completely undetected, his features veiled by a potent magical disguise. The moment of anticipation culminated as the priests' voices rang out, finally proclaiming their entrance. Her Royal Highness, the Queen of Inasius, has arrived. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the protagonist's retinue. Many captivated by her stunning beauty, without a doubt. Alida, however, found herself less swayed by superficial charm and more in awe of standing before one of the 7 legendary heroes of the Revolution. I had never imagined such an encounter with the fabled Karen Inasius. Never. Whispers had placed Karen in her early 30s, yet the woman before them seemed impossibly young, making Alida wonder if the rumors were gravely mistaken. An even more peculiar sight suddenly catches Alida's attention. Her gaze shifts to Sahan, and she can tell something is wrong. There was an unsettling strangeness in his behavior. Just then, Sahan's voice breaks the quiet reverence. What's going on here? His companions exchange bewildered glances, not understanding. Later, Alida seeks clarification. What exactly did you mean earlier, Sahan? Tell me. He states unequivocally that the woman they witnessed was not the real Karen. No, even though their faces are identical, I sensed an intensity. An unsettling intensity radiating from her. Truly, a presence completely different from Karen's familiar aura. It could only mean one thing, an imposter. Of course. Without concrete proof, however, he can't back up his serious claim. For now, Alida, that offers a pragmatic counterpoint. Perhaps her personality and behavior have simply changed with the mantle of royalty, don't you think? A decade, after all, can profoundly change a person. Just then, Xenon chimes in, reminding them they would meet the Queen once more tomorrow. A grand party was being held to welcome the delegation from Rattenberg, offering Sahan an excellent opportunity for closer observation. Of course, Dina, that enters their chambers, bringing news of specially prepared outfits for the upcoming celebration. Finally, after all, a meeting with the Queen demanded. Nothing less than impeccably appropriate attire for every member of the delegation. Of course, Alida, ever eager, is the first to put on her outfit without hesitation. Seeing her transformed, Dina gasps. Completely captivated by her friend's radiant beauty. How wonderful. The protagonist, meanwhile, complains that he's never been subjected to such an elaborate outfit before. Ever. Xenon reminds him emphatically that the occasion demands such elegance, as these are the solemn customs of royalty. Of course, Alida, catching Sahan's persistent gaze, asks, is this dress not to your liking, or? Sahan replies, on the contrary, it suits you remarkably well. Truly, Dina, bristling, challenges him firmly. Is that really all you have to say, Sahan? The protagonist explains that since Dina has already taken the necessary measurements, he wants to get rid of the restrictive garments immediately, feeling deeply uncomfortable in formal wear. Seriously, Dina, insists he remain in the outfit until he gets used to it. Please, she informs him, the welcome celebration will be more than just a banquet. A grand ball has been planned to foster friendly relations. You'll be in a precarious position if your discomfort prevents you from being able to dance. Of course, Alida comments that it's been quite a while. That's since she last set foot in a ballroom. Truly, Dina echoes the sentiment, recalling her last dance 6 months prior. Yes, even Xenon admits his absence from such festivities, but expresses eager anticipation for this one. Truly, Dina then asserts that one of a true gentleman's virtues is skill in dancing. Of course, she turns to Sahan, Are you skilled in the art of the ballroom? Tell me. The protagonist replies confidently, indeed. A fencing match. That is nothing more than a vigorous dance. Yes. Inwardly, however, Sahan's mind. That descends into an absolute panic. Truly, to get close to Karen, he must maintain a facade of normalcy. Yet he possesses absolutely no knowledge of dancing. None at all. Alita, sensing his veiled desperation, offers, I'll teach you the steps. Don't worry. She takes her place by his side, gracefully demonstrating the fundamental ballroom steps. Calmly, Alita leads with expertise, guiding him through each intricate movement with patience. By all appearances, the protagonist begins to grasp the rhythm and form. It seems. Suddenly, however, he executes a surprising maneuver. Blocking her arm with a swift, practiced grip. What a scare! Dina exclaims, completely horrified. Really, Sahan? What on earth do you think you're doing? For heaven's sake! He timidly admits it was an involuntary impulse. Sorry. His body is too ingrained with combat instinct, leaving his companions collectively despairing at his incorrigible nature. Oh well. The following evening, the grand hall is bustling with distinguished guests everywhere. Beneath the melodious notes of enchanting music, the tables groan under the weight of an opulent feast. How wonderful! Xenon with wide eyes, declares he's never witnessed such extravagance, visibly torn between a multitude of delicious dishes. Truly, the caravan leader explains that the table showcases the local cuisine, highlighting a particularly renowned dish known as hierba. Yes, Sahan. Tasting the dish reflects that hierba is essentially a simple combination of noodles and vegetables, very similar to japchae. He finds it astonishing to encounter a culinary style so remarkably similar to the Korean food of his homeland. Truly, noticing Sahan's unexpected enthusiasm, Xenon playfully offers to replicate the dish during their next campout. Of course. Sahan, however, remains preoccupied, very worried. His gaze incessantly scans the crowd for Karen, who has yet to make an appearance, by the way. Amid the lively bustle of the ball, Dina comments on the overwhelming number of attendees. Truly, she observes that while a considerable amount of time has passed since Alita last attended such a gathering, her mentor seems unusually tense. Alita silently agrees, thinking the hall is filled with unfamiliar faces everywhere. As the two are talking, a young man approaches them, asking, "Pardon me, for my intrusion, but you are Dina Crumble, aren't you?" Dina apologizes, admitting she doesn't recognize him at all. He clarifies that he had heard of her impending arrival and recognized her striking resemblance to her mother. He formally introduces himself as Bright of the illustrious Emos family, explaining that Dina's mother is his own mother's younger sister. Dina acknowledges having heard of the Emos family, recalling that her aunt had married into their lineage within Anasius. A dawning realization spreads across her face. He's her cousin, of course. Just then, another young man approaches. Bright introduces him as Duran Grant, the formidable guardian knight of the Emos family. Amidst the festivities, the protagonist sensed an undercurrent of activity. He moved toward Dina, seeking clarity on the developing situation. The young woman explained that she had just met her cousin, introducing him as Bright of the Emos family. She then introduced his companions, the Marquises of Keltrin, Schonstein, and Sinan. Finally, her gaze landed on Alita Relkin, whom she also formally introduced. What a beautiful name for an equally beautiful maiden, Bright Duridslu. Then he asked, "Would you grant me the honor of a dance, please?" Dina's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of irritation in her eyes. This reception, she reflected, was markedly different from his initial interaction with her. Had Bright simply used Dina as a way to get to Alita? Perceiving the girl's growing frustration, Duran intervened to ease the tension, extending his hand to Dina with kindness. "May I have this dance, please?" Flattered by the unexpected invitation, she gracefully accepted. A wave of relief washed over the protagonist upon seeing Dina's composure restored. However, his gaze was quickly captured by a new spectacle. Suddenly, the queen had finally graced the festivities with her presence. Sahan's heart raced, as his primary objective was still to get a private audience with Karen. As he moved through the guests, a collective gasp swept through the assembly, all eyes drawn to the queen's ethereal beauty. A myriad of young men felt a burning desire to ask her to dance, yet every one of them backed away, their courage failing at the prospect of royal rejection. Unfazed by the widespread hesitation, the protagonist stepped forward. He introduced himself with a confident bow. "Marquis Schonstein of Kelton, Your Majesty, would you grant me the singular honor of this dance, please?" A murmur of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, many surprised that someone would dare to break the unspoken rule and invite the queen. Sahan, though he initially had reservations about such a direct approach, concluded it was the only way to get close to her without seeming overly presumptuous. Karen inclined her head, accepting the invitation, and soon the two glided onto the dance floor. Gracefully, their pairing immediately drew the collective gaze of the entire room. This, Sahan thought, was the perfect moment. The time had come to reveal the fruits of his diligent practice to everyone present. Alida, some time ago, had observed that Sahan's body, honed by combat, struggled to grasp the nuances of ballroom dancing. She had advised him then to conceptualize the dance as another form of combat, a subtle and elegant entanglement of an opponent, slowly luring them into a trap for capture. Back in the present, a collective gasp of astonishment swept through the onlookers. The dance unfolding between the queen and the marquis. Point was a breathtaking spectacle. Even Dina found herself trembling, not from fear, but from pure euphoria. Even Karen herself showed surprise, murmuring that Sean possessed a genuine mastery of the art, moving with the precision and grace of a master duelist. Seizing the opportune moment, Sahan offered a clever compliment. "You are incredibly beautiful, Your Majesty. It is an unparalleled privilege to dance by your side. It's like dancing with a princess from the Moon Palace. What an honor." Even a legendary rabbit said to reside there would be blinded by the radiance of her beauty. Without a doubt, a flicker of deep surprise crossed Karen's features at the comparison. After all, Sahan had spoken the same compliment some time ago. Yes, on that previous occasion, the protagonist had told a story of a rabbit said to inhabit the moon, explaining that it was a folktale born from the shadowy face on the moon's surface that vaguely resembled a rabbit. Now, in the present, Karen repeated a story about a rabbit that lives on the moon. That's quite unusual, don't you think? Where did you dig up such a tale? Tell me. The protagonist offered no response. Then, he gently and elegantly stopped their dance. "It has been an immense pleasure to share this dance with Your Majesty, truly." The queen acknowledged the sentiment, affirming that she too had enjoyed the dance. Yes, with a royal gesture. She then withdrew from the ballroom. With that interaction, the protagonist's conviction completely solidified. This was not the real Karen, not the true queen. He knew it. She would have recognized and remembered the tale of the moon. Rabbit, without a doubt. Meanwhile, far away on the outskirts of the devout kingdom of Aeneas, my lady, high on a mountain, we step forward with respect. We have located a gathering in progress. It was because of the immense concentration of light from the tower's gate that we finally found him in secret, Magus Hallen reported. "Indeed, you have done exceptional work," the leader replied with satisfaction. Her voice was as smooth as polished stone. This search proved more prolonged than anticipated. Tell me, had he hidden his true identity with remarkable cunning? It's no wonder, then, that you found it so difficult. Of course, operating as a high sword. However, it currently astonishes me to learn that a knight has embraced the path of a high sword, especially given his inherent heritage of the Emperor's formidable summoning magic. Truly, it's no wonder you found it so difficult, the lead mage conceded with a gesture. However, I am astonished to learn that our target has embraced the path of a high sword, especially given his inherent heritage of the Emperor's formidable summoning magic. Indeed, you must send a message to the Moon Temple. Without delay, she ordered her subordinate. I am certain that Priest Lumet will provide us with his invaluable assistance in this mission. Our target possesses the terrifying ability to summon magical entities from other realms, against which our own magic would be completely ineffective. We have invested considerable resources and effort to unearth someone with the Rustlin lineage. We cannot, under any circumstances, allow him to escape us. Every contingency must be considered, every precaution taken. The subordinate nodded, the gravity of their objective now fully etched in his mind. Returning to the protagonist, his earlier certainty was now absolute. He reflected that the Karen he had just met was an imposter. However, the identity of this masked figure and the fate of the true queen remained shrouded in deep mystery. Unearthing the truth will be no simple task, Xenon interrupted. We can hardly stroll through the halls openly asking about the true monarch's whereabouts. Our presence here as knight escorts delegated by Kelteron for this mission, Sahan explained, grants us the unique privilege of approaching influential figures. But now that the situation has taken such a complicated turn, acquiring the necessary intelligence will be a much more arduous task. To dig deeper and determine the true queen's location, we must strive to forge connections with the resident nobility and their various friends within this kingdom. Then, an idea struck him. There's the noble woman Dina, whom we met during the festivities. I could use that friendship as an opening, a subtle wedge to access the circles I need. The next day, Duran was waiting for his guests. Acknowledging Dina's return, he expressed his profound pleasure and offered her his escort on behalf of his family. Furthermore, he explained that the Count had been eager to extend an invitation to her cousin, who had traveled from a distant foreign land. Sahan, who had been pondering the best way to approach them, found his path unexpectedly cleared when the invitation came first. This family's apparent influence among the nobility offered a promising avenue, a significant chance that they might have information about the papal court. He realized this was the perfect opportunity to discover Karen's whereabouts. During their journey, Duran revealed that he had become a magic swordsman at the tender age of 18, faithfully serving the Amos family for 6 years now. He added that he had heard Sean and Sahan were superior swordsmen, assuring Dina that she was in exceptionally capable hands. She, however, demurred, stating that her talents were not so profound, admitting she still struggled to grasp aura manipulation for body reinforcement. Duran imparted to her the true creed of a knight. A blade is not wielded merely for personal power, but to safeguard those one holds dear. With a gentle smile, he acknowledged that Dina's path was a long one, but expressed unwavering certainty that she would one day attain greater strength. Hearing this, Sainin commented that Duran was indeed a truly admirable knight. Alida, however, perceived a subtle undercurrent, a deviation from the expected. Her surprise intensified upon their arrival at the imposing residence of the Amos family. Bright received them with a courteous welcome, declaring it was an honor to host such distinguished guests. He quickly struck up a pleasant conversation with Dina as they exchanged compliments about their mothers and the complexities of their respective positions. Listening attentively, the protagonist, Sahan, realized that the current discussion offered little of substance about Karen's whereabouts. His main objective, he knew a direct approach would only arouse suspicion, which made it necessary to create an opening, a subtle pretext to approach his host. Then, with an elegant gesture, Bright presented Alida with a bouquet of exquisite flowers. A collective gasp went through Alida's companions, and even she was left completely dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend Bright's audacity, nor the source of his unwavering confidence. Duran, ever serene, clarified that it was simply his master's custom to declare his affections for a beautiful woman the very instant he laid eyes on her. Getting straight to the point, Bright then asked Alida directly if she would consider becoming his beloved. The young woman froze, completely speechless. She offered a courteous apology if her demeanor had unintentionally suggested any interest. Her heart, however, was already taken, she explained, pointing to the protagonist himself. Sahan staggered in shock, a sentiment shared by everyone present. Regardless, Alida firmly stated that her decision on her life partner was already made, which compelled her to reject his proposition. Bright, with a downcast face, apologized for the inconvenience. His disappointment was palpable. So deep was his mortification that he asked for a moment to withdraw. Duran assured them that his master would return shortly. He apologized for the abrupt interlude and extended an invitation for them to spend the night, proposing they resume their discussions the following day. Some time later, the protagonist went to the chamber prepared for him, marveling at its exquisite decor. A maid explained that the room had been specifically arranged for the comfort of a couple, a direct order from Master Bright himself, who had been deeply embarrassed by the earlier incident. Once the maid had left, Sahan turned to Alida, his question unspoken. "What do we do?" Alida asked. She simply shrugged. "There's nothing to be done. It's getting late, and I just want to sleep. This situation means little to me. This is hardly comparable," she added, "to the time I saw you without clothes." Sahan reflected that this wasn't their first shared room, recalling their stay in the coal city. Therefore, there was no reason for unnecessary drama. Anticipating the inevitable, Alida took out a blanket and a pillow, settling on the opposite side of the room, leaving the large bed entirely for Sahan. Only after considerable persuasion did the protagonist convince Alida not to sleep on the floor, arguing that the bed offered ample space for them both to share. However, Sahan remained deeply uncomfortable, particularly in light of Alida's public declaration of affection. Amidst the awkward silence, Alida broke the tension. "I have a question," she began. "We traveled to this kingdom with the sole mission of finding out more about Queen Karen. Did my declaration, by any chance, impede your plans?" "No," he replied. "I don't think Bright will hold a lasting grudge. After all, he even arranged this very room for us. He'll no doubt recover from his slight." Unable to fall asleep, Alida declared, "I can't sleep. I'll read a book," then, she decided, hoping to lull herself to sleep. "Reading in the dark strains your eyes," Sahan pointed out. With a subtle gesture, he manifested a soft orb of light through his magic. "Wow, magic really is very useful," Alida commented, her eyes widening slightly. The protagonist assured her she could read to her heart's content, as the ambient light didn't bother him at all. Alida then read a passage aloud, her voice filled with wonder at the unfolding plot. "This series is absolutely brilliant," she exclaimed. Her enthusiasm for the narrative was palpable. Sahan, however, interrupted, suggesting she didn't need to overdo it with her reading, let alone narrate it aloud. The girl's enthusiasm proved irrepressible, sparking an annoyed frustration in the protagonist towards the unknown author. However, he felt a subtle sense of relief. The earlier awkwardness had dissipated. At least Alida was absorbed in her book, and he was well aware of her deep love for literature. He'd always seen her with a book in hand, ever since they first met. Catching his gaze, Alida asked, "Is there something you want to know?" Sahan didn't answer before going to sleep, but in the quiet corners of his mind, a memory of his past resurfaced, and he concluded that his own story paled in comparison to the captivating narrative of Alida's book. A flashback unfolds, revealing Sahan's past. He had been imprisoned, subjected to rigorous scientific experiments. However, one of the researchers declared any further experimentation useless, deeming the subject worthless. They had discovered that inhabitants of other worlds and magical beings shared intrinsic properties. Divine techniques could influence them, but conventional magic proved ineffective. Beyond this unique attribute, he exhibited no other characteristics that set him apart from an ordinary person. Sparkant, the chief scientist overseeing the research, pressured the protagonist, claiming that such profound uselessness had to be a deception, that he surely concealed some latent ability or hidden power. Frustrated by the lack of revelations, Sparkant resolved to intensify the experiments, defying his colleagues' objections. He then summoned Realstein, assigning him full responsibility for the experimental subject. As Sparkant's subordinate, Realstein was forced to take on this duty. He had become Sparkant's disciple at the tender age of 12. Sparkant had recognized a promising, nascent talent in the boy and decided to cultivate it. However, at 20 years old, Realstein remained at the second level of magic, not due to any inherent deficiency, but because his mentor had deliberately withheld all magical instruction. In truth, he was a prodigy, having mastered second-level magic solely through self-study. A proper instructor would have undoubtedly propelled his prodigious talent, but Sparkant had always perceived Realstein as nothing more than a test subject for his research, treating him accordingly. Instead of imparting magical knowledge, Sparkant administered strange chemical concoctions daily, causing Realstein immense suffering. Upon witnessing a new experimental target, Realstein instantly felt a pang of empathy for Sahan. Realstein introduced himself to the protagonist, declaring that he would oversee his care from that moment on. At that time, the protagonist didn't speak the local language at all, not understanding a single word they uttered. Realizing that Sahan was from another world, Realstein understood that he had to devise a method of communication. Thus, since his arrival in this realm, it marked the first time anyone had extended kindness to the protagonist. Initially, Realstein tried to teach him his own name, repeating it incessantly, until the protagonist finally understood the situation. He recognized the man before him as Realstein. He then introduced himself as Sahan Xiang. Realstein diligently taught Sahan the language and customs of Tyranner. Soon, their shared fates forged an unbreakable bond of friendship. Now able to communicate, Sahan understood that in a profound sense, Realstein mirrored his own situation. At that moment, Realstein uttered, "The weak suffer all the same, no matter where they are." And together, they made a solemn promise not to perish. However, 3 months after Sahan's summoning to Tyranner, on one fateful day, everything changed irrevocably for them both. An intense surge of magic manifested within Sahan, alarming even the experienced mages leading the research. Sparkant mused, could the subject, being an outsider, possess the innate ability to gather magic significantly faster than an ordinary individual? If so, Sparkant rejoiced inwardly, for he had finally achieved a gratifying result. Still, this magical tempest remained a formidable problem, one that demanded immediate resolution. Sparkant declared that he had a plan. However, the subject needed to remain alive, as he intended to perform more experiments. Then, Realstein appeared, sword in hand. At his master's command, he asked, "Will this really serve to save Sahan?" Sparkant replied, "The sword will be used for its intended purpose, to rend its targets." He added that severing the subject's limbs would halt the magic's growth, allowing them to exploit the opportunity to incapacitate him. Besides, even dismembered, he could continue his atrocious experiments on the subject. At this point, Realstein, for the first time, openly defied his master's directives. He couldn't bear to see his only friend mutilated before his very eyes. Although such a challenge carried grave danger, he was prepared to face his master to protect Sahan. While the deranged scientist was momentarily distracted, Realstain plunged the sword into his back. Sparkant was consumed by a blinding fury. However, his body failed him, and he collapsed powerlessly to the ground. With Sparkant incapacitated, Realstain was finally free. His sole purpose now was Sahan's salvation. He urged the protagonist to stop restricting the growing magic, to simply let it flow unhindered while. As Sahan obeyed, a colossal explosion of energy erupted, unleashing widespread devastation in the surrounding area. The protagonist now remembered these events like a vivid dream. Alita looked at him, a silent thought echoing in her mind. Sahan's past had been truly heartbreaking. Delving into his memories, she discerned that his friendship with Realstain had offered a beacon of hope to them both. This gave Alita a deeper understanding of why Sahan struggled so fiercely with the pain of betrayal. Beyond that, she wondered how he had fallen asleep so quickly. After all, she was a woman. It baffled her how Sahan could sleep so completely relaxed beside her. Anyway, Alita decided it was best not to dwell on such trivialities. She too sought a moment of rest. Moments later, the protagonist's eyes shot open. He announced, "Nap time is over." Startled, Alita asked, "What are you talking about, Sahan?" He stated, "I can sense one nun, 2 superior swordsmen, and 4 mages very close by." Not only that, he added, "The mansion is completely surrounded." Looking from his bedroom window, the protagonist discerned soldiers ready to attack. However, the reason remained shrouded in perplexity. Alita's voice cut through the tension. "We must prepare for battle." Without a moment's hesitation, she stripped off her clothes, a move that visibly startled Sahan. "One cannot fight in sleepwear," she declared, urging Sahan to do the same and change. A wave of confusion washed over the protagonist. Just moments before, Alita had been so modest, yet now she was undressing in front of him with a strange indifference, as if the act meant nothing. In truth, Alita keenly perceived the imminent danger that lurked just outside, a grim awareness that spurred her urgent actions. Among the hostile ranks, the mage Hallen voiced a skeptical question. Did they really need such an overwhelming deployment of troops? He argued that the Ruslan lineage had significantly declined, making such elaborate precautions excessive. However, the priest Lumit retorted sharply, what course of action would the mage propose should the enemy manage to summon an entity from another realm? There is no harm in being prepared for all eventualities, Hallen affirmed. Nevertheless, he reflected that such extensive measures came at a prohibitive cost, a burden that ultimately fell on the towers. However, as a mere subordinate, his hands were tied, powerless to influence the current directive. Anyway, he reasoned, if an interdimensional entity really did manifest, at least his own contingent would be adequately prepared. Moments later, Bright Amos appeared at the estate gates, his gaze sweeping the scene. "What exactly is going on here?" he demanded. "This is the ancestral estate of the Amos family." He continued, his voice ringing with authority. "My lineage swears fealty to the Temple of the Moon and the venerable Crone Lysate. Now, I wish to know precisely why such a formidable host of soldiers is besieging my home at this ungodly hour." Lumen's eyes narrowed. "How dare you invoke the Temple of the Moon?" he snarled. "When you harbor a descendant of the cursed Ruslan clan within these very walls." "The insolence of this youth knows no bounds," he spat. A collective gasp ran through the onlookers, fear gripping their hearts at the revelation. Who are you referring to?" Alita's voice was barely a whisper. A chilling dread took hold of Alita. Could these soldiers, this grim assembly, really be here for her? The priest's gaze swept over scornfully. "One only has to behold that abominable platinum blonde hair," he declared, "to confirm that we have found our prey. There is no refuge for such tainted and sinful blood," he swore. "There is no escape from our reach." To the utter astonishment of everyone present, Lumen's rigid, accusing finger shot towards its intended target. All eyes followed, and a collective gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. He was pointing at Duran, a truth that was made painfully clear by his full name, a name that had been veiled until now, Duran Grand Roseland. Alita's heart had initially plummeted, convinced that her own hidden identity had been irrevocably exposed. However, a quick glance confirmed that the soldier's unwavering focus was on someone else. She had simply never suspected that Duran also carried the cursed Ruslan bloodline. Duran, however, found his defiant voice. "I am a Burian, like our emperor," he asserted, "not of the Ruslan lineage." Bright intervened, his tone urgent. While it's true that Ruslan descendants often have striking platinum blonde hair, he explained, it doesn't logically follow that everyone with such hair belongs to their cursed bloodline. By your flawed reasoning, he added, even my honorable guest, Alida, would be labeled a Ruslan, a claim I vehemently deny. Enough. Lumen's voice boomed, cutting through the arguments. All of you, surrender immediately. The truth will be mercilessly extracted by the heretic inquisitors, he promised, his tone chilling. What fate awaits Duran? Dina whispered, her voice tinged with fear. Driven by sheer desperation, the young man made a sudden, drastic move. His hand shot out, a blade appearing from thin air to press against Bright's throat. One step closer, he snarled, and the blood of Count Emo's successor will be on your hands. He vowed, his voice trembling with resolve. I almost had this noble fool convinced, Duran muttered, his eyes wide with a desperate glint. I can't let myself be captured now. The enemy finally reveals his true, vile face, Lumen proclaimed, a cruel satisfaction in his tone. He is, after all, a cursed descendant of the Emperor himself. Duran offered a grim, fleeting apology. There's no point in delaying any longer, he stated, his voice strained. He violently shoved his hostage aside. For everything, he managed to gasp, I'm grateful. Get him, roared Lumen, his order echoing across the courtyard. Duran, however, was already moving. With a desperate leap, he vaulted over the palace wall, intending to escape. Cut off his escape, Lumen bellowed, his voice laced with fury. In the palace courtyard, Dina remained completely stunned, frozen in shock. Her mind reeled, unable to reconcile the kind and gentle Duran she knew with this sudden, stark revelation of a desperate, ruthless fugitive. Alida, meanwhile, gave chase, her feet pounding the ground after the fleeing Duran. Dina, still reeling, tried to follow, but Bright intercepted her, urging Sinan to hold her back. Although still recovering from the shocking turn of events, he felt a surge of concern for Duran's fate. With his platinum hair flashing, Duran was now locked in a desperate skirmish with the guards who were trying to corner him. The strain of the fight was clearly etched onto his weary body. He cannot escape us now, the priest declared triumphantly. His identity is unmistakably exposed. Duran's eyes burned with fierce resolve. I have nothing left to lose, he shouted with a guttural roar, throwing himself into the fray, convinced it was his last, desperate gamble, all or nothing. Fate, however, proved cruel. In his attempt to face a far superior enemy, Duran was instantly incapacitated, felled by a single, brutal blow. The agonizing impact of the priest's attack coursed through his entire body. I will deliver this enemy to the heretic inquisitors, Lumen declared with grim satisfaction, and the divine commandments of the goddess will pass judgment on his guilt or innocence. Duran, however, knew his fate. I'll be condemned to death, he gasped, there's no doubt about it. And I refuse that fate, he continued, which leaves me with only one desperate option. I never wanted it to come to this, he admitted, but you've left me no other choice. The narrative's focus shifted abruptly. The protagonist turned to Alida, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why did you chase after Duran so fiercely? He asked. I have a strong sense of déjà vu, she confessed. A faint memory is stirring. His real name. I feel like I've heard it before, maybe even in my youth. His desperate flight came to an abrupt halt. An anomalous energy, a palpable shift in the very air, drew his attention. Even the experienced mages among the soldiers recoiled, their faces etched with raw apprehension at the unfolding spectacle. Cornered and desperate, Duran unleashed his final, terrifying resort. He summoned a monstrous entity from another realm. High above the city, a nascent, swirling portal tore open the sky, its ominous presence casting a pall of terror over all who beheld it. The priest stared in horror at the sudden summoning. Even Duran himself seemed stunned, protesting that this was not his will. But he had no other recourse, no option left but this for his own survival. He then forced the monstrous entity to attack. Instantly, the soldiers in the vanguard were the first to be assaulted. Do not falter, Lumen commanded, his voice ringing with conviction. We are the goddess's mighty swords, untouchable under the sacred protection of Crone Lizer. Galvanized by his words, the soldiers advanced, launching a unified assault. Lumen, ever at the forefront, charged into the fray alongside them. The colossal monster failed to instill fear in the priest, and, seeing their leader fight with such valiant resolve, only spurred the others to emulate his courage. There's no way this monster can withstand the power of the three knights, they declared, their confidence echoing through the whirlwind. Harlan, observing the chaotic scene, admitted his regret. I never anticipated facing such a creature. I deeply regret not summoning more resources. A mage quickly retorted that it was too late. For such reflections, though my magic cannot bring down this beast, he affirmed, I will strive to at least dislodge it. With a surge of arcane power, he managed to destabilize the monster. This is our chance, Lumen shouted, preparing to strike once more. The protagonist scrutinized the unfolding situation. Alita was also witnessing the raw power unleashed. The priest is on par with a superior swordsman, she observed. Beyond that they have Knight-level master swordsmen, 100 elite soldiers, and even a mage from Sable Tower. Yet their combined strength only serves to impede this creature's movement. Alita now understood the true nature of fighting a being from another world. Nonetheless, the protagonist replied, you've overlooked a crucial point. He asserted they wouldn't be struggling so desperately if they weren't so pathetic. Warriors like Saxongarth, for example, could defeat this monster single-handedly. Alita, indeed, had not considered that perspective. Regardless, help arrived. Upon seeing Xenon and Dina, the protagonist frowned. What are you two doing here? He demanded. I distinctly remember instructing you both to stay away from this conflict. Dina, believing she could persuade Duran to cease the attack, stepped forward, attempting to reason with him. Duran, however, urged her to retreat. Stay back, he pleaded, his voice strained. I don't wish to harm you. I can't control this creature for much longer. Everyone who doesn't retreat now will face grave danger. He reiterated his desperate plea for them to distance themselves. The protagonist noted that, miraculously, there had been no casualties so far, a testament to Duran's initial reluctance to kill. He reflected that such restraint was unlikely to last. We shouldn't even be fighting in the first place. Alita interrupted, her voice filled with anguish. We should embrace empathy, not hatred. Duran's father may have been the emperor, but is that truly such a grave sin? In the midst of the swirling battle, fear gripped the soldiers. Duran remained unfazed, and worse, he was visibly losing his tenuous control over the monster. The enemy is revealing its true nature. A soldier screamed, his voice laced with terror. His comrade, sensing the imminent danger, tried to warn him. But it was too late. The soldier, his back to the impending horror, was struck, suffering a devastating blow that sent him flying backward. Enraged, his friend vowed revenge, lunging forward to pierce the monstrous hide. But from the creature's tentacles, a peculiar substance began to spray out. Apparently, it was the monster's own blood, a corrosive ichor. It splattered across the soldier's face, burning him like a potent acid. It wasn't long before he collapsed, lifeless. The remaining soldiers retreated in horror. They couldn't defeat the monster without harming it, but doing so meant risking exposure to its toxic blood. The priest, his face etched with grim concern, pondered his next move. For the time being, he ordered his soldiers to fall back, but many couldn't comply, caught squarely in the monster's relentless assault. By then, Lumet understood that this catastrophe was his own doing. He had mobilized an overwhelming number of soldiers, gravely underestimating the enemy's formidable resistance. Still, in a desperate attempt to deflect blame, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol on his adversary. Cease your accusations, Duran thundered at the priest. Those words only make me lose control of the beast even more. Moments later, Lumet was seized. A massive tentacle rose up, ready to annihilate him. But before the fatal blow could descend, the protagonist intervened decisively, slicing through the creature's tentacles with astonishing power. Everyone present watched completely, stunned by the display of such strength. Sahan, arriving on the scene, offered his assistance. I'm here to help, he announced, but I urged the priest and his men to retreat immediately. Xenon stated he would fall back, taking Dina to safety. Sahan urged him to secure the girl in a safe shelter until the battle's conclusion. However, in the midst of their urgent exchange, Alita interjected, addressing him, we can't just let Duran escape unchallenged. The protagonist, though he understood her underlying feelings, replied that numerous eyes were watching their every move, making a deliberate omission even more dangerous. In that scenario, Alita pressed, what if no one was watching? She believed she possessed the means to orchestrate this, capable of shrouding everyone's vision in temporary darkness. Sahan considered her proposal for a moment, a flash of consideration in his gaze. Then Lumen's eyes sharpened, perceiving the protagonist's unique aura, which struck him as surprisingly similar to that of the otherworldly warrior who had once allied with the heroes. My name is Sean Stein, successor to the mercenary King Barak. Not a hero, the protagonist declared in a firm voice. He ordered the priest to let him handle the immediate threat and to withdraw his men from the danger zone. This is a battlefield, Lumint retorted, his pride bristling. The goddess's soldiers do not cower. Sahan interrupted sharply. This is no time for stubborn pride. If you truly value lives, you will comply with the request. Although his expression remained marked by reluctance, the priest recognized the undeniable truth in Sahan's words and decided not to press the matter further. With a brief nod, he withdrew, shouting to the protagonist to buy as much time as possible. With the others now retreating, Sahan reflected. It's been a decade since I last faced a monster summoned by someone from the Rustlin bloodline. At this critical moment, Duran, abandoning any thought of fleeing, moved to help the protagonist against the monstrous entity. The creature has already broken free of its restraints, he warned. It must be completely destroyed. Instantly, the monster lunged, but Sahan, with his practiced agility, effortlessly dodged its crushing attack. The protagonist prepared for a devastating counterattack. With a quick and powerful sweep of his blade, he severed one of the enemy's writhing tentacles. Witnessing such pure power unleashed before him, Duran wondered to himself where such immense strength could possibly come from. Sahan quickly realized that just cutting off the creature's limbs was useless, since they regenerated at an alarming speed. Victory, he knew, lay in eliminating the problem at its very source. He knew his Emperor's ability alone wouldn't be enough for a decisive blow. However, fighting this formidable enemy, while hiding his true identity, posed a significant challenge. Just then, Xenon reappeared, announcing he'd gotten Dina to safety and was ready to help. Your timing is impeccable, Sahan acknowledged. I need you to keep its countless tentacles busy, he instructed, while I take care of the rest. Xenon, with a glint in his eye, declared that this was the chance he'd been waiting for to unleash and test the new ability he had acquired. Without hesitation, he launched his assault, wielding the formidable Emperor's ability. His display completely astonished Sahan. Xenon confronted the monster with formidable skill, executing precise and powerful movements. He did precisely what the protagonist had requested, keeping its flailing tentacles completely occupied, and in doing so, created a crucial opening for the attack. Still, Sahan thought to himself that Xenon would be better off using his explosive aura instead of just the Emperor's ability. However, as long as his actions proved effective, Sahan decided he wouldn't dwell on the details. After all, he, the protagonist, had his own vital task to accomplish. The colossal creature's attention was now completely fixed on Xenon. Sahan's objective was clear: locate its critical vulnerability and completely annihilate the threat. Sahan lunged forward, positioning himself directly beneath the giant. First, he moved to prevent any possibility of the enemy escaping. With a wave of frigid power, he encased the monster in solid ice, immobilizing it. Then, manipulating the very ice he had conjured, he launched a barrage of razor-sharp projectiles at the creature. Duran realized, astonished, that the protagonist had moved with such blinding speed that he hadn't even perceived his arrival beneath the colossal enemy. A wave of hope washed over him, now convinced of their chances of success. But to Duran's utter surprise, a sudden and alarming change began to unfold. Duran watched in horror as it became clear that the protagonist had struck the creature with absolute precision right in its core. In the next heartbeat, a colossal explosion erupted. The soldiers, who had retreated to a safer distance, murmured among themselves, "What the hell just happened?" They observed that a significant portion of the ground had been completely annihilated. Not only that, but as they laid their eyes upon the fallen monster, a collective cheer went up. The otherworldly creature has finally been vanquished. Meanwhile, the protagonist, amidst the settling dust, asked, "Did Duran manage to escape?" As if summoned by his words, Alita was indeed helping Duran. However, she confessed, "I can't keep this pace up for much longer. My magical reserves are severely depleted." Duran warned her, "You're putting yourself in danger by helping a member of the Rustlin. Why are you doing this, Alita?" She simply urged him, "Just keep running, kid, before someone sees us." At that moment, a fragment of a memory surfaced in Duran's mind, a memory from a distant past. He observed that Alita bore a striking resemblance to a young woman he had known. "Are you Seraphina's daughter?" he asked, a tremor in his voice. Alita offered no verbal response, but her silence, more than any words, confirmed the truth Duran was seeking. He felt a pang of relief and joy that she had also survived, but a deep sadness that their reunion was happening under such terrible circumstances. However, before their paths separated, he felt compelled to share something crucial with Alita. In a whispered tone, Duran divulged a crucial secret. The revelation left Alita completely astonished. "Is this really true?" She breathed, her eyes wide. It is, Duran affirmed, and then added, I'm counting on you to safeguard this secret. In the next instant, Duran was taken completely by surprise. He suffered a brutal, direct impact, all of it unfolding right before Alita's horrified eyes.